Whoa. Whoa. What's up, gamers? Welcome back, peeps. How y'all doing? Hope y'all been doing good while I've been lazy and not doing nothing. But I'm back at last. It's my spring break. I took advantage of it by doing nothing. There needs to be a way... Oh, my chat's really small on my OBS. Let me fix that. There needs to be a way to bar IQs under 110 from the anti-Semite movement. Unfortunately, that's got to be their primary demographic. Not fun. Why do you keep replying to that poll? Twitter woman. No comment. Okay, no comment. Dude, you know, I actually spent like 8 fucking hours over 2 days making that map for a joke. I didn't think it'd be that hard, and if I knew what I was doing, it wouldn't have been that hard. But you need to know A, how to use the software. That wasn't hard to figure out, though. That was the easiest part. B, the type of data you need, and then where to find it, and all the like old census boundaries that are available don't align with the old voting results, and North Carolina hasn't digitized like elections previous to like 2012, or like that data is just for the most part like kind of not available. I should have just I chose to do the 2000 election. I bet half a chat doesn't even know what I'm talking about, because I hadn't seen anyone do it before. But people did not do it before because it's too hard to do. Look, I made this. Do you condemn Hamas? What's up, Asorka Border Control? I do condemn Hamas. I like how the AI mod deleted that for hate. That's interesting. I assume those are easy to make. It is easy to make if the data is like out there, and if you know how to use the software. It's called QG. I feel like if I open it, it might fucking lag the stream a bit. The data available for states differs, but if you live in a cool state, it'll literally be as easy as you download the shape file. Oh my god, I have so many of these. You download a shape file, you put it in here, and then you download the voter data, and then you just join them, and then you apply a symbology rule that just says, oh, if the entry in the table for the amount of votes that X person got is between these two values, just put it this color. For any election after 2012 in North Carolina, I could make it in 20 minutes because it is literally just downloading like 2 files and then converting the... Oh, what's up, Brock? Welcome back. And what's up, Postronomy? Whatever Dem pledges to double taxes will have my vote. Dude, ironically at this point, bro. I hate it. Oh, good, you just started? Indeed. Welcome back, Dylan Thomas. Oh, shit. Thanks for becoming a full fawner. Thanks for the re-membership. 4 months. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I appreciate it, Dylan. But and welcome back, Poland. But I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate how dude, you know what I hate too? It's called the Keep Your Pay Act. Okay, the Cory Booker stuff, which we'll get into in a second. But like, tax law is annoying. I need to be sloppulous and embrace it. It's so stupid. But I don't know how to message against it. I think the messaging is kind of hard on the other side. I don't know. But bro, keep your pay accurate, bro. Like, what are we like recognizing that like this is your fucking money now? What are we doing? What are we doing? We're just granting that? We're just granting that? That's obviously the real world, the least of the issues. But 25% VAT and we use 100% of the revenue just to balance the budget and people get nothing in return based. We're not planning on moving to Europe. I had plans at some point just to go to college in Europe, and I still might like to do so. If there's a good college there that was chill. Had a chill vibe. Sorry, all the dumb progressives. Sorry, all the progressives complaining about it are dumb. True. I think it's fair to like. I haven't seen that many progressives complain about it, but insofar as progressives just want more tax revenue, I don't think it's unfair for them to complain about it. Bro, I really don't know who the fuck would make ground nuts. I feel like the US got some ground nuts. I feel like I go outside, I see some fucking acorns out there. Yeah, okay, we're number 3. I feel like Canada's got some acorns. Oh shit. Oh no. I'm just gonna guess China, but I feel like that's probably not gonna be right. Okay, number 6. Just do UBI and call it tax cut. Fucking kill me. I wish. The idea that high taxes is the price you pay for living in society is incredibly stupid. First of all, I don't think I've seen many progressives complain about the bill, but I've definitely not seen anyone disagree with it on that point. I get like James Medlock is like a progressive, right? I've seen him complain about it, but like his point is that it's just very silly to like reduce the tax base in this way. Are Israelis classified as Arabs? There are Israeli Arabs, but most Israelis are not Israeli Arabs. Or Arab Israelis, I think is the way it's usually said. The more taxes you pay, the more moral the system is. True. There's a morality Laffer curve, and it's just a linear line. It's actually an exponential line. It's like, do you like my idea? Oh, what's your idea? I didn't see your idea. Why Europe, gang? It's dead here. I don't like driving. I got censored. Oh damn. Israeli's a nationality. Yeah, but there are obviously like different ethnic groups within Israel. And I think isn't it like 20% of Israeli or people in Israel are like Arab Israeli? Yes, that's my point. Yeah. Oh boy. If we just bomb the whole Middle East, so not off to a good start with this idea, and build a Disneyland and Universal, that was not a problem. Make the Arabs build the parks and then expel them from the land. Where the Arabs gonna go? If you're solving the problem, why are we kicking them out afterwards then? This is what Qatar exists for, okay? You bring in the, actually it's I think most of the construction workers in Qatar are like Indian, right? Some of them are other Arabs, I think, but you bring in the immigrants and you make them build Mr. Beast land in Saudi Arabia, okay? LVT would create peace in the Middle East, that's true. But it won't be useful after they build the parks. Most are Indian, yeah, I think most are Indian. But then why are you, I'm saying if you're kicking them, where are you kicking them out to? To America, so it's a utilitarian improvement. True. Based. Wouldn't abolishing income taxes for poor folks be the single biggest way to increase labor supply? Probably not the single biggest. I don't know how high that elasticity is. I would assume, I think the single biggest way would be to end welfare cliffs. Probably. Anyways, gotta go. Well, I guess I appreciate you stopping by, Pullen. But I think that'd probably be the biggest way. Single biggest way. Bro, I have no clue who Who's got some? Russia's got a lot of trees, man. Okay, I hear Germany's got some forest. Damn. Argentina, India. I could have guessed Argentina, Brazil, Sudan. Random ass shit, bro. $15 billion raw copper, refined copper, and gold. Okay, so probably some African country. I feel like most of them have even a little bit more diverse shit than this. Like a lot of them will have oil. Or like some agriculture stuff. But I don't think it'd be any... There's no way it's anywhere in South America, I don't think so. My guess is Uganda. Damn. Fuck, where's Uganda? I would end welfare cliffs, abolish income taxes for poor folks, and replace all welfare of NITs and wage subsidies. I am more pro-poor than all Democrats. True. I mean, everyone is pro... Like, everyone thinks they're pro-poor. That's like, that's the issue. The issue, it's just a framing thing where people obviously condemn you if you're not their version of pro-poor or whatever. If you're evil capitalist and want all the poor to die. I am not pro-poor. That's it. Well, this is a different type of framing issue. Technically, pro-poor people not being poor, anti-poor technically would probably be a better way to describe that. Fucking, I don't. It can't be Botswana, but I'm gonna guess Botswana. Oh, fuck me. Is Rwanda below Uganda? I don't remember which one's on top, bro. What country am I forgetting here? It's fucking... It's like... This one, I think. Nope. Oh, fuck. I don't know. But it isn't Nambia, is it? It's Nambia. Nambia would have oil, wouldn't it? I thought Nambia had a ton of oil. But maybe, I don't know. Is it a panhandle? Yeah, but I feel like I thought Nambia and Angola both had like fuck ton of oil. I'm gonna guess Nambia though. I think you might be right. Nope, god damn it. I think it does capital to capital. I don't know where the capital in Nambia is, but I bet it's not in a panhandle. But it's not Zimbabwe, but I don't remember what's fucking there. Zambia. Fuck me. What's up, M7? Welcome back. Alright, folks. Are we ready for... I watched roughly the first minute of this. Our favorite channel. More Perfect Union. The best slopulist out there. Are now going after not institutional home buyers, okay? Not these hedge funds buying homes, all right? They're going after the home construction companies because they sell to institutional home buyers. It's gonna be a fun time.
The place you come home to becomes a war zone. It doesn't feel good.
Nobody gives two fucks about what's going on with your house. Nobody cares if you're sick. They don't care about any of that as long as they're selling houses.
The top home builders in America are making Wall Street investors rich, but you are paying the price.
What people are willing to do frightens me.
Like, I mean, they'll get more into it. Like I said, I only watched the first minute, but like, what, like...
In America are making Wall Street investors rich, but you are...
they're selling to Wall Street investors because Wall Street investors are the ones most able to like provide the capital to them right now. Primarily, I would say because we just have restricted people's ability to buy or people's ability to get mortgages like post 2008. And I don't know. I don't know how we're paying the price. They're increasing the availability of rental housing, and that we should, you know, not necessarily like drive rents down in the sense that like nominal rents are going to fall, but it's going to keep rents growing at a slower rate than they would otherwise.
Who are paying the price?
What people are willing to do frightens me in the name of profit.
Companies like D.R. Horton, Lennar, and Pulte are the largest home builders in America.
Hey, don't buy that D.R. Horton house.
When we first bought the home 2 months later, our son's playroom was covered in mold.
This has been the biggest nightmare of my entire life.
And we're doing More Perfect Union like always does this. I don't know for sure if they're gonna do this entire video, but like they always, instead of doing like, should I say real journalism? I'll say real journalism. Instead of doing real journalism, okay? Instead of investigating things for themselves and presenting things in a fair and balanced way, they always just like interview people about like how they fucking feel. They did the same shit with like the AI, like data centers and like water usage. They like just went around like interviewing people who have been affected. What's up, Sauce Rama? Welcome back. Good to see you here. They went around like interviewing people who had been affected by like a data center that was being constructed, and the construction of it polluted the water supply because the construction company like didn't properly follow the you know, whatever regulations we have. But nowhere in the video did they like mention the data center hadn't even been turned on yet, and it was an issue with the construction of it that could have happened with any type of construction, because all they did was go around and interview people being like, oh my god, this is crazy that there's fucking sediment in my water and we have to ration water now.
Wish this funny.
But they can always hide behind like if you read the thread between Andy Mason, I think is his name, and like one of the producers of More Perfect Union, it's like crazy. They have this like shield of like like, I don't want to say plausible deniability, but that's kind of what it is. Massively, yeah. Where they're like, well, we didn't like say that data center water usage was like destroying these homes. We just asked people how they felt, and it's like, okay, maybe you should make it clear what these issues are actually being caused by. And I bet they're gonna they always like do this shit.
Anybody?
Very, very few times do they bring up like meaningful data or anything. It's usually just like fucking street interviews. Okay.
Not only have these home builders been building worse homes, but they've also been playing a role in raising the prices of homes across the country.
The housing market is actually seeing the highest, most expensive homes in more than decades.
As home builders have pushed prices out of reach for many buyers, they've also created a new dystopian model, build entire communities to sell directly to Wall Street landlords.
What's up, Momentum? Welcome back. Nice to see you here. I appreciate you welcoming me back as well.
The question for us now is, are we going to allow that to happen?
To understand,
like, I can at least get going after the institutional buyers. Okay, I disagree with it. I think it's silly. I think we'll talk about later on today the bill that recently like got through the Senate that's gonna not entirely ban build to rent, but make them sell to regular people like as single family like owner occupied homes after 7 years. I think you know, I can get having some issues with that. I don't agree with it, but like, we're going after the people building the homes now just because they're selling to them. This is pushing up home prices.
Wall Street has been slowly killing the single family home. I went to Texas to investigate the biggest home builder in America, D.R. Horton. What I found not only explains why many Americans can't buy homes until their 40s, but also serves as a warning for
Oh my God.
D.R. Horton. What I found not only explains why many Americans can't
Roll up the NAR. Yes, NAR. I love the NAR data. Bro, they posted this like on their Instagram or whatever. Those houses are too far apart. This is true. That's the real reason the home builders are evil, okay? They listen to their government regulations saying, you know, the setback requirements, okay? They should just ignore them. Fuck it. These greedy corporations not willing to pay the fines for violating the housing regulations on a local level. They posted this like same shit on their Instagram. I got like hella flamed in their comments, but this NAR data is a very big outlier in, I shouldn't say very big, but it's a pretty big outlier in the median age of first-time home buyers in the US. I don't want to show my Instagram in case there's softcore porn on there, which there would never be, which there would never. I'm not a gooner. But while I find the that Instagram post, here's a Substack post that I read from Connor O'Brien a while ago. If you look at the data from Zillow, the American Housing Survey, I think, and the American Community Survey, all of these are larger surveys with higher response rates. The NAR data, it's only it has like a 4% response rate, which is pretty low, and also it's like only done by mail, right? These other surveys are larger and have more data and higher response rates, so they're probably better. And the fact that the NAR data is such a big outlier here suggests that it's probably mismeasuring stuff a little bit. But everyone was fucking screeching at me in the more forgetting comment sections. They post a lot on Instagram, but it was very, very annoying. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. It was fucking forever ago. I don't give that much of a fuck.
Their 40s, but also serves as a warning for what's to come.
D.R. Horton currently builds about 1 out of every 7 new homes in America. And last year they made $4.4 billion for their shareholders.
So if you look at Richard Anani had an article about this where I think he had the data cited. I don't know where I put it though.
That market dominance gives D.R. Horton the power to dictate how homes are priced and sold through 5 tactics that maximize their profit.
Oh boy. Oh boy. So there's 2 things. Where'd I put this shit, bro? Oh, this. One is that Hanane gets the pass. What do you mean the pass? So one is that there's a they're probably going to heavily exaggerate that haircut. Me or or her?
New homes in America.
I need a haircut. I've been telling myself I'm going to get one and then not doing it. We have data on like just like the overall amount of concentration in like the housing market. It's just not very, very big. And like this is using the HAI index. Her? Okay. I'm safe. I appreciate it. Her bangs were a little weird. What do you think Hanani's article on European labor markets? I liked it. I thought it was accurate. And that is also my perception of labor regulations in Europe for the most part. The DOJ considers a score of 1,000 to be moderately concentrated. The HII index measure of how concentrated production of a certain good is, with a number of 1,800 indicating high concentration. Relying on Builders Magazine's top 200 builders of 2024 in terms of total closings, we get a score of 658 for the housing industry. This is low concentration even by the standards of current guidance, which is stricter than it used to be because, you know, Lena Khan. Even the 658 number exaggerates the issue since it only takes into account the top 200 builders as the entire market. So, you know, like this is, even by HII index standards, okay, not a particularly concentrated market. And even on the local level, he talks more detail in here, like there's no metropolitan area where the HII index is above any, threshold that the DOJ should care about. So that's number one. Number two is that concentration alone is just not a very good measure of competition. You need more work to be done to actually show there's any type of like anti-competitive practice or like substantial market power going on. Obviously, concentration can be indicative of market power, and the housing market is like not immune to that by any means. But especially because there are barriers to entry in the housing market, but the barriers to entry are to a large extent created by the government. So regardless of that, putting that aside for a second, you can imagine, like, this is just a simple example that I read from the Brian fucking Price Theory guy, and I like it. If you imagine that like search costs in an industry fall, so consumers are able to like more easily switch between restaurants, for example, because DoorDash moves in, and now instead of having to drive to a different physical location that might be further away, they just choose a different place on the app. That increases competition in a sense that companies are going to have to sell closer to marginal cost because consumers can more easily switch between them. But it's also probably going to increase concentration because that same mechanism is going to lead to consumers substituting away from the firms that least suit their preferences or have the highest prices. So it's probably going to lead to some firms exiting the market.
And last year, they made $4.4 billion for their shareholders.
That market dominance gives D.R. Horton the power to dictate how homes are priced and sold through 5 tactics that maximize their profit while pushing the cost on.
And you can have, you know, you can have perfect competition with 2 sellers. Even with 1 seller, technically, in an ideal, perfect world, which obviously doesn't exist, a firm could still sell at marginal cost if barriers to entry were 0. Because, you know, if you imagine barriers to entry were 0, the moment they started charging above marginal cost, someone else would enter the market and compete with them.
The first tactic, incentivize. In 2023, Sarah and Eric bought a D.R. Horton home in San Antonio. And at first it looked like a great deal.
When we came across the D.R. Horton home, the model looked good. Seemed like a slam dunk.
One of the things that the salesman did push was we'll be able to give you these discounts and, you know, special perks like the fridge or the washer and dryer.
All those enticing incentives are par for the course with D.R. Horton.
Incredible pricing. Incredible incentives.
With D.R. Horton, of course we're going to pay up to $10,000 in closing costs.
You could have a mortgage payment of $19.50 a month versus $22.50 a month.
Last year, 81% of all D.R. Horton home sales went through their own mortgage department, which has access to cheaper Wall Street capital than most lenders. But
Wait, first of all, that's probably going to push costs down for consumers, but like just the general point of incentivize or whatever, all businesses have an incentive to do this. They all are trying to market to you and to sell their products, and like there can be information asymmetries, and housing is potentially that's going to be a bigger issue because A, you're going to have to deal with them for longer. It's very durable good, and B, to some extent, it's going to be based on it's going to be like somewhat of a credence good in a sense, like you're going to have to buy better houses, retards, exactly. But, you know, in a sense, like you might have to rely on the inspections done by a third party or whatever. It's not a good that you can easily inspect for yourself, right? Like you don't necessarily have the same tools to know if there's mold in the fucking foundation, and if there is, how big of a deal it is. You might have to rely on the opinions of someone else here. What is this, easy money? John Trump and Donald Trump, the man who rode affordability anxiety to the White House, told the Speaker of the House to focus on culture war issues because no one gives a shit about housing base. President Trump told Speaker Mike Johnson in a private conversation that this week no one gives a shit about housing, according to 4 sources who heard the Speaker recount the conversation. This wouldn't be the first time that Trump signaled some ambivalence to address, ambivalence on addressing America's housing crisis. Whoa, crazy. Donald Trump is not an expert political strategist. This is news to me.
But this sleight of hand is actually inflating home prices across the market. Stay with me.
Really?
For a $2,000 month
math, let's go.
Interest, you can probably get a home in the $300,000 range. But if you get a 4% rate from D.R. Horton, you may be able to get a house that's in the $400,000 range. These incentives seem like a good deal for buyers, and shareholders love them too.
Can you discuss what you're seeing in the market in terms of home prices?
We focus predominantly on incentives where we can, and that's allowed us to maintain a lot of our base pricing across the country.
If there are issues with that, consumers are not going to be able to appropriately assess like the lifetime cost of a house if they don't know how interest rate works.
To translate that corporate speak, because of their incentives, D.R. Horton can keep home prices higher than they actually are. Then those inflated numbers.
True. Literally, how do we get that?
Because of their incentives.
Where we can.
Shareholders love them too.
Can you discuss what you're seeing in the market in terms of home prices?
We focus predominantly on incentives where we can, and that's allowed us to maintain a lot of our base pricing across the country.
To translate that corporate speak, because of their incentives, D.R. Horton can keep home prices higher than they actually are. Then those inflated.
I don't know what she means higher than they actually are. It seems like I interpret it as being her saying, you know, we focus on kind of having like a marketing scheme around our stuff and putting all these like upfront incentives in front of consumers so that they maybe psychologically underestimate the cost of the home. But that doesn't suggest that. I don't know what she means by what they actually are. I think they're just saying, you know, relative to other buyers, we're going to like sort of front load a lot of these benefits or whatever. Wait, what is this argument? Me don't understand? I don't think she understands.
Translate that corporate speak, because of their incentives, D.R. Horton can keep home prices higher than they actually are. Then those inflated numbers enter real estate databases and can push home prices higher, even beyond D.R. Horton's own.
Oh my God, true.
In response to my reporting, D.R. Horton said that these mortgage incentives make monthly payments more manageable for buyers, but did not answer my question about maintaining their base prices.
And as home buyers are paying more, they're often getting homes that are made as cheaply.
My question about maintaining.
Oh my God. He zooms in too fast. I can't read the full answer.
D.R. Horton said that these mortgage incentives make monthly payments more manageable for buyers, but did not answer my question.
is it 3 or 4 homeowners across multiple states publicly documented recurring issues involving leaks. Okay, in a Q3 2025 earnings call, Jessica Hansen said that DR Horton focuses on predominantly on incentives where we can, and that's allowed us to maintain a lot of our base pricing across the country because mortgage rates, buy downs, and closing cost incentives reduce buyers' effective cost while preserving higher official sales price. Those higher sale prices are recorded in public real estate databases and can influence comparable values for homes in surrounding markets. Does DR Horton intentionally rely on incentives to preserve base prices rather than adjusting list prices downward? I can't imagine, like, what is DR Horton's incentive to do that? I can't imagine. You know, I know they build 1 out of every 7 homes or whatever, but it's their decision to have it can't even be that inflated. Like, how big are these incentives? To, like, even if they were inflating the price of every home or whatever by $10,000, how big is that effect going to be on the value of their other properties?
About maintaining their base prices.
And as homebuyers,
I'm confused by a database effect. I think I don't really know either. I think what they're saying is, like, DR Horton's going to be able to say, you know, this is what homes in the area are worth. So if they build a new neighborhood or some shit, they're going to be able to say, oh, look, homes are worth this much. But in reality, they're doing super sneaky, shady business because they're only worth that much because they put in the price without the incentives. They put in the base price and not the actual net price.
Like, paying more, they're often getting homes that are made as cheaply as possible, which brings us to tactic number 2, cut costs.
The home definitely had some issues right off the bat. The frame of the home was kind of set up like Jenga.
It basically just moved free.
Why is this an issue? Good question.
Just horrific, because in my mind, I was like, oh, a gust of wind is taking this whole thing down.
The frame of the Munoz's home is bad, but it gets worse.
Buy DR Horton house, they said.
I don't know if you can tell. That's mold.
Oh, it's everywhere!
You're on your 3rd shower replacement due to leaks and mold.
Over here, we've got the world's biggest crack in my foundation.
It's a DR Horton house.
Not only are some of these houses poorly,
I didn't consider that there's many TikTok videos of homes falling apart,
but they are actually making people sick.
There's mold everywhere. I mean, the whole thing is just like filled with mold. And my daughter had these nosebleeds that were so bad, she had blood tears, which was absolutely terrifying and insane. Never see anybody have blood come out of their eyes unless they're having a literal aneurysm. It's really fun to have your 6-year-old ask you if they're going to die, and you legitimately don't have an answer for them because you don't know what the hell's going on.
After speaking with homeowners like Madeline, I asked DR Horton to comment on these recurring mold issues. They responded that they stand behind their homes with comprehensive warranties and a dedicated customer care team.
It seems like it would be bad business to construct homes that make your clients sick, but that hasn't been the case for DR Horton. Last year, they spent $194 million on home repairs and litigation costs. That's a lot of money, for sure, but it's only about 4.5% of what their shareholders made in the same year.
On the stick and brick side.
What a dumb fucking comparison. What?
A lot of money, for sure, but it's only about 4.5% of what their shareholders...
The relevant comparison should be, like, what is the counterfactual to consumers? Like, if, like, owner-occupied homes... you know, if those families are spending like equivalent, you'd have to compare it to like an equivalent size amount of people who own their own homes, right? Like if those people are spending more or less than 194 million on home repairs and I mean litigation, they could be spending money on, but they're probably spending. If they were doing litigation, it'd have to be against like the contractors they hire. I guess it wouldn't be between the landlord and tenant, but. Like, what a dumb fuck comparison.
Made in the same year.
DR Horton of Patriots keeping building costs in a declining productivity industry. This is true. This is true.
On the stick and brick side, there's still opportunities.
They're never going to mention. They like kind of implicitly mentioned it earlier when they said, I forget exactly what they said, but they said like these people have you know, more capital, whatever, able to supply to these buyers or whatever. You know, that like institutional buyers like or like even construction companies to some extent like benefit from, you know, fixed economies of scale, and also obviously institutional buyers benefit from economies of scale and, you know, better deals with insurance and stuff. I remember in Abundance there was a study they cited about construction productivity. It wasn't about, I don't believe it was about, I remember that one that was like, why has construction productivity fallen or whatever, but there was one that went over, I think they were talking about like how San Francisco puts limits on how big construction companies can be or like gives preferential treatment to smaller ones. But oh yeah, here we go. Turns out that big home construction companies are much more efficient than small home construction companies. No surprise there, but the market in home construction is dominated by small firms. More than 60% of employment in single-family home construction is in firms. This is also funny considering the context of, oh my god, this one fucking D.R. Horton company makes all these fucking homes. Is in firms with fewer than 10 employees. In manufacturing, most employees work in firms with more than 500 people. Why is home construction in America dominated by small firms? The researchers pick through the data and find that firms are allowed to build on less land and are subject to more and more land use regulations in ways that choke off their ability to grow and scale their work across cities and states. A manufacturing plant can locate in one place and sell everywhere. Builders have to negotiate through the regulations and interest groups and political relationships of each parcel of land they work on individually. This actually might be citing the, oh yeah, why is construction productivity stagnated? Never mind. It was a study. I don't know where it's gonna be in this or whatever, but size of construction firms is also quite small, especially relative to other goods producing firms, and smaller builders are less productive. I don't know where we're talking about this in here, but never gonna mention this, are we?
More cost out. Where are you in?
Non-fun, since my personal experience is obviously representative. I can say that I have not had issues with D.R. Horton homes I've lived in. Let's go. God bless D.R. Horton.
We believe there's still opportunity there.
Clawing back money to make the cheapest possible homes keeps profits high, but D.R. Horton has been using another tactic to deceive homebuyers across the country: manipulate monthly payments. A new class action lawsuit alleges that D.R. Horton has been intentionally deceiving homebuyers about their monthly payments to sell people more expensive homes. The Munoz family experienced this firsthand. They'd been paying about $1,000 a year in property taxes, and then it suddenly went up to $6,500 a year.
My mindset was, all I had to do was work a little more. Maybe
wait, hold on, did I miss,
A new class action lawsuit alleges that D.R. Horton has been intentionally deceiving homebuyers about their monthly payments to sell people more expensive homes. The Munoz family experienced this firsthand. They'd been paying about $1,000 a year in property taxes, and then it suddenly went up to $6,500 a year.
Yo, Navon, ever heard of deodorant? Because you stink. I haven't.
They'd been paying
didn't know about this till now.
About their monthly payments to sell people more expensive.
Can they link or like show the whole fucking thing and not just highlight one sentence so I can read what the hell they're saying?
The Munoz family experienced this firsthand. They'd been paying about $1,000 a year.
I don't know if they paid $1,000 a year initially in property taxes and then later paid $6,000.
Suddenly went up to $6,500 a year.
That sounds like either the value of the home increased substantially or the tax rate increased substantially. I don't know how they would, like, what it sounds like they're alleging is that they, because of the low monthly payments, buyers like perceive that the value of the home is not that high, so they wouldn't expect to pay that much in property tax. But if they did in fact pay a low property tax rate, I don't know how it would just magically go up without the value of the home increasing or the tax rate increasing. Why are property taxes relevant? It's not like they get property tax money. I'm assuming they are putting it on to consumers or whatever. Property taxes is the price you pay to be a slave. This is true, localist.
My mindset was, all I had to do was work a little more, maybe catch a second, third job.
I was very pregnant at the time, so it was just a lot for me to handle. I told my husband, I can't do this anymore.
It was not easy to come to the realization like we'd probably have to let go of the house that was sold to us as a dream.
The Munoz family didn't know that buried in their contract was a notice that their monthly payments could go up.
They just kept flipping papers past us and they're like, sign here, sign this, do this, and very little explanation of anything.
The Munozes claim that the D.R. Horton agent didn't explain that the property taxes were assessed for a piece of land with no actual house on it. Then that number was built into the monthly payment to make it look like the house was within their budget, even though it wasn't.
This home that we came into in the beginning that was just picturesque.
What?
Horton agent didn't explain that the property taxes were assessed for a piece of land with no actual house on it. Then that number was built into the monthly payment to make it look like the house was within their budget, even though it wasn't.
What does he mean the number was built into the monthly payment? As in, the property tax was part of their monthly payment? I don't know how that would make the house look. I don't know what I'm misunderstanding here, because if the property tax was part of the monthly payment, that would make the monthly payment higher, would it not? I don't know what the fuck.
And that number was built into the monthly payment to make it look like the house was within their budget, even though it wasn't.
I don't know what the fuck we're doing.
This home that we came into in the beginning that was just picturesque, as we're loading everything up and driving away, it's, you know, it's just like leaving behind a nightmare in the distance.
Now plaintiffs across the country who experience this.
I understand the issue. What is it? I don't get it.
alleged monthly payment suppression scheme are seeking RICO charges. Meanwhile, D.R. Horton and their main competitor.
By the way, they never link their fucking sources, which is frustrating. But
Lennar are profiting from a different tactic: sell directly to investors.
This Lennar home is
what an evil tactic.
61 square feet. And if you go onto Lennar's new investor portal, you can see exactly how much investors can make off of a home like this. To understand the impact of investors in these new developments, you can see exactly how much investors can make off of a home like this. To understand the impact of investors,
isn't that the purchase price?
in these new developments, I went to a Lennar community on the outskirts of Dallas, where I met Sonia Nelson.
I was hopeful to build a nice community with neighbors, and what I found was that every single house to the left and to the right of mine are rental.
How does it make you feel that
investors
are buying up so many single-family homes?
Didn't you just say they're building them?
To me, it makes me mad, actually, because...
As in, plausibly, they would not have built, would have been built otherwise if it weren't for the, you know, evil institutional buyers here.
I think it's making the prices.
There should have been cleared a monthly payment they were showing was with a property tax without the home. I don't understand. I don't know what they, I don't know what they mean. It was built into the monthly payment though. But like, if obviously, you know, there's a lawsuit about it, so plausibly, like they could have been fucked over. That's entirely possible. If they're going like, I don't know what I don't know exactly how strong the case would be, but if they're going after fucking like RICO shit, I would imagine that they have like a plausible case or whatever. It's just that like when you don't cite your sources, when we're just doing the dumbest economic analysis ever, when we're just not being clear about what actually even happened, I just don't know what I'm supposed to even like. I just don't. My priors are against it.
Higher, artificially higher.
Or at least against it being like meaningful. Not necessarily that like it happened at all, but.
And then these communities are becoming more just rental communities.
Recently, Trump has been comparing big home builders to the oil cartel OPEC while pushing back on Wall Street landlords.
Homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. That's why I have signed an executive order ban. The reason people cannot buy homes that every economist overlooks is because we don't have enough money to buy them. This is true. Institutional investors. We need houses that cost less money.
When I looked more closely at the executive order, there was an exemption carved out just for big home builders to keep selling entire subdivisions directly to Wall Street investors, which conveniently is the same model Bill Pulte.
Yeah. Because that increases the supply of homes, but don't you worry, More Perfect Union. They might mention this because it was posted 4 hours ago, but I bet this video took a few weeks to make or whatever. We got rid of that.
I invested in before because...
Well, they didn't get rid of that within the executive branch. Congress passed a law to restrict that.
I mean, one of Trump's top housing officials.
This may look like other subdivisions, but people here can't actually buy these houses. This is something called a build-to-rent community.
Kendall Graves and his family have lived here for 4 years. Do you eventually want to buy a house?
Yeah, that's the goal, eventually. So that's why we're here right now, so we can save up and then eventually go out and buy our own home.
How does it feel to live in a community that is owned by an investor?
It feels kind of weird, I guess. We had an issue like with our air conditioner one time. In the middle of summer, it took over like 2 weeks for them to like fix our AC. So we were like kind of displaced and went and lived at our parents' house for that time.
Now that you're thinking of buying a home, saving up, like what kind of house would you want to get?
Not a Lennar home, I'll tell you that. Not a Lennar, or probably not a D.R. Horton, just probably go with a better builder.
Wall Street-backed home builders decimating the single-family home has actually been going on for decades, which brings me to the final tactic in their playbook.
Has it? It really did not happen that often until 2008.
Less homes.
Home building was very different.
I guess like technically, like that is decades at this point, but the real problem isn't that homes cost too much; is that people make too little money. That's wow. We need to have universal access to Hustlers University. True.
50, 60 years ago.
Oh shit. Why are we, huh?
You didn't have just like one home builder in any community. You had multiple home builders. And they all competed against each other to build houses for people.
True. Unlike today, are we ever going to cite data on this?
That meant that we had plentiful housing. But things changed.
During the savings and loan crisis in the 1980s, a lot of local banks disappeared, which meant that many small home builders couldn't get loans.
But if you were a big home builder, with, you know, connections to Wall Street, capital markets.
Connections.
Public.
This is the only reason. Okay, it's all connections. Okay, there's no such thing as economies of scale. Okay, it's only because you're big and evil and you meet with the other capitalists at the golf course every day.
Capital that way, which they then spent not necessarily on, you know, being more efficient or building more houses, but on buying up more and more home builders and consolidating the industry.
As the industry consolidated,
more efficient or capital markets, you could go public and get capital that way, which they then spent not necessarily on, you know, being more efficient or building more houses, but on buying up more and more home builders and consolidating the industry.
As the industry...
Okay. number one, the reason that they, plausibly at least, the reason they were able to do this in the first place is because they were more efficient. It seems like we have evidence of that effect. I still have the fucking study pulled up.
Public and get capital that way, which they then spent not necessarily on being more efficient or building more houses, but on buying up more and more home builders and consolidating the industry.
Like, this is like literally, this is a good example of why sometimes concentration is not a good example of competition, because generally you should want markets to reallocate resources to more efficient producers of stuff. If these big home buyers were more efficient compared to the smaller home buyers that all like went bankrupt or whatever, you'd want the bigger, more efficient firms, which can then pass on some of those savings to consumers, to buy up the resources of the shitty firms. Pastor literally hates IO Econ. I once had a Twitter convo with him. He thinks it's all fake based. John Huffon, I saw you on a clip where some guy pushed a guy on campus. Well, welcome, quantum travel. There's been, I'm surprised people are still seeing that clip. I get they're checking me out from that clip, but I appreciate you being here. Do you think the Venezuela operation was successful? I mean, in what sense? It was successful insofar as, like, we took their president without any casualties or whatever on our side. I think like a few dozen Venezuelan people died. Some of them were military. I don't know how many civilians. I don't know if I have the clip. Who won the fight? I wouldn't really say anyone won. It was pretty short. It was barely a fight. I mean, the video is still on my YouTube channel, and it's like, if you go to the yeah, I don't have it. I don't have the clip anymore, but you can go find it on my YouTube channel and on Rumble. Someone left a comment of the timestamp of the fight. It's like 3 hours, 19 minutes in or something on the YouTube video. That's on my YouTube channel if you just go to the live section. But I don't think it was like, I think it was successful at the very limited and not particularly important goal that we had.
As the industry consolidated, big home builders gained more control over how many homes get built. On Wall Street, they call that discipline.
Discipline returns from a discipline. We exceeded the highest conditions in a discipline and balanced.
DFW real estate agent Aaron Lehman has been seeing this firsthand.
We're looking at new builds, right?
New builds.
And so that's actually lower than it was in like even the late 70s.
Yep.
And this is home builders' fault? But have you considered big companies bad? I have not. I've never considered this. Why
is that? Because it seems like there's even more people now.
Consolidation in the industry makes it more economically feasible for the builders to throttle production.
Instead of more houses being built, there's been less. And when I've been,
I don't even know if consolidation is that much bigger than pre-2008.
Listening to some shareholder
Clearly, that's when the big shift in trend happened here.
calls, they're using this word discipline a lot.
That's one way to phrase it. And it's
Tug, why did they not show discipline used in a sentence? I don't even know exactly. I don't even know what they fucking mean.
Sadly, what we've done to the housing market is we've turned it into a plaything, a toy for wealthy people to use it as an investment tool.
True.
Hopkins study.
True. By like, as it was the housing market not a toy for middle class people to build their wealth in. I mean, I guess that's that's because middle class people are good and the rich people are all evil.
Toy for wealthy people to use it as an investment tool.
A Johns Hopkins study estimated that homebuilder consolidation reduced housing production by roughly $106 billion a year between 2005 and 2016. One way they've been able to slow down home production is by sitting on vast...
At least they cited data.
Use it as an investment tool.
A Johns Hopkins study estimated that...
What's this? Carey Business School. Oh boy. Do you know that study? Nope. Fewer players. Oh my god, I can't type. Fewer homes. My priors are against it just because it's not an econ journal. What does it mean? I will keep an open mind. Maryland, for example, the craft market responsible for 3% of new units being built between 2005 and 2007, but 43% of new units built between 2014 and 2016. And okay, blah blah blah. Okay, tapped into a novel data set on residential construction covering housing regions across the East Coast in Georgia and ran the data through IV regression analysis. This data set is unique. There's no valid instrumental variables. Okay, so dismissed immediately. I'm joking. Okay, this data set is unique, he explains, because it goes beyond housing sold and market and looks also into production pipelines. Through this analysis, we were able to measure the causal effects of rising concentration of builders, he says, showing that it has led to lower production volumes, fewer units in the production pipeline, and greater unit price volatility. Quintero, is that how you pronounce that? Believes his findings hold important implications. Okay, I want more details, please. Housing is a determinant in a business cycle. These findings provide further evidence that this secular decline in competitive intensity in the American economy is altering macroeconomic dynamics. Previous draft circulated market concentration home building, also a press release, media coverage, slides are presented at a AAA meeting. Okay, that's something. A recent presentation at that. Oh, I thought it was the fucking slides. Whatever.
That homebuilder consolidation reduced housing production by roughly $106 billion a year between 2005 and 2016. One way they've been able to slow down.
Local housing production markets have become highly concentrated. Really now. R&R was also presented at AAA. What is I don't recognize R&R at the top of my head. We construct an instrumental variable that exploits regional shocks that are exogenous to local markets. These shocks get transmitted locally through the local activity of large national firms. We use these variations to show the secular decline in competitive intensity over the last decade has caused reduced construction volumes, a decline in the inventory of vacant unsold housing units, and greater price volatility. These findings align with theoretical models of competition and preemption in real estate and are consistent with practitioners' understanding of industry dynamics. We present a theoretical model. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Debt over... Oh, do you mean... Oh, yeah. I don't get it. He got mad over healthcare. Well, he got mad over... I want to say it's just about healthcare.
Down home production is by sitting on vast tracts of land.
He got mad over the liberal mindset. Okay.
This piece of land is owned by Forestar, which is a majority-owned subsidiary of D.R. Horton. Through Forestar, D.R. Horton is able to control hundreds of thousands of lots that most other builders can't build on, which, again, is leading to less homes.
Listen, I don't mean to be mean here. I'm reading more of this. I'm just getting more and more against this. Additionally, our study contributes to an emerging literature on the decline in competitive intensity across a range of industries from 1980 to the present day. I mean, he's citing real stuff here, I guess, is that at least. Previous studies connected this secular decline in competition to higher markups, oh boy. Increased wage setting power in local labor markets, oh boy. And lower aggregate investment, oh boy. Given the integral role housing and consumption investment decisions to decline in competitive industry in the home building sector, similarly profound consequences for the broader economy. I feel like I usually do not see this much, like, I don't want to say loading. I don't see typically papers that are trying to measure something as narrow as the effect of concentration on home building. I don't typically see comment on much broader macro issues like how it contributes to the business cycle, the general increase in markups across the U.S. economy. Here's the Sanabe guy, yeah. Now, when it comes to the cost of homes, labor is usually 20 to 25% of total cost. Materials around, okay, blah, 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 and land, and inflation is a large percent. If we want to have cheaper homes, we need to build homes cheaper. Whoa. Cut out the labor cost with labor self-sufficiency. How does that, Self-produce or bulk purchase less expensive building materials. This is economies of scale. You hate that. I thought you hated that. You don't want people to bulk purchase stuff because you don't want bulk producers of stuff. Oh, welcome to YouTube, buddy. And buy cheap land. Crazy. Plan reacting to Matt McManus versus humor. Was Matt McManus the egalitarian who debated humor? I watched that a while ago, but I don't remember the name. Matt McManus off the top of my head. Are you Democrat? I would say so, yeah.
It's being built. Right now, our housing policies are structured so that the home is less of a place to live and more of a cash flowing asset for Wall Street. So how do we get out of this mess?
The good news is it's not an unsolvable problem. We do have solutions. We just need political leaders with the will to see them through.
To keep us from entering a society of perma-renters handing our checks over to private equity landlords, we need to get Wall Street out of owning single-family homes. Another solution would be to create better loans.
Not him. He's the liberal socialist guy. I don't think I saw the post on Twitter of the Michael Humor with his slide saying why debate is bad or whatever. Was he the one talking to Michael Humor during that?
For small builders to make the market more competitive. Next, builders like D.R. Horton need to get back to just being builders, not lenders, land hoarders, and landlords.
Before the 1980s, the basic philosophy of American economic policy was we wanted...
Yeah, it's a debate.
Thank you so much.
Maybe. I'll definitely watch it off stream. Because it might seems interesting to me. I don't know for sure if I'll watch it on stream. Because I feel like I'm not going to have that much to comment on. But that was a funny Twitter meme.
Communities to be able to govern themselves. And we wanted people to own property so that they would have a stake in the society. As the industry...
He wants a rematch? Not fun. You're going to debate PPG again? I'm sure I will debate PPG again at many more points in the future. But it's been a bit since we've talked.
Became more subject to control by Wall Street investors. They put home ownership out of reach for lots of people. But the good news is we can fix it. We fixed it before, and we can do it again.
Wow. Not fun. Why did you take a week off? It wasn't like that intentional or anything. I don't know. I was just lazy, and it was. I'm still on spring break technically, but I just didn't have school or anything, so I had no reason to be awake at all during the daytime, and my sleep schedule was fucked, and I just wanted to be lazy and play video games all day instead of doing shit. I read a little bit, but I didn't do anything else productive. So much of this paper is not talking about the thing I care about. How do we actually talk about the cost of housing without talking about actually accounts for that cost? What actually? Megacorp's playing Monopoly is a side effect, not root cause. So true, buddy. I always see you on Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, I've been playing it. Okay, localist. We've had this conversation like 20 times. It's gonna be boring. But what's up, buddy? What's up? You're muted.
What's up now?
No, what's up?
What you doing? You're just reading some papers, looking at charts today?
That's what I always do.
Nice. Yeah, so, what do you think about the localist solution to the housing problem?
I feel like we've talked about it before. I think the research demonstrates that there is such a thing as economies of scale, including in the home building industry. And if you truly think that it'd just be so much more economically efficient to produce stuff in the way you want to do, then you could do it right now and outcompete all these other companies on the market. I think there's a reason people haven't done it. It's because, well, it's for two reasons. One, there are barriers to entry and regulations that make it hard to do that.
There are,
but two,
there are
large
barriers to entry, yes.
But two, just because it seems like there is such a thing as economies of scale.
Well, when you see a lot of these home developers, right? Like the amount of money they spend to build the amount of houses they do is a lot, right? It's not as low as it could be, right? Would you say that's true?
I don't know what you mean as low as it could be.
Like, let's say it costs, $300,000 per house to build a house. Well, then 100 houses would cost, 10 times that.
Well,
now if you get the price per house down to, let's say, $100,000, you want to build cheaper communities. That's basically the idea. And
but
right
now,
mean,
the consumers have different preferences, right? So it makes sense to not always. Again, I don't really know what you mean by as cheaply as possible. Businesses want to reduce costs as much as possible while still being able to sell their product, and sometimes it's going to mean creating products that are different tiers because consumers have different preferences and different budgets.
Well, the solution isn't always to buy things, right? Sometimes you got to build things. Like, it's always going to be cheaper to build a house yourself than to pay someone to build the house for you.
That's definitely not true when considering opportunity cost.
No, untrue. Because
wait, to be clear, you think that when considering opportunity cost, it's still always going to be cheaper for someone to build their own home rather than pay someone else?
Absolutely, of course.
Do you think it is cheaper for Jeff Bezos to build his own home than to pay someone else when considering opportunity cost?
No, because that's Jeff Bezos.
Okay, so for like the median American who doesn't have the skills in home building and would have to go out and learn how to do it and have to buy all the materials themselves and shit, do you think it's, when considering the opportunity cost, that it's going to be cheaper for them if it's not cheaper for Jeff Bezos?
Yeah, I think it would be a lot cheaper, actually.
In terms of
because
opportunity
it cuts
cost, how long do you think it takes to build a home?
A reason why is it cuts out usually
how long do you think it would take to build a home? Like, it takes months, right?
Especially it depends how many people are building. It depends how many. Let's say you do have the skills.
Even if you have a full team of construction people, it takes months.
It depends the house, and it depends how much you're working.
I know, obviously it depends, but typically.
I mean, if you remember Levitt and Sons, they were building houses in a day, and what they would do is they kind of had
I don't even know. I don't know if they were able to build. I don't think they would be able to build houses up to today's modern standards, the standards of modern consumers in a day. Maybe they would, but with a team of highly specialized construction, workers. I'm talking with the average person. If they and their community or whatever, or whoever else they're getting to help build their home or whatever, that's probably going to take months to do that. I mean, we added 2 rooms in an expansion to our house recently. It took months just to do that, and we obviously hired a construction company to do that. Well,
let's say it takes you and your team a month to build the house. That's still preferable than probably a decade's worth of debt. Yeah, because it
depends on your income level.
Because if you're going
cost, I think it would take more than a month
for someone making
$100,000. If you're spreading it out over 10 people though, or whatever, all those 10 people are giving up a month of income, or they're gonna have to do something they're substituting their time away from work and leisure in order to build this home. That has opportunity cost.
The idea is that it's cheaper, it's preferable to lose a month of your life than to lose 10 years of it.
Not according to people's reveals, not according to people's reveal preference.
If you paid someone else to do it, you're going to pay $80,000 for someone else to do it.
First of all, this is not according to people's revealed preference, because people don't typically do that.
Preference?
Yeah, as in what people actually do.
Yeah, I know what revealed preference means, but I still don't I understand that,
but the revealed preference is demonstrating that they don't seem to think it's worth learning how to build a home and doing it themselves, as opposed to paying other people to do it.
These aren't rational actors. These are irrational actors.
These are irrational actors. Okay.
Right now, it is easier and more simple, more standard, and you're more likely to naturally be pushed towards the path of buying a home. Of course. Right. Because who builds their own homes these days?
But I don't think it means that
it's
people
irrational
who
specifically want to build their own homes.
Yeah,
you need
I don't think that demonstrates.
And a society of skilled.
But how do you know that? How do you know the causality there? How do you know that we don't have a culture where that's not common? Because it is in fact a rational decision to not build your own home, and therefore we don't expect most people to build their own home in any capacity. How do you know the causality there?
Do you understand there have been societies including the earlier U.S., where
and they were a lot poorer because people didn't specialize. Because people didn't specialize in things, and they were subsistent farmers.
Probably 80% of people built their own homes.
Yeah, and we were a lot poorer back then, and people's lives were a lot worse.
There's, well, no, that's not why, but there are certain societal factors and certain, the ways a society is based and built, and obviously the society you're living in is going to influence your behavior.
I agree. Do you think that the economic realities of the world are also going to influence the culture and norms that society has?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The economic reality is
okay. So if the economic reality, if the economic reality is, no, you don't understand what I'm saying. If the economic reality is, like, let's just say it is in fact true that it is a rational decision and it is cheaper when considering the opportunity cost for people to specialize in building homes and for other people to specialize in other things and trade with money as an intermediary for other people to build their homes for them. Let's just say that is in fact true. You recognize how that would also influence the culture and norms of society, such that people would be quote unquote like pushed into to buying someone else's homes or whatever.
And that's
but
the thing.
So again, now I'm going to ask,
the thing is,
how do you know the causality between I'll concede to you, I think it's a mix of both. I think it's a lot more of one than the other. How do you know the causality between it is in fact true that it's cheaper considering opportunity cost to not build your own home than that causing the cultural norms versus the cultural norms causing people to not build their own home?
It is cheaper to build your own home. Is my argument is that it is cheaper to build your own home.
But the way you try to demonstrate that to me, or when I push you on that, you said with regards to revealed preferences, you said, well, revealed preferences don't tell you anything because people are like irrational because culture pushes them in such a way. What I'm saying is that point is not particularly meaningful to me because it's impossible to determine the causality there, and there's a plausible explanation that the causality there is reversed.
Well, whether whatever we say here is like, the point is that that's not going to get you to a cheaper home. Is buying, or is to outsource the labor, to outsource the materials, to outsource everything. That's never the way to cheaply produce something.
Why do profit maximizing individuals and firms do it if it's not cheaper? I don't know what you mean.
Because they're trying to sell you stuff, not fucking help you buy a house.
But their profit, shouldn't they want to do it as cheap as possible? Their profit. No, I don't think that. I think they're the opposite of charities. I think they're profit maximizing, right? I think they want to maximize their profit, and that applies trying to build homes as cheaply as possible.
Not by teaching you to build a house for yourself for cheaper, so you don't have to buy them. They want you to rely on them.
If it was, but you would think that they would find some way to match, or to get people, like what skills does like someone have or whatever, or I guess you're not going to believe in skills and specialization or anything, but whatever makes the individual more equipped to build their home cheaper than other people building their homes. Like, why can't the firm do that same tactic?
Well, we don't have the prerequisite, mass skills. We don't have a culture of people who know how to build homes, how to just set up the electricity, how to set up plumbing.
That's crazy.
We don't have people who knew that. Now, let's say we did have a society of people who knew that, then all of a sudden we wouldn't need, any of these construction companies. We would literally.
So I just want to. There's a couple of points there, but for one, I just want let's just say you recognize. So you recognize these people don't have these skills, correct? You're saying that is the issue, that people don't currently have these skills.
Yes, and we need to train people and train the kids.
Wait. So if someone were to go out and try to build their own home now, they would have to learn these skills, yes or no?
Yes.
There's an opportunity cost to learning those skills, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that for the median person making $80,000 a year, I think is like the median household income?
Definitely not the median. It's probably like 40 to 50.
The median, I think the median household income is roughly $80,000 a year. I think
in your neighborhood, yeah.
I don't know what the median.
Not in America.
I'm just going to Google Fred median household income.
It's gonna be like 40 to 50.
$83,000. That's crazy.
I don't believe that.
Okay, that's wild. I forgot you don't believe in any data, right? So like,
at least the average
assume...
is 30 to, you know, I'm sure the average is 30 to 50 or 40 to 50-ish.
Okay. You think the average is going to be lower than the median?
We need to get the cheaper home. We need the houses.
Wait, I just want you to answer that. Do you think the average is going to be lower than the median here?
No, I'm fine. Never.
You just told me though that you think the average is going to be like 30,000.
Yeah,
right, this is household income, to be clear. If you look at real median personal income, it'll be lower. I don't know how low exactly. I think it's still above 50,000, but I could be wrong.
I'm a Fred denier.
It's 45,000.
Yeah, that's what I said. 45. I literally said 40 to 50, and it was 45.
Well, that was weird.
I thought you
said this is.
I thought you were trying to trick me here.
Yeah, I'm trying to trick you. True.
So,
but even for the median person making $45,000 a year, like how big of an investment do you think it's going to be to, one, learn these skills, two, organize people to come help them build their own home, and three,
well, the incentive
all
isn't
these resources
going to build my home. You don't get anything. It's reciprocal. It's mutual aid.
I know it's reciprocal, but presumably, if you're going to build your own home, you're going to have to be you're going to be the one managing it, right?
Man, to an extent,
you're going to have to coordinate.
Really, kind of, but yes.
Not really, kinda. You
like,
if you're building your own home, I would hope that you would.
You're having a house built doesn't mean that you know how to that you know anything about construction management. You'll probably have someone else doing the construction management, but you'll be overseeing.
Wait, why? What? Isn't it cheaper to do it yourself? What do you mean?
What, to manage a construction team?
Yeah.
Well, it's just not feasible for everyone to have that skill. Because even in a construction team,
wait. Like, you forget whether it's feasible or not. If it was feasible, would it be rational? Would it be maximizing your expected value given your budget constraint to manage it yourself?
If that was possible and I could just flip the switch and snap my fingers, then yeah, of course that'd be great. If everyone could know.
Even considering the opportunity cost there of any time you spend managing, it's going to be time spent not building the home or not coordinating other activities or not time doing other work and leisure.
I mean, the whole point here is just that we need to.
You can. I don't know why you keep I keep pushing you into the corner, then you just keep saying you're repeat your dumb shit.
What? We need to teach people how to build a home. We need to teach the adults how to build a home.
That, I don't know why you keep going back to that when I I'm trying to, I kind of back you into a corner on a specific point. You go back to
because you're becoming unfocused. You're becoming unfocused. I
am incredibly focused. I don't know what you mean. I am focusing on one very narrow line at a time. There's 2 other things that you said at 10 minutes ago that I want to go back to. Right now, I'm just want to focus on.
You go on a side tangent, and I'm trying to bring it back.
It's not a side tangent. How is it a side? This is not a tangent at all. I am trying to drill down base econ. So right now, I'm asking if you think learning how to build, how big of an investment you think it is going to be for someone to learn these skills, coordinate and manage to some extent the people building their home with them, and have all the capital up front to buy all the materials in order to build the home. How big of an investment do you think that's going to be? How long do you think it's going to take, and how much work do you think it's going to take away from them?
You can teach people to build houses. It's not that hard to do.
So that's not what do you recognize that didn't answer? Hold on. What was my question? Can you repeat the question I asked?
I don't remember your question now.
Okay.
But
so
answer it.
Roughly, how long do you think it's going to take, and how big of an investment do you think it's going to be for people to be able to buy all the materials for their home, to be able to coordinate all the people coming to the construction site and fucking working on their home?
Not everyone would do that. That's that's just not even a part of the question.
True. Okay. I understand you can outsource to some extent hiring a construction manager.
You don't even buy a construction manager. You just have it as a part of the community. That's just part of the team. That's just
I didn't consider that.
The idea is that you are a part of an organization, a local organization.
What I'm saying is you are in charge. It implies that you have some responsibility for the organization. You have to do some coordination for the organization, correct?
Yeah, sure. Like whatever.
Okay,
like
so I'm asking, considering you have to provide the capital to get these materials up front, number one, considering you have to put in some amount of work just coordinating the thing, that's number two, and three, you have to actually build it, or at least demand other people build it. Roughly how long and like how much money and how much time are you going to take away from work and leisure in order for like the median person to do this?
Well, there's a lot of different things you just said. That like you said, how long?
I asked one question, considering these three components.
How long those things individually? It takes
all three together. All three together. I'm asking you, like, for the median person in America, like right now, how much time and money do you think it would take them to build a home that the average consumer would be happy with?
Let's say it takes out of your week a couple days.
Okay.
Maybe your weekend.
Do you think that is going to maybe be hard to have a job when you have to devote a couple days a week to building your home and managing it? And you have to...
Well, now I'm fine.
I don't know where you're getting the capital to buy the raw materials either.
The end result we're going for is a society where you have to rely.
Wait, I'm not the end result. You want people to do that. You want people to do this now, correct? Before we get to that end result society.
The goal here is to train everybody.
Yes or no? Do you think people should be doing this? Do you think it is irrational for people not to do this now? Because that seems to be what you were saying earlier.
To join a labor organization,
to build their own home,
get trained.
To build for the median or average person to build their own home. You want that to happen now, and you think it's irrational that many people don't do it, correct?
I don't think I want to happen now because you need to train people first, right? You need to train people for like step one. Then step two is.
That's what I'm saying. Is step one though. That's what I'm trying to get that across to you. This is part of the. You want people to learn, correct? So that they can do it.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so let's, instead of dividing these into two actions, step one learning and action one learning and action two doing it, let's combine them into one action. Okay, this is one action that someone is doing, which is, I'm asking you, you want people to do these two steps, learn how to do it, and then do it right now, and you think it's irrational that many people don't do it, correct?
I wouldn't say it's irrational.
That's what you were saying earlier when I was talking about people's revealed preferences. So do you now concede that people's revealed preferences with regards to not building their own home is not necessarily because people are irrational?
It's not that they're irrational, but they are making an irrational decision.
Okay.
In that instance. And this is it's not that they're
in this instance, I'm referring to people today, the revealed preference is to not build their own home, correct?
Ish, yeah.
Is that a irrational decision for the median person or average person?
I wouldn't know. I would say no.
No. Okay. So the revealed preference of the median or average person to not build their own home is not irrational. You agree with that now, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, because you didn't agree with that earlier.
I don't agree with people going to college, but would I say that someone who's going to college is making an irrational decision? No, they're making a rational decision. They're making a rational choice based on their options.
Do you not remember when I said?
I don't agree with the option.
When I said earlier, at the very beginning of this, that people's revealed preferences is to not do this. You said, well, that's an irrational decision, or they are irrational because the culture is pushing them in this direction. Yada yada yada. Do you remember that?
I find you're very combative. I think you need to have more of a discussion than trying to win.
You're going to answer my question.
I think you need to stop trying to win points here.
True.
Yeah. The bottom line is that it is always going to be cheaper to build your own home than to pay someone.
Do you think that's responsive to anything I said?
No.
Okay. At least you recognize that. Do you recognize why, it's frustrating when, we've had this conversation several times and you just still have a basic inability to, grasp opportunity cost?
I grasp opportunity cost.
I don't think you do.
I think the opportunity cost of not building your own home is far greater than the opportunity cost of building your own home.
Wow. So do you understand? Like, I'm not trying to. I just want to you to recognize. I'm not like really trying to score points or whatever. Like, I think in the debate generally. Can I finish what I'm saying? Like, people try to, rhetoric max or whatever. I want my rhetoric to be good. I usually don't think my rhetoric is like that great. I think I'm not particularly good at communicating to people, but I want my rhetoric to be good. I do try to make my rhetoric good, but like, I'm not like trying to score points. I'm like trying to get you to recognize like very trivial points. And because you don't recognize them, I have to like drill down into like very specific things in order for you to like concede like very basic concepts.
No, I always account for these things. I understand these things. But what I was going to ask you, though, is would you say that, let's say that you, non-fun, are a skilled construction laborer and you're part of a local group of skilled construction laborers who will build each other's houses for them. Would you, as a member of this organization, rather build your home through this organization that you're a part of, or pay somebody else to do it? Some random company. Joe Schmo, fucking home developer.
I mean, it depends, but I imagine I would still hire someone else to do it. It's just that I would probably play a bigger role in doing it.
I think that
there are reasons firms exist outside of like just the fact that they coordinate like skilled people being in the same room or whatever.
Well,
when considering opportunity cost,
because I think that was a bad framing because I asked
you get paid. I don't know.
Which thing? Well, I think that the option A would be a lot cheaper.
When considering opportunity cost, or when just looking at dollars.
Consider whatever factors.
I would think that typically it's going to be cheaper for you to hire someone else, and my evidence for that would be, it seems like, to my knowledge, most construction workers do not build their own homes. They hire other people to do it, or I mean
that's because they're not part of the
very rarely people directly hire construction companies to do it. They buy a home that someone else has hired a construction company to work with.
Well, the idea is that those homes are too expensive, and then also like the other point here is that if enough people learn to build, then all of a sudden it costs less, to pay people to build because they can't. Well, because they can't command such a high price.
Do you think that there's an opportunity cost to a lot of people learning how to build?
No. If you're going to school anyway, and if you're going to require that service anyway, then no.
What do you mean require that service anyway?
Well, because you're going to require a home. You're always going to require building, whether it's built in the past.
Just because something is a need or whatever does not mean that there's an opportunity cost or not an opportunity cost to people not knowing how to do it. Like, I think there's an opportunity cost to everyone knowing how to be farmers, but food is obviously a need.
Well, I think there's greater, there's a greater problem with people not knowing how to do these things than there would be a problem with people knowing how to do these things.
Whenever you do this, you appeal to something way outside of economics, right? You're no longer making an economic argument about rationalization and opportunity cost. The argument that you're going to make now is that there's some moral issue with regards to power and production being centralized, and it's not anything to do with economics.
I don't even know if there always has to be a specific economic argument. There
doesn't have to be, but the issue is, if you're not making an economic argument on some of these things, like what we would have to consider there is, you'd have to consider like deeper, more foundational issues, but you'd have to consider, is the cost of giving up whatever economic benefits there exist from specialization and such worth living in this localist utopia where everything is done locally? But you seem to be unwilling to bite the bullet about this economic stuff on the basis that you don't think there's a big economic cost. You think that it would be potentially better economically.
And you want to know why it's even better? Because, You know, because you seem to have such a problem with people building homes. Like you have a problem with that. Well, let's cut the people out out of the equation. Robots build the homes because that's the inevitable. So, instead of having, this local team, you have locally owned robots that build the homes. So now, because the idea
I hope
here,
robots. I hope robots build homes, but I'm pretty sure Claude understands economies of scale. Okay, I'm pretty sure Claude will not be making them locally.
The whole idea here was that what does it cost to build a home? Well, around 25% is materials, 25% land, 25% inflation now, pretty much.
True.
And we are trying to minimize every factor to, at zero, as close to zero as possible. Well, what's cheaper? Having fucking Tesla Optimus build your home or paying a construction team? I mean, at this point, there is no argument. Tesla Optimus wins.
Mm-hmm.
Or home 3D printer machine wins every time. So that cuts out, when you have a community-owned Optimus or community home 3D printer, then all of a sudden, there's no need for construction companies. You can cut out that entire part of the equation. If you already have land that's already owned, well then cuts out land out of the equation. Then all the cost is down to is materials, and there's no inflation left. All the cost is down to materials. So then you ask, how can you get the materials as cheap as possible? Hempcrete. You can grow material.
Claude will grant you management to be local.
And Optimus will literally run the hempcrete production factory. See, you have Optimus build the materials which are grown from the land.
You're not saying anything real at this point. I don't care. Do you have any?
No, this is real.
Yep.
This is the future now. Fine, is you cut down all the costs to zero. You say Optimus builds the house, it produces the material, and we get cheap land.
And you think
then all of a sudden what is the house?
These AGI models still be running all locally?
Sure. I mean,
do you think that there are probably gains from scales and?
Do you know what that means?
Do you think that there are probably gains from scales and?
Wait, do you mean the software running locally, like on the actual thing, or like what do you mean by running locally?
I mean, what is going to be managing these robots?
Like the like whatever manages robots already. Like when you have a factory right now, that's fully automated. I guess whatever manages the robot, like the robot manager person, or whether that's going to be a person or a robot itself will be to be determined.
The thing I'm assuming when we're, imagining the 50 years in the future at minimum, probably where we have a bunch of automated robots building homes, is probably not a person managing them, or probably they'd have to run, if it was a physical robot, there's always going to be like some software managing stuff locally. But typically I think that implies there's some type of AGI that is able to manage this for us, and that's all. There are gains to scale and computing as well. There's a reason companies try to build really big data centers and not a bunch of really small data centers, right? But also production of robots obviously would be centralized to some extent. There's economies of scale from that as well.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with centralized production. It's just when you can produce locally,
you definitely think there's something wrong with centralized production. I don't know what you mean, but okay.
No, there's a problem with unnecessary or
unnecessary. Okay, good to know.
Because there is no Tesla Optimus local Tesla Optimus producer, so that's not feasible. If you want things as local as feasible and as local as possible.
What is feasible and possible mean as context? It's possible for us to all be subsistence farmers, but we'd be a much poorer and worse society if we were all subsistence farmers.
But that's not the point. No, because that's not even the point. The whole
Wait, hold on. I just want you to. Do you agree that it's possible for us to go back to subsistence farming, where each person produces enough food for basically only themselves?
No, that's not the ideal. What the ideal is that
I'm not asking what the ideal. That's possible, correct? That's possible.
Oh yeah. Well, no, that's not possible.
It's not possible for us to be subsistence farmers
for everybody. No, not for everybody. No, not for. Well, who's for
I recognize people in wheelchairs cannot be subsistence farmers.
People in cities cannot. People in cities can't farm.
They can move out of cities. Their location is not fixed.
It depends how much land and how many people we have. We might be able to make it work.
I'm fairly certain. I guess I don't know 100%. I'm fairly certain that there's enough land for everyone to be a subsistence farmer. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Every
but
township has an indoor farm run by Tesla.
Wait. But hold on. But just that
and
point.
An outdoor farm.
Wait, hold on, local. It's just that point. Just to be clear, why does everyone growing their food individually take more land than centralized farmers producing all their food? Is it maybe because centralized farmers are more efficient?
No, because it's more distributed.
Okay. Why does that take more? Like
takes more land.
Our crops. Like why?
The production's more distributed.
But couldn't you recognize we have farms now that are feeding like millions upon millions of people from this one farm or whatever? Why necessarily?
And you don't even like those.
Do you think that like these farms, these centralized farms or whatever, like it's possible for everyone to like manage their own farm as productively as these mega farms that feed millions of people? The only difference there is the distribution of how far apart the farms are.
That's not what.
Do you think that there'd be no difference in efficiency with regards to everyone growing their own food individually versus more centralized farming? That the only difference there would be how far apart farms are spaced.
You want it centralized, but to what extent?
Okay,
right?
I don't think that answered my question at all.
I'm answering your question. I don't know why you're cutting me off here, but
because what you said just did not answer my question at all.
It did, but you want things to be not at the individual level, but at the local level. So you guys, the problem with the individual level is that
I don't think you're
obviously you saw the problem.
You got lost in the conversation, buddy. Okay, so we were talking about centralization of some shit. I don't remember where, if it was home buying or farming or how we got on this point exactly, but we were talking about centralization of stuff, and you said we should centralize stuff insofar as we were talking about the fucking robots for the home builders. And you said we should centralize or decentralize stuff as much as possible and feasible. And I said those are really vague terms. It is possible for us to all be subsistence farmers. So you're going to have to define what, but we'd be a much worse society if we were all subsistence farmers. So you're going to have to define what like possible and feasible means here, because
it's better for every town to have its own farm than for every person to have their own farm.
Okay.
But it is not better for one country or for the entire U.S. to have one farm. Of course, it's better for every town to have one farm.
So just to finish the thing there, you got just lost in a conversation because I was trying to drill down on a specific point again, and then you just appealed to your whatever, like much broader take or whatever, because I don't think you can track the conversation exactly. So I'm just saying, you recognize that there are things that are possible and feasible. Well, there are 2 points. One, there are things that are possible and feasible that you do not want to happen with regards to decentralization, correct?
Yes, it's just like a general.
Okay, great, sure.
Guiding, it's a guiding
principle. All right.
Not like a rigid rule.
Okay. And how are we doing the cost-benefit analysis there? What are we weighing on these different sides with regards to how centralized something should be versus how decentralized something should be?
It depends on the thing.
I just want like a general principle there, but like just take.
It's too general.
It's too general. Okay, just take. It depends. Do it for food. What are we weighing on both sides of that? And do it for, what's something that's not, like do it for computer parts.
So, what's the full question?
What are we weighing on both sides of the equation? The costs and benefits with regards to deciding how centralized or decentralized something should be. And you said that's too general, so do it for, I want the answer for food, something that's a necessity, and versus computer parts, something that's not a necessity in the same way.
It's always about resilience, right? Because you ask, like, why would you not want China to make all of the computer parts for the entire world? Well, because that's a national security threat to the U.S. And then, the U.S. should be able to produce its own things, because in theory, China could cut you off and then we would be fucked. There's all sorts of...
I recognize that can be a benefit, that you think that if every local community has their own food, they're more resilient or whatever. So what do we think the cost and the other side are?
Because let's say that your grocery shelves run dry in, let's say, 100-mile radius.
Okay, so it's not relevant right now. I'm granting you all this stuff right now. I don't care. What I'm asking is what is it? That's it, benefits, and you've raised that benefit before. I understand. I think to some extent it's a real benefit. I think you're... I have issues with it, but we'll get into that later. I'm just asking what's the cost on the other side of this stuff?
The cost of centralization is reliance, and I think
what is the cost of decentralization? I'm saying, what are the costs and benefits that you're weighing here with regards to deciding? Food shouldn't be each individual because presumably they are the costs outweigh the benefits, but it should be on the local level because the benefits outweigh the costs. I'm asking, what are we weighing?
Let's say that China can produce a chart or a part for even double, or not double, for half the price, and it would cost America double to make the same computer part. It's still better for America to make this computer part.
Do you think that answered my question?
Of course.
How? What was my question?
You gotta repeat it. I'm not a question remember.
Yeah, great. Okay, so how do you think you answered my question if you don't remember what my question was?
Your question was what is the cost?
Partly.
And the benefit.
And all you said. So what was the answer to that?
That Sorry, my bad. I'm brain fart.
You said even if it was more expensive for America, double the cost for America to produce it, it'd still be beneficial. Do you think that answered my question? That doesn't answer my question because you're just saying it'd be beneficial. I'm asking, what are you weighing to make the calculation that it is beneficial? You can repeat that it is beneficial under your view. I'm asking what under your view are the things that you're considering there to view it as a benefit?
Well, it's self-explanatory. I explained it in the answer.
It's not self-explanatory because I don't know what you're doing here. I don't know why you want food to be on the local level as opposed to the individual level.
The whole point there was that what was I gonna say?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm brain farting again because you keep distracting me now. And I'm gonna say something, then you keep saying something.
Because you're not answering my question. You're not following the conversation.
Wait, what did I say? Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Okay, I'm good, buddy. We can.
Sorry.
Okay,
so,
I don't care anymore, dog.
This is important stuff.
True. Say whatever your last words are, buddy.
This is my last words.
Mm-hmm.
It will sometimes be like the con to self-production is that it can be more expensive, and that it's pretty much the only con, really. Is that sometimes it can be more expensive.
Well, I appreciate it, buddy. What a
fun
combo can been a bit.
Huh?
I said, what a fun combo it's been a bit.
Fun. You need to join the localist party. You need to become a weapon.
Yeah, you made very convincing arguments. It was so great. Okay.
Well, because I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to explain things. I'm trying to talk. I'm not trying to, win points, score points, dunk on people, go.
True.
Oh, let's do a fucking dialogue tree where I have 10 pre-scripted answers. And I'm gonna,
that's what I had.
I'm gonna guide you down this little tree. I don't know. That's just not how I communicate.
Do you think that's what I was doing? Really?
Yes, because you're forcing narrow answers to you're forcing simple narrow answers to these loaded leading questions, and then when I answer them,
tree.
the actual
I don't
way you guide me
what a
down the
dialogue tree means. The reason, so there's two reasons this is happening. One, well, actually three reasons. One is we've had this conversation so many times that I know the points you're gonna make already. There's no need for a dialogue tree. We've ran through the same thing like 3 different times. Two,
I know the points
you have an inability to track the conversation properly, so that is why I have to drill down on very narrow specific points, is because you never answered my question properly. You constantly appeal to broader things when I'm trying to drill down on a narrow thing. Like, that is, I forgot the third thing, but those are two of the reasons why this happens. Okay, and well, last words, buddy. Well, I'll see you later.
Join the localist party. It's time to win, time to take America back, time to secede.
True. Okay, see you later. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, whatever.
Incredible. You know, been a bit since localist stopped by, okay. Talking was your problem though, bro. This is indeed true. Welcome back, Bonnie Beans. I saw a Quantum Entanglement was asking who this was. It might have been someone else. He was one of the early non-fun viewers. He comes around less often these days, but he's just a old he's an OG non-fun viewer, and you heard some of his views right there, so you know.
Strike to claim it, a strike to claim it, and he got it!
Incredible. I'm gonna copy strike for this. Wow. What even the fuck? What is that? Is this AI generated? It has to be. This is AI generated, right? Because it's not a real. What? It's got. First of all, I ain't never seen a plane shaped like this. Second of all, I don't think many planes have this configuration of engines. And it definitely looks like it's I don't think any human really animates like that. This is all like AI blurry shit. At least that's what it looks like to me. I don't know. Wow. Thank you, Donald Trump. The auto makes it better. I mean, it's Freebird. I can't. I'm worried I'm gonna copy strike if I play it. Who made Freebird? Are they gonna get mad at Trump? They're like long list of bands and singers who got mad at Trump for playing their shit. I think Queen got mad at them for playing "We Will Rock You" once. I think I know Sabrina Carpenter did recently. I think like U2 did as well. I mean, I don't recognize them. What do you think implementing federal 3 strikes laws with accumulating credits for good behavior? I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on that. And vastly improving conditions of jail. I think that we should improve the conditions of jails. I think the jails in the U.S. are kind of just pretty fucked up when it comes to like conditions we keep people in. And my understanding is that we are probably too lenient on repeat offenders. I don't know exactly how that differs between federal and state governments, because part of the issue is state governments can be too lenient on, and local governments too, on state on like repeat offenders. So I don't know how strict the federal government is on that, but my understanding is we are probably too lenient on them. But I also do think our prisons are just kind of fucked and very, very mean, very not nice, very bad, very cringe, in my opinion. You guys see that? I saw this video on Twitter. Don't know if this is recent or not. Some prisoner, I'm laughing, but it's fucked up, like attending a court hearing over Zoom, and he's like in his prison cell, and it's like every other prisoners that like just bust into his cell and start beating the shit out of him, like while he's in front of the fucking judge, and they're just like, oh no, Where the guards at? Incredible. Criminal justice is state and local law fund, not federal jurisdiction. Believe it or not, there are people prosecuted for federal crimes who get put in federal prison. And to some extent, they I don't know the exact rules. I assume there's a bunch of court cases about it, but the federal government can make some rules with regards to criminals and such that apply to all states. Like, I think, like, fairly certain, I understand under localists under your view, they probably couldn't, but fairly certain the federal government like could ban the death penalty if they wanted to, even for states. But I could be wrong on that. Okay, I can fucking look what it is later or whatever, but metropolitan statistical area. Prices are expected to have high correlations with relevant markets. We collect median house price data at the zip code, place, county, and MSA level from the Census Bureau. Zip code level prices correlate. Correlation is the highest within place. The place level median price explains 65% of the variation in zip code level median price, whereas the county level median price explains only 50% of the variation, and MSA level median price only explains 27% of the variation. Finally, for all our empirical results, we perform robustness tests that include competitive intensity in rings of nearest neighbor adjacent zip codes. Oh, what? Competitive intensity in ring? I don't know what this means. Nearest neighbor adjacent zip codes as additional regressors to test the market cases outside our defined market. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Outside of defined market area are affecting right outcomes. Additional test defined markets using household characteristics, blah, 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 blah. I wonder. There's this paper. I don't think this will exactly fall into this trap, I'll say, about a bunch of antitrust economists complaining about the new like FCC rules back in 2020 or 2022. It might seem natural to determine whether prices and HAI are possibly related for a given set of products comparing across different geographic markets or time periods. This might be implemented, for example, by using a simple regression of price on the HAI. However, for reasons that we elaborate on below, regressions of price on the HAI should HHI. Oh my god, I keep saying HAI. That's the fucking YouTube channel. I fucked up my highlight. Should not be interpreted as establishing causation. That is, they do not inform us how a change in concentration from a merger would affect prices. Courts and other policymakers, therefore, should not rely on regressions of the price on HHI for the purposes of antitrust merger review. There are many reasons why HHI can vary across markets or time periods. Whether the HHI is positively or negatively correlated with price depends on what gives rise to the variation across markets and periods. As we develop, if a small firm reduces its cost, then both its price and HHI in a market may decrease, creating a positive correlation between price and the HHI. But if instead a large firm reduces the cost, then its price may decrease, yet the HHI in its market may increase, creating a negative correlation. Yet whether a large firm or a small firm benefit from a cost reduction has little bearing on the competitive effects of a merger. But I think I don't think they would quite fall victim to that. Quantifying market competition to understand how firms respond to market power and the market power of their competitors. We use data from Metro Study monitors residential development and property transactions to identify the firms building and selling individual housing units at a fine level of spatial disaggregation. This dataset provides information on the attributes of new units, including their size and price, as well as information on firms' characteristics, including the overall scale of their production. Although this dataset is widely used in private industry, to the best of our knowledge, this is its first use in the academic literature. Our sample consists of places in metropolitan areas and blah, 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 blah. We exclude places with less than 25,000 residents, 137 local housing markets, 2005 to 2016. I don't know if my last message is sending or not. I see them all in chats, but not normal. Yeah, the YouTube is stupid. The number of housing units produced fell 66% from 2006 to 2011 and remained low even as the economy recovered. In fact, the number of units declined further 20% from 2011 to 2016. We measure competitive intensity by the minimum number of firms building 90% of new housing in a given market year. This measure excludes small firms building a small number of highly customized luxury housing units and therefore effectively captures the number of active market participants. Okay, figures 1 and 4 show this measure for markets in our sample. Instrumenting for concentration. It's possible the instrumental variable can get around the issues mentioned here. In equation 1, it's possible that competition is endogenous to market outcomes. Yeah, so that is that. I don't know how to read this. This endogeneity could. I'm assuming this is their coefficient for. Never mind. This endogeneity could arise from local shocks that simultaneously impact concentration and housing market outcomes. For example, the change to permit approval policy could affect both the number of active firms and the number of units produced. We constructed an instrumental variable to address this concern. It's actually broken. I tried sending it like 5 times. If you're sending the same message, it'll... the reason YouTube typically won't send it properly is because there's some word that YouTube considers inappropriate in there for some reason. So you might have to try, if there's anything a little spicy, to change it a bit. Specifically, we constructed an instrument for the predicted behavior of national firms. We forecasted the construction activity of a national firm J in market M using the activity of that firm J in all of the in markets other than M. This instrument relies on the wide distribution of national firms' residential construction activity across the United States. National firms' production decisions are particularly influenced by the changes to national environment, factors that are exogenous to local market conditions, as described in Section 2. This strategy is analogous to the shift share instrument produced to the economic literature by all these people. So, are they going to do the meme? Are they going to pull the Arthur Dorn Hansen and do the naive scaling? Because I think this is a fine instrumental variable then. I'm not a econometrics guy. Don't trust anything I say. I'm wrong about everything. Okay, I'm dumb and I'm stupid. What are you saying, localist? Only 4 federal crimes in the Constitution actually allow for treason, piracy, felony. Wow. Exists, but things like federal drug charges exist, but are unconstitutional for everyone in prison for them as a political prisoner. So true, buddy. Incredible. I'm familiar with reviews there. Okay, so tell me to find instrumental variable. Okay, again, I'm wrong about everything. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't trust me. Okay, that's Claude. Claude is smarter than me. It would avoid the issues here of doing the simple regression between concentration and prices, when plausibly a lot of factors that can explain both at the same time. There's endogeneity in that. That's the only instrumental variable to try to get rid of that. But now what it's doing, if we're doing the shift share design here, my knowledge is there's no way to get a aggregate number from that, which they posted in their abstract, without having a more complex general equilibrium model, which I don't know if they're gonna create. Should probably fix that. I've tried. I literally don't know what it is. I think I have to imagine it's not a setting I can change, but like it's got to be YouTube thinking I'm a fucking kid, even though I've given them my ID, or like doing something that's somewhat hidden, and they're there's nothing on my end I can fix it. I have moderation turned off. It's just straight up off, and I don't have any bots in YouTube chat added as moderators. So it can't be just the regular YouTube moderation. I have that off. You know, someone could send porn into the stream chat thing, and you would show on stream and get banned. It's too small to really. I don't think it would matter, but. Fuck it, I'm gonna say it. Oh no. What's up, Metro? Welcome back. Okay, but I think they are literally gonna do just the... We're gonna do the Arthur Dorn Hansen meme. Since your instrument uses a measure of the average growth and activity of national firms... wait, no, I didn't read that. Market M, the instrument is increasing in the activity, but the instrument is increasing in the activity of the corresponding national firm. As the activity grows, market shares in the focal market are expected to grow. Accordingly, one would expect a negative correlation between the instrument, comp subscript MT. Indeed, the unconditional correlation between the instrument and MT is comp subscript MT. I don't know how to abbreviate this, but I read it out loud, is negative and statistically significant. When reporting results in section 4.1, we include the first stage F statistic throughout. Because our regression specification includes only one endogenous regressor, this is equivalent to the Craig-Donald statistic described in Craig-Donald 993 in every regression reported in this study. We reject the possibility of a weak instrument according to the test described in Stock and Yogo 2005. We also report the p-value to coefficient. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Be able to see you in a second, localist. The national firms whose activity we use to generate the instrument are present and highly active across the markets in our sample. Figure 5 shows a cumulative distribution. Okay, yeah. As shown, national firms produce housing in 74% of market year pairs in a sample to account for at least 10% of production, and therefore impact the number of firms accounting for 90% of production. And 64% of the market year pairs and account for the majority of construction of 40% of market pairs. The rationale for this instrument is similar to that followed by the instrument for competitive intensity. Okay, yeah. You've convinced me. Okay, the instrument is fine. How do we get to the 106 billion number though? Ellen is my hero. My mom just got a bill for 15K while having insurance. Oh, Luigi Mangione for having insurance. For having like 3 tests done while having insurance. Well, I mean, like, I can understand why it's frustrating, but I don't think any individual like healthcare company or whatever is to blame for that. And also, that sounds like a lot, but depending on what plan you have, that wouldn't be like a crazy. Like if your deductible is relatively high, like it wouldn't be that great. I don't have my own health insurance or anything. Okay, but a 15K deductible would not be that crazy, right? So if it's the beginning of the year, average health insurance deductible. Oh wait, I think this is way smaller than I thought. Never mind. I thought a 15K deductible would be more reasonable. Like I thought it'd be on the higher end, but never mind. I'm wrong. I condemn violence, Twitch. Okay, yeah, blah, 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 blah. You're regressing the instrument, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so you get your shit. Okay, measuring concentration costs. We use data from this and others to account for differences in the costing construction across markets. Blah, blah, blah. Don't care. There's a discussion. Wait, how do they get to the aggregate number? Use 3 digit zip codes to the markets in our sample, multiply the market index by the year to obtain a value for each market year pair. Oh wait, they might actually present empirical results and demonstrate the impact of market concentration in a home building on housing market outcomes. Then we conduct a counterfactual exercise to quantify the impact of these changes on the scale of the macroeconomy. Listen, they impressed me before, okay? So we measure the effect of concentration by estimating regression models up to form specified by equation 1. They will actually give it to the model. The measure of concentration is the logarithm of the number of firms accounting for 90% of production. Throughout, all outcome variables are expressed in logarithms. Accordingly, the coefficient on competitive intensity represents estimated elasticity. We show LLS estimates as well as okay, yeah. Dependent variables are the volume. Okay. In the IV specifications, the volume of housing is positively, although not significantly, associated with nearby jobs. Our estimate suggests that the average in the market for a decline in 6 firms producing 90% to 5 firms producing 90% of housing. So also equal lead to a 50% reduction in value of housing produced. So how are we getting to the 106 billion number? Holy shit. Larger developers could also have advantages in navigating complicated suburban local regulatory requirements. Both could explain the downward bias in OLS, therefore by removing correlation driven by larger developers and projects joining the suburbs. There's new constructions from the OLS estimates here, and our IV results indicate much larger. Okay. She's one of the ones that's screwed over by the ACA subsidy expiration. Oh, sure. Now she's on a shitty employer plan. Damn. Has your mother considered not being a evil leech? Am I right? I'm joking. I like the ACA still. Maybe I'll be convinced one day. Easy Money seems convinced on convincing me. Random markers by pre-period population does not appreciably alter the results. Okay, I'll fucking look more into it later. I don't know how they're getting this aggregate number. Because if they're just doing the shift share or difference in difference, that's not going to get you an aggregate number for the whole economy. That's just going to get you the relative difference between their metropolitan statistical areas or whatever. And you can't just, like the thing that Arthur Dorn Hansen does, right, is just multiply that number by the average change in import penetration. I don't know if they are just if they're doing the same, making the same mistake by just multiplying their estimate by the like national change in housing concentration. But I think they are. Because I don't know how I'll say. It seems like that's what they're doing. Hold on. Okay, I believe that's what they're doing. I'm not. I'll look more into it later, but I'm not. Don't take my word on it. I will grant. I will. You know, I was at least surprised. Well, actually, I was surprised by two things. One, more freaking union inside a paper. Okay, and it wasn't a total slot paper. It wasn't a total slot paper. Okay, I'm surprised they even decided on fucking paper. Usually they don't do that shit. And number two, they got around the endogeneity issues with regards to just doing a basic regression on price versus concentration by having an instrumental variable. And seems like they tested the instrumental variable fairly well. Okay, so I'm not sure that aggregate number is particularly meaningful because, like I said, I think they're doing the naive scale up, but other than that, it seems like a fine paper. Congrats to Morphic Union. Okay, they stumbled into that one. Okay, but this is what Alex Tauberg had to say in it. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act appears likely to pass the Senate. The bill contains some genuinely good ideas alongside some very popular but bonkers ideas. Let's start with the good ideas. The bill will streamline NEPA review for federally supported housing, primarily by expanding categorical exclusions. Federal environmental review does impose real costs and delays in housing construction, so reducing unnecessary review is a step in the right direction. The gains will probably be modest. Most housing regulation occurs at the state and local level, but removing friction is good. Whoa. I feel like I've seen this. I don't know though. Bill would also deregulate manufactured housing by eliminating the permanent chases requirement and creating a uniform national construction and safety standard. The United States once built far more factory-produced housing in the early 1970s. By some accounts, a majority of new homes were factory-built, mobile, or modular. Long-run productivity growth in housing almost certainly requires a greater use of factory construction. You know, we're going to get the localist world before we know it. Land use regulation remains the dominant constraint on supply, but enabling scalable manufacturing is still welcome. Another interesting provision involves community development block grants. I've read a little bit about these. The bill allows, or I've heard about them before. I don't think I've read that much about them. The bill allows CDBG funds to be used for building new housing rather than being largely restricted to rehabilitation of existing housing. More federal spending is not automatically appealing, but the bill adds an unusual incentive mechanism. The bill creates a tournament for CDBG allocations. Localities that exceed the median housing growth improvement rate among eligible CDBG recipients receive bonus funding. Those below the median face a 10% reduction. The key feature is that the penalties fund the bonuses, so the system reallocates money rather than expanding spending. Ooh, that's cool. This is a clever design. It creates competition among localities and benchmarks them against peers rather than a fixed national target. In effect, the program rewards improvement rather than absolute performance, a classic tournament structure. Okay, now for the popular but bonker ideas. Section 901, homes are for people, not corporations. Restricts the purchase of new single-family homes by large institutional investors. Elizabeth Warren is a sponsor to the bill, but this section was driven almost entirely by President Trump. Trump passed an executive order stopping Wall Street from competing with Main Street home buyers. That cuts off institutional home investors from FHA insurance, VA guarantees, USDA backing, Fannie/Freddie securitization, and so forth. The bill goes further by imposing a 7-year mandatory divestiture rule, forcing institutional investors to convert rental homes to owner-occupied units after 7 years. No one objects to institutional investors owning apartment buildings, but when the same investor owns single-family homes, it breaks people's brains. Consider how strange the logic sounds if applied elsewhere. A growing share of apartments, often concentrated in certain communities, have been purchased by large Wall Street investors, crowding out families seeking to buy condominiums. Apartments are fine, hotels are fine, but somehow a corporation owning a single-family home is un-American. I agree with the overall point and some of the logic here, but obviously, this reminded me, by the way. Someone I want to talk about housing, but obviously, there's a culture around being able to buy your own home in America that is part of the American dream or whatever, and it's also just, you know, a store of wealth in a way that a hotel and apartment aren't. So, you know. In fact, the US could do more with more rental housing of all kinds. Why take the risk of owning when you can rent? Rental housing improves worker mobility. I need this. When foreclosures surged after 2008 and traditional buyers disappeared, institutional investors stepped in and absorbed depressed supply, helping stabilize markets. Who plays that role next time? I need this. I'm a hyperlink fiend, bro. Institutional investors only own a tiny number of homes, so even if they were a good idea, it wouldn't be effective. But it's not a good idea. It's just rage bait, driven by Warren Trump / anti-corporate rhetoric. What does homes are for people, not corporations even mean? This is a slogan for the idiocracy era. Food is for people, not for corporations. So should we Purdue Farms and McDonald's? Don't tempt Elizabeth Warren, okay? New bill incoming. Speaking of super long bills with some bullshit 800 pages in, okay. Alright, well, it's a section 901. I don't know if that, how deep in the bill that is or how long the bill is exactly. Just real quick, you know, I'm not gonna convince any of you guys to be vegan. All right, I know, I don't care. Okay, I don't care. All right, you don't need to be vegan. Okay, I'm not trying to convince you here, but you know, in the farm bill that we pass every year, it should be illegal to own food if you make more than 6 figures. This is true. This is true. Man, you should have. You know, I want to see the Charles TV localist party debate. Okay, that'd be interesting. Just so you know, farm bill we pass every year in America because we have to give infinite money to the farmers. Apparently, okay. There's a provision in it, fucking 800 pages in, that says, oh, the state level laws that regulate certain animal welfare things, like for example, the one that they're like doing it for generalizes, but the one that they're targeting specifically is the California law about pigs have to have enough room to like turn around in their crates. You can't keep them in a gestation crate where they can only stand up and sit down for their whole fucking life. It's not technically their whole life, it's only the majority, okay, of their productive life. They're trying to ban that. There was a law that was upheld in 2023 by the Supreme Court, so now Congress has to step in and apparently try to ban that, because how dare we marginally increase the price of pork to make sure pigs aren't infinitely tortured. I have a cartoonishly evil policy to oppose. I know. I don't think you have to be vegan to recognize this. Okay, I know I go on my rants. Okay, I know I do my thing, but just like obviously, it's very bad to just keep millions of pigs in like truly horrible conditions. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming everyone has heard these memes before, but like, pigs are in many ways like more intelligent than dogs, right? Like they are clearly pretty sentient creatures. They quite evidently have the ability to suffer, right? It's very bad to keep them in these conditions. A lot of them get like injured and sick in these conditions. I mean, we stuff them so full of antibiotics, okay, so they don't get so they don't get too sick, but not good conditions to be in. Very bad, very evil. I've emailed my 2 senators and representatives. I doubt they'll care, but I've emailed them. I encourage you to do the same thing. It's very stupid. It's like also, it's like crazy unpopular. It's not that like I think you should make arguments like based on popularity with regards to like what good policy is or anything. Okay, listen, I hate when the Trump supporters do it. All right, you know, or sometimes lefties do it, but like, there's a reason they're attaching this to the annual farm bill and not passing it as its own thing. It's because it's like almost everyone opposes it. There's a zero sensible way to think it's wrong to torture dogs for fun and also think this is permissible. It's true. It's true. It's true. So, go email your people. Save our bacon act is unconstitutional, so is the farm bill. Thank you, localist. I could not have possibly predicted that that would be your view. Yeah, evil. Email your people. Post a pink square on Instagram. Dude, I'm gonna start that. Okay, I'm posting a pink square on Instagram. Hashtag Pig Lives Matter. Okay, hell fucking yeah. I'm starting that. How big can we make it, guys? How big can we make it? Okay, I say this already. I was just, like I said, hyperlink fiend. I need the hyperlinks. I need every hyperlink available to me. I don't really want to spend more time reading on the stream. We've already fucking done shit. You know what? Fine. We'll read that Iglesias thing, even though it was someone else who did it, okay? Because it's... I'm curious. It's not that long. Okay, we know what it fucking is by now. Okay. 2 bills, 1 merger. I like how American political participation is reduced to spam calling your congressman or calling a phone they don't... I said post a pink square on Instagram, bro. Okay. I thought the only thing you can do... Yeah, you know, you should call them and or email them. Senators usually won't pick up if you call, but representatives are not that hard to reach depending on where you live. So you can try that. And to some extent, social media shit has some effect. See, mine has effect because I'm an influencer, okay? I even, you know what? You know what's great? I got my influencer shirt on today, bro. Hold on. See, this is why I'm like Superman opening up my fucking, my buttoned up shirt to reveal that I'm a superhero. For telling people to not torture pigs on my stream. Or tweeting at Donald Trump. This is true. Donald Trump definitely does not give a fuck about the welfare of pigs. Hate to break it to you. Hate to break it to you. I don't think he cares. I think that's probably to some degree, to the extent he knows about it, probably supports the fucking Save Our Bacon Act because it, oh, we need to help the fucking farmers more. Oh, my tariffs are fucking over all these farmers. Guess I gotta help them by doing the Infinite Pig Torture Act. Gotta, well, you know, you might have to pay more for all your tractors, but you know what? At least you get to rape your pigs more. Let's go, W. Let's go. Can you make trans bacon illegal? True. Base. What did I just click on? Please cut interest rates. Incredible. Okay, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act is the product of 2 parallel legislative efforts in House and Senate that were merged this year after White House signaled openness to a combined package. The Senate Road Act, Tim Scott and Elizabeth Warren, the respective chair and ranking member of the Senate Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee, spent years building the Renewing Opportunity in the American Dream to Housing Act. Road. Incredible. That's what ROAD stands for, really. It passed a committee 24-0 and briefly tested a National Defense Authorization Act before being stripped during House negotiations. The Scott-Warren partnership is notable in itself. Scott, a conservative from South Carolina, has made housing deregulation a signature issue, while Warren, a Massachusetts progressive, has focused on tenant protections and affordability mandates. The fact the bill has cleared committee unanimously underscores how broad the supply-side housing consensus has become. The Road to Housing Act contributed to the combined bill's core supply-side mechanisms and federal reform program reforms. Its most important single provision, the Build Now Act, ties community development and block grant funding to actual housing production, rewarding jurisdictions that permit and build more homes while penalizing persistent laggards. The Build Now Act also brought to the bill manufactured housing modernization by updating statutory definitions, loan insurance programs, and grant programs for manufactured home communities, veterans, housing reforms, and expanded rental assistance demonstration program, and a suite of disaster recovery provisions, such as the one that would make the community development block grants disaster recovery programs permanent. The House bill. The Housing for the 21st Century Act was introduced in December by Financial Services Committee Chair French Hill and Ranking Member Maxine Waters in another Republican-Democrat collaboration. It passed last month by a vote of 390 to 9. The bill's contributions skew more towards design standards, grants, and zoning frameworks. It directs the Department of Housing and Urban Development to publish model zoning codes and best practices, creates an accelerating home block grant program to fund localities adopting pre-reviewed pattern book designs, and establishes categorical exclusions from full National Environment Policy Act review for low impact infill and rehabilitation projects. How fun. Are you a fan of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi? I feel like I've heard the name. When I was saying it, I feel like I've heard other people say the name, but I don't recognize it. Includes a wonky provision directing HUD to establish federal guidelines for mid-density structures with a single internal stairway. Let's go. I didn't even know it did that. Known as point access block buildings. These buildings are common in European cities, but are effectively prohibited under most U.S. city codes, eliminating an entire category of moderate density housing. Two elements were dropped in a merger. First, the House's bill's entire community blank title. He was the last Shah around. Oh, yeah. What bill is this? It's the housing bill that got passed recently by the Senate. The Road to fucking Housing Act. 13 sections covering broker deposit rules, supervisory modifications for smaller, well-managed banks, credit union board modernization, and new bank formation incentives was removed as tangential to supply-side housing reforms. I don't know. I don't. There's so many memes about all the fucking coups and shit the U.S. did, and especially with Iran right now. I don't know. My understanding is that, well, there were like some elements of liberal culture permitted under the Shah that are not permitted under the current Iranian regime. That the Shah was fairly brutal with regards to the political elements of liberalism. He did not particularly like those, is my understanding. He imprisoned opponents and such, and the Iranian people did not have a say in how the government was run. Is it a good bill? No, not a net. It could have been. It could have been a good bill. It has good stuff in it, like, essentially having a better way of allocating certain grants for building housing, and removing some environmental reviews that have slowed down a lot of housing development by the federal government. But it also bans, we'll read about it, but essentially heavily restricts the ability for people to do what are called build-to-rent schemes. I don't know how familiar you are with those, but for the ability of institutional buyers to build new homes such so that they can, like single-family homes, that they can then rent out to people. It forces them to sell them after 7 years. Brutal or not, he has aura. True. You don't think he's dead now. I was gonna say. You don't think the Ayatollah had aura, bro? Haven't you seen his tweets about women being flowers and such? And him watering the tree? That guy, he got aura. He's a chill dude. Second actual appropriation language was stripped. The combined bill authorizes appropriations but does not fund them. It is Congress that will have to appropriate money later for initiatives like the Innovation Fund and the Accelerating Home Building Grants. No, he wears a towel? No aura and a towel. Yeah, but that's because he doesn't want a woman to see his hair. That's not the reason why. I don't actually know the reason why turbans are customary in Islam, but okay. Two provisions appear in neither predecessor. Why can't I say this word? Predecessary bill. The institutional investor ban, Section 901, was drafted during merger negotiations and entirely unrelated to housing. The bill the combined bill includes a temporary prohibition on the Federal Reserve establishing a digital dollar. I don't know, do that. Okay, cool, chill, I guess. This Republican priority was included as a rider, but recently became a permanent potential deal breaker, as some House Republicans now insist the ban be made permanent. Why? How do my econ bros are still here? I don't actually know that much about the central bank digital currency shit. Money is a liability, central bank. There are two physical currency, digital balances held by the. Okay, well, Americans have long held money predominantly in digital form, for example, in bank accounts. CBDC would differ from existing digital money available to the general public because CBDC would be a liability of the Federal Reserve, not of a commercial bank. I've seen Cato people schizo out about it, but that's about it. Look up Shaw, every picture he looks cool as fuck. Yeah, what the hell is this? It's not what I... It's not what I thought it was gonna be. I know that I've seen pictures of the shop before. You know, I hold on. There's a book. So at the very bottom of my fucking pile of books. I need a bookshelf, bro. It's gonna be a pain to put it back there. It's gonna have to I'd have to go on top, but it's removing the base of my book tower, which makes the whole thing more unstable now. I got this book a while ago when I was fucking leftist still. It's called A Mission to Tehran. Apparently, what this guy alleges is that after the Shah was overthrown, and I think shortly before part 2, he was sent on a mission to Tehran to coup the Ayatollah after he got in power. I don't actually know if the Ayatollah immediately was in power after the revolution, but the new government. I read 72 pages of it, apparently. I don't remember anything in it. The only thing I remember is what I told you. But this is what I've read on the Shah and such. Is 73 pages of one guy's old book many years ago. Hold on, when was this book made? I remember I was not able to find a digital copy of this book. I don't know if anyone is 1986. I don't know if anyone has scanned this. I'm gonna find your address and start sending you all my used clothes. Incredible. That's like a very minor thing you could do with with someone's address. It's not that big a deal. Much worse things you could do. If I remember correctly, the reason I bought that book is because Noam Chomsky mentioned it in one of his books, and I was a big Noam Chomsky guy at the time. Things have changed. Okay. Procedural vote on Tuesday, which came out 89-9, confirmed that the Senate has to vote to pass the bill. A further floor vote is expected as soon as Thursday. What the bill does, the supply-side provisions at the core of the legislation are substantive. Tie federal funding to housing production rather than distribute housing funds based on, we just read this. Streamline, we just read about that. Modernize manufacturing, we read about that. Incentivize state and local regulatory, we just read about that. Oh wait, maybe legislation rewards city and municipalities that reform exclusionary zoning, reduce permitting timelines, and eliminate unnecessary approvals. Imagine I just started mailing you 10th Amendment Center articles. That'd be very mildly inconvenient. I don't think I would just like throw them away or put them in a folder and never open them. Taken together, these provisions represent the kind of structural reforms, changing incentives, and removing barriers so more homes actually get built that housing advocates have pushed for years. Section 901, the wrench in the works. Oh boy. To understand Section 901, it is worth understanding how institutional investors ended up in a single-family housing market. After 2008 foreclosures crisis flooded the market with distressed homes, large firms bought properties in bulk and converted them into rentals, building portfolios of hundreds of thousands across the country. Fuck you, New York Times. Still, institutional investors only own a tiny share of the market overall. Entities controlling more than owning 350 or more homes, the bill's definition of a large institutional investor, control less than 1% of the roughly 92 million single-family homes in the United States. But there are certain Sunbelt markets where institutional players are more significant. During the pandemic housing boom, for example, investors, not necessarily all large institutions, accounted for more than 20% of home purchases in markets like Phoenix, Houston, Las Vegas, and Miami, according to the Wall Street Journal. In those places, the perception that families were competing with institutional buyers for scarce homes was more accurate. Earlier this year, President Donald Trump signed an executive order banning large institutional investors from buying. Could have been a relatively inconsequential regulation of a minor element of the country's housing market has endangered the bill's entire premise because of how it was written. The bill bars investors owning 350 or more single-family homes from purchasing additional properties. It excludes as an exemption for built-to-rent development, but only if investors sell the homes to individual buyers within 7 years. A coalition of a dozen major industry groups, the Mortgage Bankers Association, aka evil corporatist, capitalist lobbyist, evil, kill them. That's a joke, Twitch. And I can't say it on Twitch. I condemn violence. National Housing Conference among them, wrote to Senate leadership arguing the 7-year requirement will effectively shut down BTR development. BTR investment depends on a long-term rental income stream, so mandatory 7-year sell-off eliminates the planning horizon investors need to commit to capital at all. If a developer cannot know whether the investment will survive past year 7, it is absolutely not worth it. More than 100 pro-housing organizations, including YIMBY groups, tenant organizations, housing nonprofits, signed a joint statement published Monday, making the same point. BTR development does not take existing homes off the for-sale market, and restricting this kind of investment does not free up supply for individual buyers. Instead, it simply means fewer homes get built. I don't know how many watched the More Perfect Union video, though. From a housing supply standpoint, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act has become a tragic situation. The bill's reforms reflect years of bipartisan work and genuine policy consensus about the need to increase supply. Section 901 is a solvable problem. The 7-year rule could be applied, for example, only to metros where institutional investors own more than 5% of single-family homes. That threshold applies to only a handful of the 387 metropolitan areas in America. Everywhere else, the places where most people live would be free to build. Congress does not does not get many chances to pass legislation that is this broadly supported and addresses a problem this serious. They have the votes and the backing, unless the president is serious about his declaration that he will not sign any legislation until Congress passes the Save America Act. That would be awesome. Now they just need to not fumble this. True. Okay, that's the housing memes we have. And we did that. I'm assuming anyone who cares about this has seen this by now, but fucking Cory Booker, you gotta hop on the fucking no tax bandwagon. Let's go. Let's go. The Keep You Paying Act alongside New Jersey is a kitchen table discussion. Senate prize of Booker's plan is a straightforward idea. The first $75,000 of income would be tax-free for households filing jointly, with proportional tax relief for single filers and heads of households. The plan would more than double the standard deduction for all taxpayers. This means that a majority of taxpayers will pay no federal income tax on the first $75,000 of their earnings. Booker's plan also includes an expansion of the tax credits that put more money in the pockets of working families, like their child tax credit. And you know what? I can get on board with this. I like their child tax credit. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. That's chill. It will be fully paid for by closing unfair tax loopholes used by the ultra wealthy and big corporations and requiring them to pay their fair share. The loophole shit, I don't know the specifics. I don't even know if he's announced the specifics of it yet. Potentially could be good. His, I think he's proposing raising the marginal rate from like 35 to 37% on the top income bracket. Hold on, he tweeted. I remember him tweeting about it when he was replying to fucking Iglesias. So I'm making 900K would pay an additional 2,907 because we raised the top bracket from 35 and 37 to 41 and 43%. Okay. The median American family would indeed get an 85% tax cut. So a married couple filing, a married couple with 2 kids earning 150K would get to keep an additional $10,000 of their money. A single mom making 60K with 1 child would keep an additional $5,693. At least my goat still got it, okay? When you find out your goat still got it, okay? We got fucking a little bit of wonk Micah back, okay? And a little bit of pushback to the more progressive Democrat stupid ideas, okay? I don't even know if I want to consider this necessarily a... Like, Cory Booker overall, it's like not that progressive, I don't think, but, you know, stupid, dumb, populist economic ideas, okay? Ton of idea. We spend over $2.1 trillion annually on special tax boosts and loopholes. Instead of raising tax rates, focus on changing these unfair loopholes in the tax code that make filing more complex. Use the revenue to raise standard deduction and preferably to send monies to send Americans a monthly tax rebate. I don't know necessarily if I agree with the tax rebate part. I mean, you know, technically, in regards to changing after-tax income, that can be the same thing as raising the standard deduction, but I don't know. I feel like there's better uses of the money, but regardless. So a married couple with 2 kids earning 150K, we get to keep an additional $10,000. Do we need substantial tax relief for a family making 2x median household income? What are we doing, dog? What are we doing, dog? And it doesn't even help poor people like that much because they already pay pretty low federal taxes. They already get quite a bit of benefits. I mean, child tax credit expansion is based. What's up, Chipringo? Welcome back. These are our communities, healthcare professionals, teachers, and salespeople, their parents and grandparents. An unrigging the tax system would be a game changer for working people. Unrigging the tax system is increasing the standard deduction, really. My bill would guarantee no income tax on the first 75,000 families earn. The tax code would immediately put more money in New Jersey's pockets every month and allow them to deal with the price of the high price of everyday expenses, an unexpected emergency, or to plan for the future. Incredible. Could be fully paid for by closing the loopholes that benefit the wealthiest few and most profitable corporations. This idea will ensure Americans who work for a living keep more of their paychecks, help restore tax fairness, and start making America a country where working people can get ahead again. What's up, Womp? What's up? Welcome back. There's this estimate of the distributional effects. I think it's the best we have. I hate Trump so much. Valid, based, same, relatable, true. There's just someone making 75K or filing jointly. $42,000. Kill me. Reading lefty econ slop ideas. This isn't that bad of like a thing that I would say is like a lefty econ slop idea. It is like somewhat of a popular slop idea. But yeah, it's Cory Booker's new fucking tax plan where it's the fucking, oh my god, wait, he posted this shit on his website? Oh, he's linked to it on his website. Is there mods here? I am not sure. There's like automated bot mods. But yeah, him and he obviously his plan's not as bad as the other dude, Van Hollen tax plan. This guy, this fucking Van Hollen dude. I think he wants to do a similar thing, but instead of he wants to pay for the tax cuts with just a fucking full-on wealth tax. Do you plan to get rich off this war? No. Am I a fucking robot? Okay. Why is my shit not working? If we invest in DJ drone stuff, like it's fixed? What do you mean like it's fixed? Is this shit just like down or something? Because my extension to bypass paywall should be automatically pulling from there. Oh look, yeah, see? And then it should be actually displaying the text, but it's not doing that. And this really thinks I'm a robot. Donald Trump Jr. is the drone SR. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. Half of U.S. workers pay no federal income taxes. I think it's for everyone making like under fucking $100,000. Some crazy shit. Inflect would allow for elimination of federal income taxes for workers making at or below a living wage of $46,000 for individuals or $92,000 for married couples filing jointly. Millions more people in the middle class would receive a tax cut as part of the proposal, which Van Hollen is expected to reveal next week. And it's he's paying for a fucking wealth tax. Millionaires would be taxed an additional 5% on income over $1 million, 10% above $2 million, 12% above $5 million. I thought he was also proposing actual like wealth tax on assets, but I could be wrong about that. These increases would affect an estimated 615,000 tax filers. Meanwhile, number of okay, yeah, blah blah blah. Okay, closing step up basis. Okay, well, we'll see about it later, Kai. I don't know what you're... You are the media, true. And fucking... This is all the... This is just a step up basis, okay. Why is my shit not working? I'm gonna quote you. What did I do? It's A. But first, how to get married? I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna open an incognito tab. My robot in incognito mode? Oh my god, I'm still a robot. Wait, it at least lets me do a capture this time, though. Do women even stream? There are a lot of women streamers, believe it or not. You gotta help me with that one, too. Okay, just made me do 5 fucking captchas, but now it's just repeating the same shit. Now it wants me to do it again. Bro. Does that count as a... I guess that's a traffic light. Does that count? Can't tell if that is or not. It must not be, because it's like a highway. Okay. Okay, I guess that's just as broken. Okay, cool. No, don't worry. EPI will save me. Oh, this is not a new... this is not a new thing. This is his old stuff. But I could be... he might not... It might just be raising the top rates. I thought he wanted like an actual tax on assets though. I don't know. All this stuff is silly. I think it could be good to replace part of the income tax with a VAT. That'd be cool. But like all this stuff is just like not particularly progressive even, because most people near the bottom of the income distribution already pay very little to like no federal income tax. Don't the bots tell? I have no clue what the fuck you're on about, Wampus Tapa. So you're like, you're like primarily helping like middle class families who are like not the people who like really need tax relief, especially in the context of there's a lot of government spending going on that we probably want to fund. And then we're replacing it with like just kind of some bullshit. Oh, this is a distributional impact. Core workers, I think, does it because it offers a tax credit. It does actually help people at the low end because they get a it's like refundable, I believe. Like we're also at a 50% decile. But forgot taxes don't fund spending. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. To control the rate of inflation. To control the net amount of assets, or what the net financial assets entered into the account. Okay, fuck you, bro. Okay, I don't know what assumptions to make for budgetary impacts. Wait, these are static estimates? These estimates are static. They do not capture behavioral responses such as changes in labor supply. I would assume the static estimates should be, or you know, it would be designed to at least appear even. I don't know why. I was told it was going to be fully paid for. I think this is about the Van Hollen one. No, it was about Broker. Regardless. I actually don't think the Tax Foundation one is incorporates so much stuff as the Policy Engine one. But he also doesn't he hasn't released a full text of the bill yet or anything, so it is funny he's beefing with wonks on Twitter, and that Micah has still got it. Hold on. This is Van Hollen's one, I believe. Yeah. Which is not particularly progressive. I mean, you know, the surcharge on like millionaires, there's a lot there, but bro, we really need plus 3% change in after tax income for the 60th, do I say 60th decile for people in the 6th decile? Wait, what are the poverty impacts of court workers? Deep child poverty. Okay, at least core workers got a fucking child tax credit. Wait, why are they? Wait, this one is percentage points and this one is percent. So I don't know how to. This is a meaningless comparison. Never mind. I don't know why I don't know why we're doing this. Listen, Democrats just need to come out. They need to say, "Fuck them boomers. We're raising property taxes to a bajillion %, and we're well. I don't know how well they could sell a VAT." They could maybe sell a DBCFT, okay? I didn't watch it actually, there was a Congress hearing about DBCFT. But I kind of doubt it's gonna go anywhere. Hold on, let me find this shit. We're not gonna watch it or anything, but... What? They might have rescheduled it or something. Why would they do this to me? No. Whatever. Okay. That's the econ memes. Okay, we're chilling now. I haven't watched this, but friend of the stream, goated Ringold. Talk to fucking Gibbs and some people about Trump and ICE and shit. And I'm sure the arguments will be very rational, very in-depth. Very, I'm sure, you know, Ringold and Gibbs and Dilmers is there. I'm sure they'll all have a, you know, equivalent level of knowledge, all right? I'm sure. I'm sure. Oh, and CTV is there. Very knowledgeable guy. Looking forward to his input.
Paying these people a fair wage. You think these people should pick the crops and get unpaid unfairly and have worse living conditions? It's a slave. That's like
Bro, we're immediately. Well, this is the intro, but I love Gibbs's slavery argument. True.
You said who's going to pick a crop? This guy is advocating for the 1865 Democrat position. I see they haven't changed.
We're advocating for amnesty. Wouldn't that give us them the same protections as any other legal?
Wait, you're leaving? What do you mean I'm leaving? No, I just said we're chilling now. I'm done with the econ memes. We're doing the reaction stuff.
These things in people's minds. That's the whole problem. So you want to talk about somebody that's actually pretty
I'm doing a debate, you fucking idiot. I'm doing a debate. What are you talking about?
Maybe just act illegally, right? Maybe just have ICE stop violating your fucking constitution like it's nothing, right? Like maybe have, you know, ICE agents that aren't willing to break into private property without a judicial warrant, right? Like I feel like that's a super easy ask. No? Huh?
Yes, how do you exert your Fifth Amendment rights when the
Jevtan's there, oh no.
is not able to be addressed in any meaningful
Well, they will still be able to be addressed. Obviously, like people know their identity within the facilities of ICE, right?
Do they?
So
I don't know who this guy is.
Quite frankly, you need to subscribe to Ringold.
Doing good? Jevtan, we didn't hear much from you.
Yo, thanks for the membership. I appreciate it. Chip and go. Hell yeah, there's your saxophones.
Cool.
No,
or
Admiral
Gibbs.
Admiral finally got in.
Yeah, I feel like
you
know.
No, you're good.
I got in the other one as soon as y'all left. I guess it didn't allow it only allowed a certain amount of people in.
Oh, maybe. No, I don't think so. I before. I don't know what was going on with it, but
what the hell?
Now on, since this is what is preferred, we'll just do it this way, moving forward. So, but yeah, thank you guys once again for joining. I did put this together for the most part, but Mace will be hosting and moderating. So, thank you very much for joining.
Thanks for the 5. Get the membership.
I am
Let's
the
fucking
greatest
go.
fondler.
You are the greatest fondler. I appreciate it. Chip and go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I came back after 7 days, or it might have been 6 days, 7 days, whatever. And I get all these gifted subs. It's so nice. I appreciate it. I do. There will be another Unfuck America event that I'm gonna go to on the 13th next month. So I need money in my bank account for a fucking cell phone plan when I go there. So I do appreciate it.
Wouldn't be possible without you guys here.
And I need money for a restream as well. I'm broke right now, but
I just really appreciate having you all here. So we're gonna have a fun time. We're gonna yell a lot maybe, but well, it'll be fun.
With the cast here, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be a very calm, respectful, polite discussion. I think.
okay, damn, Renewal, give me the gift of the content.
Pretty much.
We shall see.
Halfway through,
the toxicity's not gonna be coming from me for sure.
That's funny, dude.
I'm never toxic, famously.
Oh. We'll see.
Nobody's ever had any problems with me, ever. If you don't, true. You're allergic to it.
Is the liberal main boss, right?
It's my left nut. That's who's going to be the main.
Further, they like these manifest. So, like, the point is that the fact that you point out your left nut first,
because you're like ready for the right nut.
What are we doing, dog?
Yeah, I know it's crazy.
We're just getting together random.
Bottom left looks like Michael Reeves. That is Renewal. It doesn't look like Michael Reeves. He's got like a similar haircut to the haircut Michael Reeves has had at points.
It's streaming as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Dylan's just a private conversation between us.
The health of the economy.
I know that's all.
We get a one-man audience to the show.
I figured out game.
Inside knowledge. Hold on.
It's not a real fight. Someone's trying to really like.
What state do you think I'm in, and what state were you referring to?
There's a reason why Texas.
You know, food's now.
I'm from Texas, but I'm from the Great Value version of Miami.
Oh, you look seriously Irish.
Redhead.
Known for. Oh, what was my question? Okay, the French. They're known for throwing in the towel, and also like they're
dude.
I am anti-ice.
Anti-ice. Okay.
Just real quick, Nate. So we did switch from a stage over to a private voice channel. I guess there was some issues.
Before we start using the intros, if you see me do this or you see me do this bullshit, just ignore it. I'm not trying to get your attention. My camera has an AI that hates me, and I don't know. I'm Admiral Gibbs. Someone said they're the final boss conservatives. They can be because I'm the golden.
Hunter.com. I go live.
All right. Next up, Jebtan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jebtan. I don't really have any stream or shows I host.
20 minutes in.
Talk shit on Discord and Twitter at Jebtan RIP. But yeah, small government conservative. I generally considered anti-Trump. I voted for him in the past, but didn't in the last election. But still on the Republican side of things, just not MAGA.
All right. Kazim, is that how you say it correctly?
Nailed it. I am a leftist AI developer by trade. I don't really stream, don't really do anything like that. My goal here is just to debate, so that's why I'm here.
Alrighty. Rinyold?
Yeah, I'm Rinyold. I stream on YouTube and TikTok. I do debates. I'm a liberal. Find me at RINYALD.
All right.
Okay, they're actually not even giving their positions. They're just giving their names.
So if you'd like to name.
Very nice to meet you all. I'm only familiar on this. Now I can go and say the first prompt. Since Trump's presidency, the funding for immigration and custom enforcement has increased for
okay, 22 minutes in.
several magnitudes. ICE presence has caused a lot of controversy, with many defending their activities and others scrutinizing it heavily. There have been calls to abolish ICE completely as an institution. Please tell us whether or not you believe ICE should be kept or abolished, and give your reasoning. And I'm just going to pick a random person. Kazim, I want to hear. We'll start with Kazim. Oh, you're muted.
Incredible.
You're still muted.
Still muted?
You're muted on Discord.
You're software muted, not hardware. There you go. Now you're hardware muted.
Now you're hardware muted.
Am I good now?
Good. Yes.
Yeah.
As you can tell, I don't do this for a living.
No
the founders had a word for what ICE is. It's a standing army. Hamilton promised in Federalist 17 that the feds never want police powers. In 25,
we had to hand it to the leftists first.
once forces are raised, pretexts just multiply. In 84, he said no Bill of Rights, and he was wrong on all 3 points. In Brutus 8, an anti-federalist paper, we see when a government has so many resources for attaining money, how can it be restrained from oppression? The answer is it can't. That's why they demanded the Bill of Rights, to bind the government, not hope it behaves. The Fourth Amendment, warrants from a judge, required for any search and seizure. The Fifth Amendment, no persons deprived of liberty without due process. You have case law like Payton, you can't enter a home without a judicial warrant. Scalia even said that aliens get due process. This is all settled law, nothing new here. 75 billion via reconciliation, party line, no filibuster, 11 billion base appropriations. You end up with an almost $86 billion budget for a 4-year period. That's more than 50 states worth of police spending combined. ICE is the only DHS agency that is shutdown proof. The TSA stops, FEMA stops, ICE runs through 2029 no matter what you do. This is Brutus's infinite purse made real. 400 judges, 44 of them Trump appointed, ruled 4,421 times that ICE is detaining people illegally. 96 court orders broken in Minnesota in 1 month. 600 people released in Chicago for no probable cause. Releases have dropped 87%. The deportation to release ratio has gone from 1.6 to 1 to 14.3 to 1 in 11 months. Recently, career ICE attorney Ryan Schwenk resigned.
Okay, you know what?
2 weeks ago. He told
Some of those were good things. Okay, we brought it back, kind of. All right.
Academy supervisors handed him a secret memo to read and return, no copies. Teach recruits to enter homes without judicial warrants. The training was cut from 584 hours to 240 hours. ICE is teaching cadets outright to violate the Constitution and cloaking it in secrecy. That's a quote from his deposition in the Senate. I build AI systems for a living. One of the ways that they're doing this is through Palantir's Immigration OS system. They paid $30 million for this piece of software that'll take your Medicaid records from over 80 million patients, your plates, your phone location, your facial recognition, any input they really want to give to it that they have access to, which they're getting more and more access through Flock and other services, and that they're just able to print off your location with a confidence score. Know your house address. Is that something that the government's supposed to do? I think not. No warrant, no judge. The Fourth Amendment says papers in effect. This searches all of them without a boot hitting the ground. Cato found...
I understand it's like, but the way he phrased that. Know your house address. If the government's supposed to know that, this is crazy. This is absurd.
As in the Cato Institute, in 2025 was the safest year on record for ICE agents. But agents have shot 33 people, killed 9, 5 of which are citizens. DHS claims that there is a 1,300% assault spike. NPR checked, it's only 25%. They're just lying. They've lied multiple times. Congress created ICE in 2003. Abolishing the INS for less reason than we have now. $86 billion. Military weapons, secret memos, 4,400 ignored court losses, AI surveillance the founders would have shit the bed for, and made the Bill of Rights to prevent. Hamilton was wrong. Brutus was right. Get rid of it.
All right. That was a great opening statement, and I'll go ahead and pick out. Okay, so who is anti-ICE or pro-ICE rather? Who wants to? We'll go ahead. We'll say Jake. Jake, you can go first.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, I'll just start off this. Yeah, we shouldn't abolish ICE at all. This whole idea, like, remember, the whole ICE raids were happening under Bill Clinton, even Barack Obama. It's nothing new. Before Donald Trump. The difference is that they weren't as, of course, invested into so much money, as you mentioned before in the prompt. We have put more money into ICE than we have before in the past, but that's because
that's the only difference.
We had around 10 million encounters at the border. Probably estimated between 5 to 6, 7 million people that stayed within the interior of the United States. ICE's job is
actually, don't you know it's fucking 20, 50 bajillion? Haven't you heard the latest White House numbers? There's 50 million people living here illegally.
Down these individuals, and they are prioritizing rapists and criminals.
80% chance that CTV does that meme, and 70% chance that Gibbs does that meme
first. And this is the I think this is very important. According to our opponents here, that they want to abolish ICE because they, the last statement that was said earlier that, well, they killed some U.S. citizens. Alex Purdy comes to mind, and so does Renee Good, who were resisting arrest. Of course, this is a totally different out of context thing. We shouldn't be abolishing ICE when we have an
If you're resisting arrest, that means they can kill you. That's how it works. If they're resisting arrest, then it's self-defense. True.
Immigration issue within the United States interior. And this is why I say, yeah, we should definitely keep ICE on the record and not follow what the liberals want by completely abolishing or defunding ICE, just like they want to defund the police. They're pro-crime at that point, and I'm not. So I'll end it there.
All right. Next up, we'll hear from Jeptan. You had a more moderate position on here, correct?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to criticize about ICE. I think currently right now ICE is functioning poorly. They're trained poorly. They're equipped poorly. I don't think the funding was a bad idea. I think where the money's going is the bad idea. It makes sense that they would have, if you're going to have, an immigration force that has to enforce your immigration policy throughout the entire country, you're probably going to need resources comparable to 50 states worth of police forces, at least temporarily. And there was a border crisis just preceding the actions that they started taking under the Trump administration. So yeah, it does make sense they have a lot of money. I don't have a problem with that. But the fact that money doesn't go to better training is absurd. Their training is obviously awful. It's putting them in danger. It's putting other people in danger. It's causing them to detain people illegally. It's bogging up our courts with a bunch of cases against them for detaining people illegally. It's just costing so much money and so much public good faith that I totally understand.
Listen, I appreciate some of the stuff here, but it's bogging up the courts. That's our issue with the detaining people illegally. Okay.
Understand why people want ICE as it exists to not exist anymore. The issue is someone brought up abolishing the INS. INS leaves, ICE comes in, ICE now does this stuff, and now they're basically just treated as the INS again. So what did we really accomplish in terms of this public trust by abolishing the INS? When things go bad again, we're just going to abolish it again, and then it's going to come back under a new name? Or people going to, obviously the INS also split duties, but this, we would be abolishing it, and then we would have to replace it with a body that does the exact same thing, but hopefully with a nicer name and prettier uniforms. Unless you're willing to bite the bullet, which it sounds like some people on here might be, that we should just not have a deportation enforcement force at all. We shouldn't have people going around and deporting people. We should probably give amnesty to immigrants, and we should maybe have a small force that just sort of keeps people, assists Customs and Border Patrol or whatever. Unless you're willing to bite that bullet, that there should be nothing like ICE again. There should be no federal immigration enforcement that will go and deport people who are here illegally, even those who commit crimes. I just don't see the value in abolishing ICE versus allowing it to be reformed, because it's not a fundamentally broken concept the way that the INS was. It's not a fundamentally dysfunctional body. People just have issues with how they're acting now under one president and under
the point of it usually is the institutional culture that exists there. There's obviously the point that made it salient to me, when I was talking to Pisco, I said something relatively similar to what Jeb was saying, but you know, there's a lot of like like when Doge is firing people, it's not that those agencies like fundamentally like cannot be rebuilt or anything, but there is a lot of institutional knowledge that's lost when you lose employees who have been working there for years or decades, and you know, are one of only 8 people in the fucking world who know how to work the computers properly and actually know the coding language there. I think that probably works in a reverse direction, and there is such a thing as institutional knowledge and institutional culture that exists, and it's probably not that great in ICE right now. I don't know, like I would probably still lean towards abolishing ICE. I don't know how much you could measure that with regards to ICE, and I don't know how much you could measure like how big the effects of abolishing ICE would be compared to the potential rhetorical cost of doing it. So
the next president, it could operate completely differently.
All right. Next up, we'll get critically thinking veteran. What's your opinion on ICE?
Well, Jeb, first, the only 50 states worth protest. All 50 states don't.
I forgot I have my foot pedals. I don't need to click the video. I have my foot pedals to pause and unpause.
Yeah, foreign, right? Some of those states are inside the United States, so they only need border state money. But to get back to the point, though, right, is unless you're for open borders, there needs to be some federal institution that is enforcing immigration law. What is disingenuous is anybody that is using these statistics to try to justify any actions being taken by ICE. Whenever you've got left-wing idiots out there, you know, creating more problems than there needs to be. We all understand that there was a lot of people that were led across the border that were not supposed to be here. It's already a huge task for the federal government to be rounding these people up. And then for those on the left that then try to like use the chaos that they are causing, right, and the statistics then as a way to push their narrative is completely what I expect children to do, right? So whenever there's some real adult with regards to like how you're going to do what is required of the federal government, it's like its primary job, which is enforcing the federal border for the states so that the states aren't doing it themselves, right? It's an entire, like, one of the primary duties. So I'm not an open borders guy. Anybody, you know, like I said, doing that, it's acting like kids, and I'm ready to have an adult conversation when we're ready to get there.
All right, Rinald, you're up next.
Yeah, I think there is such an internal rot in terms of internal immigration enforcement that there needs to be widespread change to the point of unrecognition to ICE and our immigration processes. In furtherance of mass deportations, we've seen the normalization of ICE ignoring constitutional rights of detainees and potential suspects, lying about U.S. citizens they've murdered or attempted to murder, the purposeful bypassing of traditional training requirements, and a system of hitting quotas rather than actually protecting when necessary. I often say the strongest argument against a lot of our systems is what Donald Trump is doing right now. He exposes a lot of the weak points of a lot of our institutions. We should not have a federal police force that can be weaponized against people that is driven by Stephen Miller's quota system. At the moment, until we can have a good faith executive who can actually say that he won't use a police force as a secret police force as a means of voter intimidation, or until we can have an agency that will actually respond to court orders, ICE is doing more damage than help. Whether abolition of ICE looks like transferring ICE's current duties to CBP or reform to the point of unrecognition, something has to be done.
The actual prepared statement, actual clearest position yet, actual thing that is responsive to the prompt. But okay, let's go. My goat.
All right. Admiral Gibbs, you're up next.
All right. Yeah. So, you know, I offered this many times before the election. I came on these panels. I only came into the political debate space.
I live on a ranch in Texas, and everyone here has their fence torn down by illegal immigrants, and the numbers are inaccurate. There's actually 50 bajillion people here, and Democrats created this problem, and also they're voting illegally. Let's go.
Because of immigration,
give it to me. How many of them are we going to get? I feel like we're definitely going to get the fence thing at some point. I feel like we're almost certainly going to get the voting in elections at some point as well. I feel like we're like 80% chance that we get both of those, honestly.
I own a ranch. My family owns ranches near the border, and the coyotes would come and they would destroy our ranch. They'd destroy our property. They'd eat our cattle. And I came on these panels and I said, hey, this is a fucking problem. You know what I was told? Fuck you, rich landowner. Right? Now, if you know anything about ranching, you know, we don't make a lot of money. Right? It's not a fucking hand over fist thing. So I decided I'd get passionate about this and do some research. You know, so I decided, you know, I'm pretty pro-immigrant. I own a leather company. We've gotten over 30.
Did someone say the fence? Oh, not that fence. You forgot. No, it's because Gibbs lives on a ranch. He will mention that. I don't know if he personally has had it happen, but he's definitely mentioned that he knows people who have had it happen. And supposedly, there were migrants who crossed the border over their ranch, and they destroyed the fence.
Guatemalan citizenship since we've hired, and I've gotten at least 2 people from my ranch citizenship the right way. And guess what? All of them are Republican. Why? Because they did shit the right way, right? They think that illegal immigration is evil because it empowers the cartels and it empowers human trafficking. It's really bad, and there's multi-layers to this. I'm sure we'll get into this. If I live in San Antonio now, I live in Corpus. The cartel runs the city. They own half the city, and I'm not talking about just the drugs and shit. They're doing the legitimate businesses. They own this shit. It's a problem. There's a reason why 20 to 22% of arrests are happening in Texas, while 2% are happening in Minneapolis, and there's no riots here because we have actual issues. There's a real problem. And when I came on these panels, I offered, hey, if you give me the most secure...
Wait, sorry, what?
and the legitimate businesses. They own this shit. It's a problem. There's a reason why 20 to 22% of arrests are happening in Texas, while 2% are happening in Minneapolis. And there's no riots here because we have actual issues. There's a real problem. And when I came on these panels, I offered, hey, if you give me the most secure northern border, most secure southern border, I will even grant amnesty for everybody that gets here between now and a year. They get amnesty. And
the way he phrased that made it sound like I understand his point. The way he phrased that part of it, that was like, there's no riots here because we actually have a problem, which implies that there isn't a problem in Minnesota and the other places where they're doing the raids. I don't know if by problem he might be referring to problem with the left interfering with ICE agents, but he made it sound like they didn't have a problem with illegal immigration, which would mean it would be presumably quite unjustified to send ICE in there. But I don't think he was intentionally doing that. I don't know what he meant to say, but
you know what? Not a single lefty would take it, right? Not a single one. And then when Trump offered something after Abbott shut down the border, not fucking Biden, Abbott shut down the border. Trump, they offered, hey, we will do all this, yada yada, and then we'll give you all the things you want. But Schumer shut it down because he didn't really want to fix the issue. He didn't want to fix the issue. No one cared about immigration until Abbott sent these people to Martha's Vineyard in Chicago. Suddenly it's a problem. Well, guess what, folks? It's been a problem for years. I've had at least 8 friends get killed. I've had several friends essayed and murdered because of this by illegal aliens that are even part of the cartel. And I sit here and I come on these panels like, oh, boo-hoo, you're so unempathetic. But it's a real fucking problem, and nobody here has the balls to fix it except for Trump. Trump's sitting here doing the hard thing, and he's putting ICE out there and getting the job done. And if it wasn't ICE doing it, it should be the Border Patrol. Either way, it needs to be handled. We need this problem fixed. And y'all are going to say, what about Consuelo, the woman that works at the motel? Or what about Juan, the guy that works at the farm? Well, guess what? He's fucking...
That's exactly what Rinaldo said when he spoke. That's what I heard. But what about the nice immigrants? That's what I heard.
Juan is fucking me directly. I have legal aliens that I've helped this work on my ranch. The C&J down the road, they have them like 30, 40 illegals, and they pay them under the table. Oh, they get busted. They get busted once a year. What do? They pay a fine. I can't afford to pay a fine. I can't do it. It's bullshit. It fucks with wages. It hurts legal immigration. It's all around bad. And here's the real kicker. The Democrats, there was no great party switch. The Democrats only want illegal aliens here for slavery. The same reason that the same group of people...
This was in his opening. Let's go.
Who's going to pick our cotton? Or the same ones going, who's going to pick our crops? Who's going to clean our toilets? Who's going to get us elected? Who are we going to funnel money to for our elections? That's the Dems. They're evil and they're slavers. And guess what? We fought a civil war over it. Now, we might find another one if they don't stop taking advantage of my people.
All right. Next up, Dylan.
Yeah. What's funny is that something that probably brought us closer to civil war was when Abbott, quote unquote, enforced the border by not letting federal troops into, I forget the name, but the whatever park like he was required to do. That was interesting. That was a little.
We'll give you the floor.
Sure. I am also doing my taxes at the same time as this. It helps me. It's therapeutic. So first off, I just want to say to Gibbs, fuck you, rich landowner. To just establish that right off the bat, of course.
Let's go.
I think that ICE, as it stands, either should be abolished or reformed in such a manner, as I think was said earlier, that it would not really be the organization that we describe it as today, or as it's being implemented today. And the fact that a president can use it in this manner means that a president in the future could use it in this manner. And so while it is true that, with the next presidency, I might have some administration that runs ICE much more akin to what I would like, at the end of the day, one administration later, and that could change on its head. The main concerns that I have, and this is from talking to people in Minneapolis, St. Paul police officers from the Twin Cities, like different people who have dealt with ICE in the neighborhood, is number one, there doesn't seem to be any culture of accountability. There seems to be a feeling that you can just kind of get away with shit. Seems to be not only what the locals have felt, but also seems to be how this is playing out on the ground. There have been multiple ICE officers who have gone out and shot Americans, and then afterwards, after shooting Americans, they get repositioned to other locations, even if you say they might have been in the right to shoot them legally speaking, after they can't be put before a court and sentenced guilty. That doesn't mean that they did their job well. Nobody can tell me that shoving that woman to the ground, spraying Preddy directly in the face, bashing her over the head with a can of pepper spray, dragging him to the ground, all these were like de-escalation tactics. None of these people are removed from their positions. None of these people are suspended from their positions. They're able to continue in their positions. Now, this, as was said earlier, sorry, I'm getting somebody donated money and it's yelling in my ear. I appreciate the $20 though. This is not just a case for Alex Preddy. This is not just a case for Renee Good. This has been the case for other instances. Maybe it isn't shootings, but there also have been other instances, police abuse, unlawful detainment, and it touches undocumented citizens and American citizens. Now, this is true that it's not completely new that ICE has unlawfully detained people, but there's been a massive surge, and that comes with new people coming into position who don't know what they're doing, who now have had their training cut down to 42 days. 42 days of training. People thought it was 47 days because President of the United States, but no, it was 42. That's not enough training. The areas that they've cut was weapons.
And obviously the people they're targeting are just like way different. Like it was never the policy of the Obama administration to use ICE to do like any substantial amount of internal deportations against people who have been here for like, decades and already and to some degree like integrated. They were going after people for expedited removal, that had just crossed the border, or Obama focused on criminals as well. We just said we have don't do that anymore. We have the fucking daily quotas for internal deportations that we want.
Handling and constitutional law. Those are the types of things that they cut from the training schedule, which I think if you're going to be funneling money into ICE, you should be concentrating on training. If you're going to be massively expanding this effort to touch each corner of the country, you should be training these people more. The whole country's going to have their attention on these mass deportations, something that many people didn't even think could get functionally done within the Republican Party. But that's something Stephen Miller wants to pursue. And if you're going to pursue a policy like that, and you're going to be nabbing people off the street, whether it's a Target, whether it's at Home Depot, these people need to be properly trained in constitutional law. They need to know what the difference between an administrative and a judicial warrant is. They need to understand that escalating the situation, even if it feels good, it doesn't necessarily benefit you. There needs to be some policy to get rid of the fucking masks. Nobody likes officers who don't show their face. It reminds people of a secret police style moving gang where they come out, grab people, you have no clue who anybody is, and then people disappear. And that's not just happening to undocumented immigrants, it's also happening to American citizens. And that view is never going to be a good look for ICE, and it's something people shouldn't have to deal with. There's no way to build public trust in that manner. Not to mention the fact, the amount of lying that has taken place. You can never rebuild trust with Minneapolis. It's just impossible. You have lying about the Renee Good case, that she was a terrorist trying to go run over this officer. Oh my God, I don't even know how he survived. You know, she was engaging in domestic terrorism. Then you have lying about the case where the two people were shot in the leg, where the ICE officers on the scene ended up lying about it. Then we have the case where Alex Peretti is shot, and they lie about that immediately afterwards too. This means every single instance where an ICE officer fired their gun and hit somebody in Minneapolis has been lied about either by officers on the scene or by administrative officials. And when I say administrative officials, I don't just mean one or two. I mean basically every single person in the president's cabinet. There's nobody with good judgment here. And if they think that they can treat certain laws, like the privacy of one's home, carding Americans on the street for their ID, I still can't believe that for a second, even if they reeled this back, that they were asking for American citizens to walk around with their goddamn passport and ID if they're walking anywhere near where ICE could be raiding. Newsflash, ICE could be raiding anywhere. They don't announce where they're going to be raiding. So if everybody has to carry an ID or a passport where ICE could be operating, then you have to carry a passport through every single state of every single inch of the country, because anywhere they could be operating. You don't know. They're escalating operations. This isn't how the American people are going to build trust with law enforcement. This is how trust with law enforcement is going to be crushed. It has to either be reformed to the point where it's not recognizable as ICE, or it has to be done away with, and you have to start from scratch. And it's not just, you know, ICE that you have to deal with. You have to deal with the problem of, we had a conversation of it was going to be the worst of the worst. Now people are finding out that their neighbor of 25 years who hasn't done anything wrong is also being included with worst of the worst. The majority of the people who were deported from Minneapolis are not criminals outside of the fact that they committed the civil offense of entering the country illegally. That's the major crime.
Oh no, we're going to focus on that for fucking 20 minutes, aren't we? Oh, we said the meme.
If you're going to have a discussion about these people being rapists and murderers, then anybody could characterize any other group of people this way. I could say all Trump supporters are terrorists, all Democrats are communists, any XYZ. If you take that type of discussion from the campaign trail and actuate it in policy, it's always going to fail.
All right. And I believe Alec is the final one to give his opening statement.
ICE bad. I think I don't understand the draw to ICE. I don't understand why people defend them. I don't understand what it is they do for me. You know, I'm not going to come at you with like a bunch of facts and statistics and stuff. I'm just going to tell you what I've seen. Like,
oh, no.
What I've seen from ICE does not impress me. Not even a little bit. Like, all they seem to be doing is blackbagging people, throwing them into cages, and basically just letting them die there or suffer and be tortured. Like, just last year, I think I was just looking at the statistic, 38 people. Make sure I got that right. 32, my mistake. 32 people died in ICE custody. It was a record, and that was under Donald Trump. 32 people dying in ICE custody is simply not acceptable. Nobody should be dying in ICE custody. The whole point is that we keep them safe, and supposedly the whole point is that we keep them safe and get them out of the country, right? So if they're dying in ICE custody, then ICE isn't even doing their jobs, frankly, at all. Like they're technically removing the immigrants, I guess, from basic society. But if that's their job, then frankly, I don't want them around. I think that immigrants, both undocumented and otherwise, have been nothing.
Oh no, we're doing the meme. Oh no, he's so open borders. Oh no, time to focus on that for 30 minutes instead of focusing on any of the substantive points that Dylan and Ringold raised. Let's go.
If you look at the statistics, over 50, I think at least 50% of all of our farm labor is done by undocumented immigrants. It's like close to 50%.
Oh, it gives us to yell at him about that.
All of those
that's all slavery.
Mexico or wherever, right? Like, what are you even doing then? Like, you're just taking the food out of your own damn mouth. You know, you're biting the hand that feeds you. So that's just one aspect of this. And again, like I said, ICE just has not impressed me. I've seen what they're capable of. Like, they wear masks. They don't even want people to know who the hell they are, which is ridiculous to expect from officers of the law, supposedly. Like, I have no reason to respect them. I have no reassurances that they will care about me or my life if I ever get into some kind of, confrontation with them or somehow. As we've seen demonstrated before, they will simply kill you. They will just kill you. And I don't think that people like that deserve to be walking around, waving a gun around and calling themselves officers of the law. I think that's ridiculous. I think we need to abolish ICE.
All right. Thank you all for those opening statements. Before we get into the open discussion, I just want to let everybody know in Platinum Politics, we are doing this a little bit differently. We're not doing it in our usual stage. Let's come check out Platinum Politics. Like this one, I hope, is on the floor.
Hey, one thing that I want to address really quick, Alec, were you making the argument that because people died under the ICE detainment, would you say 5 people? 5 people under Trump?
32 last year. 32 last year.
32 last year? Okay,
yes.
32 last year. Under Biden, it was 26 during
that
his whole
also
administration.
unacceptable.
Oh, so okay, so I just want to be consistent here on where you're going with this. Also unacceptable. So did you want to abolish ICE under Biden as well?
Well, I mean, understand too that Alex.
Oh my God, I knew he was gonna fucking say yes to that. Oh Jesus Christ. Why do we let these people? This is the strongest argument for not make it a coalition with the lefties. Okay. It's just this shit, bro. It's like we can have an institute, we can have ICE like totally breaking like all the norms, that we've had, just being used as a whatever tool to president for unitary executive shit, deporting the type of people that have never been deported before, violating all sorts of laws. But like the leftist people, when they go in these debates or whatever, would just be like, well, yeah, I didn't like them under Biden either. They did. The actual issue is just that we have these immigration enforcement, at all. It's like dog. What are we doing? I don't want to call it a false equivalence because like technically I don't think they're not like trying or like they're not like making an effort to like make that equivalence or whatever, but that is in effect what they are doing. And it's super frustrating.
Started this off by saying that he didn't even understand the function of ICE. So like his opinion to begin with is already null and void.
Well, I would like to make 2 points. First of all, I think it's kind of weird to compare the amount of people that died in ICE custody over the span of 1 year of the Trump administration to 4 years under Biden when there was more people coming to the border and more deportations. That seems like a weird thing.
Well, it's because the ICE wasn't doing their job technically. Under Donald Trump, the first year, 75,000 detainees. Okay. What was the full detainment of Biden under his 4 years under ICE?
So the difference would be the type of deportations that were happening, right? So Joe Biden wasn't relying as much on.
Well, yeah,
I mean, if you include the
exactly. So
if you
it makes
include
sense
the border patrol thing as well, it's still going to be incredibly disproportionate toward Donald Trump.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I'm not comparing the border patrol. Border patrol and ICE do 2 different jobs, right?
Yeah, certainly. But in terms of in terms of the people that are dying in custody, I'm pretty sure even if you account for the amount of people that died in CBP custody, it's still probably biased towards the Trump administration, though.
Why did these people die? Anybody ask that question?
It's a lot of different reasons.
Oh, no.
Guaranteed bad immigration detention.
I don't want to hear. Stop. I don't want to hear. I'm not listening to could be. I'm not listening to could be. If you don't know, keep your mouth shut.
Do you want me to make corner report?
Hold on. Let's calm down our voices here. I'm just saying 75,000 detained under Trump compared to Biden's entire administration, which was 36,000. Okay, didn't even come close under his whole 4 years. So you got to compare the numbers before you say it's not fair to compare 1 year over Trump's 4 years over Trump's 1 year. So of course Trump is working overtime with ICE.
Well, I mean, you can also point out the fact that our detention infrastructure is not ready for the amount of ICE detentions that are happening right now, right? Like I said, ICE is arguing that we don't even have to guarantee these
because the Democrats are all blocking it. Come on, give us the meme. Yes, give us say it. Give us the meme. We gotta have the meme.
You gotta get to these ICE facilities, though.
That's not true at all. We have facilities that are literally not being used. I think of 3 in San Antonio, they're overflow facilities. In fact, Doge tried to shut one down recently, not too long ago last year because it hadn't been used in 6 years. We have the facilities. Also, I want to point out one thing though, because Mr. Gunther here, is that your name, Gunther? Yeah, Mr. Gunther here, he activated my chat card. He openly admitted the thing that I said in my opening, which is that he wants slavery. He's like, who's gonna
see how everyone's focusing on the dumb shit Alex said. This is why like it's frustrating to be on the like same side of people in of like crazy lefty people. I don't want to say crazy lefty. I don't know how far left he is or whatever, but people who are this far left in debates against conservatives because they will fit half of the conservative stereotypes and you get bogged down in debating some bullshit rather than the actual issues that we should care about.
Pick our crops. Who's going to do it at this lower wage? Who's going to do this shit? That's terrible. Why do you hate
hold on.
Why do you want us to be slaves? No, I'm not mischaracterizing. This is what y'all do. You'll come in here and you'll pretend that the American people can't pick crops. We can't do it at fair wage because
yes, Russ Palms, lean into your hate, young one.
The legal
I just don't want to be unfair because I don't know. The only thing I know about Alec Hunter is I think he's been on I've seen him on like Jubilee before, and I think I've seen him talk to Vosh. I could be wrong. And I know he's like a leftist, but like I don't know how far like left he is, so I don't want to be mean to him. I don't want to say stuff I don't know. So
she would probably be the ones that would come and pick the crops as migrant workers for the most part. And then instead of paying these people fair wage, you think these people should pick the crops and get paid unfairly and have worse living conditions. This is slavery. That's like, I know you didn't say that.
This is slavery is when you get paid unfairly. Never mind the fact that very likely the unfair wage they're getting here is higher than the wage that they would ever get in their home country. But regardless. Reject him. He's not in the neo-line. I mean, I would not I just express my frustration with cucking out of whether people like him or whatever. I just want to be like, harsh in a more like a personal sense about like stuff I don't know about him for sure. Alex Gunter, Vosh. This isn't him talking to him. I think I remember this.
I've answered your
I guess.
You have not. I do you support. Okay. We're gonna. No.
Okay,
Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
I appreciate your time.
No. Come back here.
Why? You're not answering my question.
Oh my God. Because you're the nurse, you're the medical expert, and you won't even tell us what a human being is. I'm starting to get concerned.
You didn't answer my question.
Like,
Why should I answer
work,
yours? You didn't answer my question.
It is never okay to intentionally and directly kill an innocent human child. Period. That's my position.
Cooper can't handle the furries. Like I said, I don't know a ton about him, so I don't want to like characterize him as some crazy far left dude when I don't know for sure his exact views. Liberals are seething at Hassan Avi. Although, you know, this is some evidence.
The reason why she lost, and I'm like, genocide happening in Israel, or
True.
happening here. Like he's not denouncing Israel, okay? He's not. He's like feeding into this anti.
And people have the gall to come. I stopped in my tracks when I read it. This is from New York Post, obviously, because they post the most out-of-pocket, insane stuff. But they said, I fell in love with a furry on OnlyFans, and my friends have abandoned me.
Based.
Pick a crop. 50% are illegals. That's a problem.
Okay, here's the thing. They're trained for it. At this point, right?
Yeah, so
and they're good at it. So pay them fairly
slaves.
and give them pay them fairly. Give them.
You can't do that if you're undocumented or illegal. Yeah, pay them like Americans. They didn't come here fairly.
Then ready?
This is the pro-Democrat slavery position. I didn't know we were 1865.
But this doesn't matter.
This
guy is advocating for the 1865 Democrat position. I see they haven't changed.
We're advocating for amnesty. Wouldn't that give us then the same protections as any other legal?
Oh, what's up, hamsters? Welcome.
You're not advocating for amnesty. I've sat here on mini panels now. I'm not saying y'all specifically because I haven't debated y'all.
Alex Gunter definitely wants like mass amnesty.
I've offered amnesty as like a potential compromise many times, and it was rejected. But now y'all want amnesty because Trump has sat here and said, nope, you're gonna get the stick now. And here's the crazy part: you're saying, oh, pay them fairly. Okay, so you want these people who came here legally, have been undercutting Americans and legal migrants work pay. You want them to suddenly get amnesty and get a reward for breaking the law and being enslaved for the whole time? Why do you hate this?
So I'm not sure if you know what
why is he shifting the argument now?
The proposition we're arguing for is
open borders plus amnesty. This is true.
Is amnesty. So literally every single person on here is going to be arguing for amnesty. So I don't know why you're pretending like the Democrats won.
Like he's shifting to amnesty being bad and rewarding immigrants or whatever, but for one, that's weird because he just said he offered amnesty as a compromise. I don't know exactly what Gibbs' version of amnesty would look like, but you know, it's a little weird to hold those two positions at the same time. But secondly, your issue is that liberals want all this evil slavery, but now we're just saying, oh well, even if you want amnesty, well that's bad too. But that's not really the point you were initially trying to prove, is that liberals are evil and want the illegal immigrants to be slaves. The debate strat is to speak so quickly no one understands you. Well, I do have it sped up a bit, but this is true.
Do you want all 35 million illegals to be legalized?
35 million. Let's go. We got. This guy had he cited the numbers under Biden fairly accurately, unless it was someone else. I don't believe it's 35 million illegal immigrants in a country right now. Maybe I'm mistaken. I believe it is not that high. I believe that is a meme number.
There's a process to apply for
but you want them all.
All right, everybody, let's chill out.
Here's my compromise. Third.
See how he's one extreme, bro.
Take a third. What about 2/3? 2/3.
The total foreign-born population is at most like 53 million. So the majority of the foreign-born population would have to be illegal for there to be 35 million illegal immigrants in the U.S., which seems unlikely. America's had 6 million illegal immigrants in the past 6 years. Whoa.
2/3 of them deported. Okay.
Yeah, that's
I want to say a few things there. Number one, if you look at some of these cases where people have died inside of ICE custody, some of them are pretty hazy, and we still don't know the specifics of them. There are problems with overcrowding. While it is true some facilities are open, other facilities are overcrowded. And so it depends where operations are picking up, where they're able to detain people. For example, if you're talking about Minneapolis during the height of the surge, you're going to have a lot more crowding than, say, in the middle of Oklahoma, somewhere where they might have a facility, but they're not picking up the people that they want to be picking up. As for the people dying in ICE custody, one case that did scare me was where a son of somebody who was detained by ICE was in ICE custody. He approached officers saying he needs his heart medication. He needs his medication to live. Please give it to them. They tell him they would give it to him. They don't give it to him, and the man dies. Now, when you have these many escalations of detainments, while you cut training and you have overcrowding at these facilities, you're not going to be able to do the proper checkups on people if you can't even get them to space for a bed. And so, yeah, there is a problem with overcrowding. It just might not be overcrowding at the facility near you.
Okay, are we gonna get this is all Democrats' fault because they let the illegal immigrants into the first place, or are we gonna get well, we're deporting so many people, there's always gonna be some mistakes. We're gonna get one of those two memes. Which one are we gonna get first? Okay.
Yeah, and they're not using old facilities. They've apportioned, well, not apportioned. They've made available $45 billion to make new facilities happen. They even tried to do one here in Oklahoma, and it failed because the city told them to go screw themselves because it's insane. Like these are interurban places. You're talking about putting prisons, and we're talking about putting enough prison capacity to like outpace the FBI's prison capacity by 5 to 1 every year. That's a crazy number you're talking about. You're talking about going from having a couple 100,000 inmates in the whole federal system to having millions. It's not feasible. That's already a ridiculous, crazy number. And you're talking about adding more bureaucracy on top of that. The big problem that you're really looking at is the asylum claims. We have 3.7 million of them in the backlog right now. And instead of actually handling them, actually signing the legislation that came through like 2 years ago to handle all of this, Trump was like, let me make it a political issue, and now we'll all have to deal with it in 2 years.
Well, handle it poorly, right? Because I don't think anyone in any other circumstance, especially a circumstance under Trump, I think if Trump was saying, just let my Border Patrol agents who report essentially directly to me, give them authority to become immigration judges and grant asylum claims or not grant asylum claims. It's a terrible piece of legislation. It would have been a terrible thing. It would have been it would have been a
What? Hold on, sorry.
Just let my Border Patrol agents who report.
Trump was like, let me make it a political issue, and now we'll all have to deal with it in 2 years.
Well, handle it poorly, right? Because I don't think anyone in any other circumstance, especially a circumstance under Trump, I think if Trump was saying, just let my Border Patrol agents who report essentially directly to me, give them authority to become immigration judges. And
my understanding of the bill was that it would have added more asylum judges, but I don't think it was not any, to my understanding, like new category of judge or whatever that's any different from the administrative judges in the immigration system that we already have. So to the extent that any executive like judge within the executive agency reports to the president, I guess technically they would be reporting to Biden, but to my knowledge, unless I'm mistaken, there's not any type of new crazy shit or whatever. But secondly, to the extent they report to the president, I think obviously there were so many more reasons to be concerned about Trump having that power than Biden having that power. For one, Trump, throughout his campaign and currently like is promising mass deportations. They haven't necessarily done like mass deportations that they promised yet, but they have increased ICE funding. They have done like a fuck ton of deportations relative to the previous presidents. You know, Trump is clearly more willing to sort of stress test the laws of our country, and we've seen that even with the deployments of ICE and the National Guard and ICE's actions with regards to due process and such. And we know Trump's whole thing is like unitary executive theory. Like half of what Trump does is some bullshit to like get unitary executive theory further along the line. Obviously, we have way more concern about Trump doing this shit than Biden. Obviously, like I've used the example so many times, but like, you know, Trump did schedule self-employment near the end of his first term, which gave him a lot more control over the like civil service because it would have helped him with his January 6th stuff. And Biden like voluntarily gave up that power. He said, no, we're not fucking doing this shit. And then Trump comes back and he does it again, and also does a whole host of other executive orders against other independent agencies, right? Like,
and grant asylum claims or not grant asylum claims. It's a terrible piece of legislation. It would have been a terrible thing. It would have been a massive increase in power for the exact groups of people that are complaining about abusing power right now. It was not. It was not.
It was right up until the final minute when it was shut down.
There was no. Okay, so I want to be clear here because this is said all the time. There is no proof, zero proof. There are 3 people who were co-authors of the bill who said they had the votes to do it. There is no proof that they had the votes to get it passed, and then that suddenly changed at any point. There's none. So you have a couple people who
that's no proof.
So their incentive of co-authoring a bill they wrote bipartisan into the name of is to sell that it was a bipartisan piece of legislation. But also, I don't give a fuck if it was, even though it wasn't, because what did I just say? What I said was a material issue with the bill. So even if every single person in both chambers of Congress said they wanted to fucking get this done, it would still be dog shit. The material issue is saying, hey, Border Patrol agents, you're now immigration judges, and you can grant or not grant asylum claims.
That's insane. Do they have legal degrees to be able to do that?
No, and that's what the legislation, because the legislation was allowing them to do that. The legislation would have allowed Border Patrol agents to grant asylum claims. That's what Biden wanted to do. Biden wanted the president to be able to snap his fingers and do whatever he wanted.
Just like in a bunch of other parts of the bill probably wouldn't. But the point is that
did you not hear him when he said that was being pushed through by Biden?
Yes, this is in the bill.
Wait, let's be clear. When we say push through by Biden, can you remember the circumstances of this bill being introduced? Is they were trying to pass Ukraine aid. Then Trump said, no Ukraine aid until we deal with the southern border invasion.
I could be wrong, but I thought it was more. I thought they would have added more judges, but I didn't think it was a new, like, category of judges or like anything like that. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Totally different issues, but this is politics. You connect different issues all the time. That's how stuff gets blocked in Congress all the time.
Yeah, of course.
You know, and then under those conditions.
New protection determination process eliminates judicial review and oversight by immigration judges. The process is overseen almost entirely by U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service employees with no role for immigration courts and very little judicial review of final decisions, creating a quicker appeals process while increasing the likelihood of government errors, leading to people being sent back to prosecution. These dollars would support the hiring of new CBP officers, asylum officers, and immigration judges. So I think it does have funding to increase standard immigration judges as well. But it might have also look like it also has some new process for granting like Border Patrol agents more authority.
That's when this bill was made. Of course, it was an imperfect bill. This shouldn't have been the conditions under which we were negotiating immigration policy.
Which by the Burns, that happened literally in the last year. Actually, when he was trying to get elected on here.
But it also doesn't materially change my issues with the bill. My issues with the bill. There's just no evidence or even reason to believe that part of the bill wouldn't have been in there if it wasn't being balanced.
Funding for 100 additional immigration judges and 4,300 new asylum officers, according to the Google Gemini summary of an American Immigration Council article.
Against Ukraine.
It never made it to the floor because
in fact, it would have been more than
the Republicans did it.
Yeah, but the issue is that's not the only thing. What I'm saying is that's such a glaringly, obviously stupid thing that nobody here knew or brought up that makes me think maybe we shouldn't be having a conversation based on this bill that people aren't that aware of the contents of because it was awful. People talk about that bill like Trump just blew up this easy solution that we had to just fix the border.
That was y'all's narrative.
Let me ask this
even Destiny used this argument against me, bro.
What was Trump's alternative? What was his alternative?
Well, the Republicans had an alternative. While Biden was president, the Republicans had an alternative that even Fetterman liked, and it actually involved reforming some of the asylum process.
I don't know if I would cite Fetterman anymore, dog.
Shut down. Joe, you shut that bill down.
I mean, the Democrats don't even consider shutting it down because they never entertained him in the first place. Even when Trump was president in his first term, the Democrats were shutting down anything with any border wall funding, even though there was, I'm pretty sure, a pretty clean bill. It was 500 immigration judges. 500 immigration judges.
I mean, the border wall, it's just this kind of silly idea. Makes sense to be against that.
Judges for the amount of border wall funding that Biden did anyway.
It had more than the other bill, by the way. All the things Jeb's talking about is actually true. The bill under Trump had more of all the things that the.
Why are you watching this? I don't know. I don't have much else better to do right now, so I'm just chilling, watching my buddy. My Discord over here so I can see it if I need to.
The most recent bill had, but larger numbers, and they shut it down. Shut it down.
Immigration judges.
Yeah, so I don't want to sit here and hear this high horse about amnesty and all this shit. Like that's a problem. Also, Dylan, you're absolutely right. We shouldn't have combined the Ukraine and the border shit. That was bullshit. They're totally unrelated issues.
There was a bill that they tried to pass. It didn't tie it to Ukraine funding, but it was kind of too late at that point. So
that made me mad. On top of what was already in the bill.
I'll tell you why. The reason why is because the president wanted to be able to control Ukraine policy while not being in office. This is a way to legislatively deadlock it. That's why.
Well, I mean that's true. I'm not gonna argue that, but
it's unhinged that you guys listen to him when he's not in power. That's crazy to me.
Wait, can I ask a
question? I objected to the bill.
Oh my god.
Literally the day I read it, I was like, this is terrible. Jeb and I went on how many panels did we do on that bill? Jeb, like 15, 20? Like, it was like, if you're like, oh, Trump hates it, you hate it. I'm like, no, bitch. I hate it because it's dog shit. Like, that's why. And now we go through point by point. And they'd be like, you know, and I don't think we need to have a point by point over this bill. It's like 5 years old. But like,
because they all got
the point is they never wanted to fix it. They never wanted to fix it. They wanted to do what we're doing right now.
No, it's not just TDS. Like this was thoroughly reported this way. I'm not going to write them all off as having TDS, but it's important to actually understand that bill was not this easy, great solution.
No, the point is that that's why they don't remember. Right, yeah, that's why they don't remember that Jeb and Gibbs had the position that they had, is because they want to lock everything in with Trump, and they can't see past the nuance of an individual having their own opinion and having read the bill themselves.
I immediately caught that it was a shit bill. I immediately caught that.
Okay, so I want to ask about ICE has a stance right now. Let's go through like a checklist of things that ICE does and whether they should or should not do that. I think because this will be the key areas as to why people think ICE should be abolished or should not be abolished, right? If they're doing something that's clearly illegal, unconstitutional, and we can't stop ICE from doing it, well then it shouldn't exist, right? Because we all agree the Constitution is the foundation of the republic, etc. Blah blah blah, liberalism, yada yada. Anyway, I want to ask number one: should these cops be wearing masks? Does it make sense that there's a certain part of the federal executive branch going out there, their law enforcement on, they'll be able to throw that shit out there, of the DHS, that they can go out there, not be able to identify themselves, be masked up in communities they're not a part of, and grab people off the street that people, obviously community members, won't know the circumstances of what's happening. They'll just see masked guys, many of them in civilian clothing, by the way, grabbing people and throwing them into a van. One example that I saw in Minneapolis that really scared me was 2 women in a car. Oh my God, I have car trouble. Somebody help me, somebody help me. Then this man walks out from his front home to go and help them. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of masked agents swarm, take the man, throw him in the van, boom, gone. Now he's in some facility, states away.
Let's see what memes we're gonna get here. Don't you care about the law, Dylan? Don't you know Democrats are instigating all the half the violence? I'm assuming we're gonna get those two memes. We'll see. That's my guess.
That's so weird, Dylan. That's so weird that well-to-do neighbor. Dylan, that's so weird that you want to kind of frame this in a way to where like everybody in the neighborhood doesn't know who the fuck ICE is. They see the they see the news. They're like, okay, they definitely know what's happening, and they're trying to obstruct justice. That's actually what's happening right here. And the reason why ICE is just
that is not responsive at all to the example he gave. Wait, the actually in the Constitution's foundation, a republic, liberal. I shut the fuck up, locals. I don't. You have to recognize you have a very niche view on that stuff that is not going to be relevant or taken seriously in any of these debates or whatever. So it's just annoying when you mention it because no one give a fuck. Respectfully.
Wear the mask is because they're getting doxxed.
Not niche at all. It is definitely niche.
By leftists that are on your side to try to harass their families. So this is why ICE agents have to wear the mask for their fucking safety. Just like the BLM riders, just like all these other folks were wearing masks as well to conceal their identity.
How do we guarantee
BLM riders.
Originalism isn't niche. I don't think when people hear originalism, they think your view, localist, and you obviously recognize that. You obviously recognize that. You obviously recognize that. You obviously recognize that. Because there are many judges, like federal judges, who are originalist, but that you still have like insane, crazy, heavy disagreements with.
This is the gun and the ability to go enforce
BLM riders were the ones that contribute $20 billion worth of collateral damage.
Okay, bro, let's go. We got BLM.
Dylan,
we did it.
I'm saying, look, Dylan, I'm just making the point that the ICE agents are wearing those masks because their families are being attacked by crazy leftists.
Let's go.
Let me be sympathetic for a moment. I want to respond to that. That's a direct question to me. Okay. Number one, when you say they always know what's going on, ICE rolls up quick. They roll up fast. It's confusing. You don't always know what's going on. The whole point is surprise.
Why are they doing that, though?
They're doing that to try to catch people.
Let's go. Let's immediately deflect to the other me. Why are they doing that, though? Because Democrats created a problem. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Say it.
But then when you're masked up,
rapists,
you're not
criminals.
Wait. Let me finish.
True.
But
calm down, Jake.
A lot of times they come up no official ICE clothing. They're literally dressed as civilians. They have masks on.
And there's many other that have ICE on and people are still attacking them.
Wait.
Okay, Jake.
That type of no, it does matter. The idea that somebody can enforce laws against you while you have no clue who they are, you can't look at their ID.
Those judges are originalist light. They often co-proceed. Okay. So I just want you to recognize it is not when you make a distinction there between originalism and originalism light. When ordinary people, when any reasonable person hears originalism, they think of what you refer to as originalism light. So it is very clearly a niche view to take that those judges even are should be referred to as a category called originalism light, right? Because that's not what people understand originalism to mean. That's not what the consensus view is, right? That is a niche position.
You have no clue if they're from the community, not from the community. That does not only poison relations, but it also turns people.
Well, they're wearing masks. Isn't that a dead giveaway? Like that's your whole point here is that they shouldn't be wearing masks.
Okay, so they're like Antifa. They're like Antifa.
Okay, they're like Antifa.
Let's go.
They are kind of a little bit like Antifa.
So then you would agree. Okay, so then would you agree that riders and Antifa shouldn't be wearing masks during those protests either?
They're not law enforcement.
They aren't civil servants. They aren't civil servants. They have no obligation.
I'm asking Dylan.
Hold on.
I love my Antifa.
Let me respond real quick.
All right, listen, Jake.
Let
hold on. Before I get.
Okay, I think that they shouldn't, but of course they have the right to because they're private citizens. When you're an officer, you're held to a different standard because we give you a gun, we say you can enforce the law, we say you have the ability in some select circumstances to choose who lives, who dies, who goes to prison, and because of that, they should be upheld to the standards of accountability, people being able to look at their face. It also builds public trust, and ICE has no public trust.
Well,
here's the deal. Here's the deal, right? Like you're completely forgetting.
As for the doxing, go after the people who attack ICE officers and get violent, stab them.
Yeah, the people that are showing up to ICE facilities, shooting at them too. Yeah. So when you're saying there's ICE, you have crazy leftists. These are the same people that killed Charlie Kirk that are trying to kill ICE agents, bro.
Let's go.
All need to talk at the same time. If this is true, these guys are so crazy. These leftists, they put on their masks, do other stuff. Whether or not they wear the masks, the crazy people who are going to do that are going to do that regardless. Without the mask, they have an ability to build trust with the rest of the public. If they're going to go throw a bomb at ICE, you just said they shoot at their facilities. They're shooting at the facilities despite the fact that they wear masks because they know where the ICE agents are. They're at the Whipple building. They're over there. You know where their offices are. So I'd say the mask.
Okay. So a pretty good idea to wear a mask if they're trying to kill them as well as going after their families. Wouldn't you say, Dylan? Like that kind of makes sense. Why they're wearing masks? These are enemies.
Jake, if they know where the building is at, are you going to put a mask on the building? Like ICE officers wearing a mask is going to prevent a facility being shot.
That's not my argument. My argument is that with their
What's up, Easy Money? Welcome back.
In the open, they're able to dox their family.
Okay, well, then why would you get up to shooting? Nobody shot up like ICE officers.
Nullification and session underneath, but originalism is not. But you are not. No one when they say originalism means your view, localist. You obviously recognize that.
house. It was a detention
I'm saying
All
that
right,
these
it's getting
people
a little
up, but the
chaotic.
same ones that killed Charlie Kirk. They're insane.
Like, it doesn't make sense to say my view is the dominant view, as you just said, although you just delete it. But also, I disagree with every Supreme Court decision of the last 100 years, right? Like, that doesn't make those, or cannot possibly be, that's not meaningful.
That's all
The actual reality is the cartel, right?
All right, let's calm down. Calm down. This isn't going to be a good debate if we can't hear each other. I believe Ringo was trying to respond to.
No, that Dylan won $1,000. He bet that it was going to be toxic, so you should be happy, Dylan.
Also, I apologize. What is your name?
Let's let Ringo respond, and then we can continue from there.
Well, Gibbs was just asking what your name was, yeah.
Yeah, that's my apology. It's like I can't see it because I have the streamer mode up. I apologize, Ringo. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're all good. Moderator, what's your name?
So yeah, moderator, your name.
Mace. Yeah, the only point that I was making is that like the only situation that you were able to bring up of like articulatable harm that these ICE officers are facing is like shooting an ICE detention facility. But unless you're gonna like put a mask on the facility, yeah, but why did you bring up the shooting of the facility? That was gonna happen regardless.
To prove the point that these people are insane, that not only are they doxing them, they're actually going to the facilities and shooting at them as well.
The mask has nothing to do with the facility.
At the same time.
Hold on. So here's the thing: you talk to any police officer anywhere in the country, especially federal agents, border patrol agents, anybody. They're going to tell you that when you take this job, you understand that people are going to target you for the uniform you're wearing. They're going to find you. They might even follow you back to the station. They might even follow you home after the station.
Are my Ryan Janney services needed? What the hell?
Something they're consistently worried about. They always deal with. Every time there's a BLM or Antifa riot, what do they burn down? A police station, right? They're all the same conditions apply, but only one of these groups, for some reason, gets to wear masks. We generally understand that the other ones don't do that, and there's a reason why they don't do that, because they're interfacing with the community. Yes, the far left should have started out treating ICE like.
Would you support highly increased immigration if we abolish government assistance to non-citizens and city obligate? I mean, I don't know what your definition of highly increased immigration is. I support pretty high immigration regardless, but I mean, yeah.
Servants of the community, both in the sense of accountability, but also by not doxing them and being crazy about them. But we can't say that we're going to have ICE act like essentially enemies of the people that they're trying to serve, that their tax was serving, because people were mean to them on the internet. Because there aren't any stories of an ICE agent's home actually getting shot up or their family actually getting harmed. So we're talking about people being mean to ICE agents on the internet right now is the reason they're the one federal agency that gets to wear a cosmetic only mask. It's not because they have to wear a gas mask or anything. Obviously, those are exceptions, but this is just to shield their identity from the public they're supposed to serve.
And there is stories of ICE officers illegally entering civilians' homes, American citizens' homes.
I'm a lazy model. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay.
So, that's why people want accountability. That's why I want to see.
Is that is the conversation Ryan had with the marketplace people interesting? I saw he went on that, but I didn't watch it. Abolishing welfare sends good signals. I don't know what you mean by good signals. Good signals to who? If you're just asking, you just asked if I would support it on the condition of abolishing welfare for non-citizens, but like regardless of that point, regardless of that, I'm just saying I would support what you might consider to be large increases in immigration. What's up, Copita K? Admiral Gibbs is your biggest fan. True. Welcome back. He and Lactor are the two big originalists I'm aware of. Yeah, but they're not anywhere close to localist. To be clear, localist is not an originalist. Localist is not what anyone understands originalism to mean. Localist is he's a localist. He doesn't even believe America should be a thing. He thinks we should. Like, he doesn't think there's a national identity. He doesn't think that there should be a federal government. He would prefer us to split into states. There are some states that I think he thinks are even too big. I think I would support large increases if all welfare was abolished and city obligations. Wow.
Their face, because when they see that, there's the same arguments being used right now, and I understand it comes from a place where these ICE officers to be protected, but this is used by secret police all around the world. This is used by police departments in Russia and Iran and anywhere where it is the police have an authority they probably should not have. One of the first things they do is mask up the officers so they don't face public retaliation, and nobody knows what their names are. And that, to me, has all of the tinges of authoritarianism.
Okay, well, the attacks on ICE officers compared to the previous administration is up by like 2,000%, Dylan.
No, 25. There's only been 25% increase in the number of charges filed in federal court for aggravated assault against federal police officers.
I'm not talking about aggravated assault.
They lie as much as they breathe.
I'm talking about actual shootings.
He's got his facts on point.
Come on, man. Like, what are you going to do about what I just said? NPR said
they're in uniform when they're being shot.
Like 25%.
Wait, actual shootings? What is that?
For aggravated assault against federal police officers.
I'm not talking about aggravated assault.
They lie as much as they breathe.
I'm talking about actual shootings.
He's got his facts on point.
Come on, man. Like, what are you going to do about
the shootings go from like 1 to 2?
I just said NPR said
they're in uniform when they're being shot.
Like 25%. That's still a high number, bro. What are you talking about? Even if I grab 25%.
That's national level news that you would hear about, like, immediately.
So don't you think that?
But even like 25% is it could just reflect the increase in like ICE activity, not necessarily even more. If ICE was engaging in 25% more activity, you might expect like 25% more assaults in them, but it could, you know, it could reflect that. I imagine there are, even accounting for that, more attacks on ICE. I would guess. I don't know for sure offhand, but that's not that convincing of evidence. The marketplace thing was fun. I was a call-in and battled for a bit, so I'm bays. I think you hate how conciliatory the hosts were to Ryan. Oh boy. But I've been hanging in the Discord for a bit. What did they talk about? I joined at like one part during it. I saw them talking about Social Security, but that's all I saw really.
It being up by 25% is still a problem, bro?
Jake, do you remember what's
the
the
problem?
Do you remember?
Would you consider that to be an issue?
All right. Let's let Kazim respond to Jake.
I want to agree with Jake a little bit. Let me do it. Let me reach across you out. I agree that a 25% increase is a problem, but you said earlier that the increase in deaths is also from an increase in operations. So the increase in attacks on ICE officers is also going to be in part contributed to by an increase in ICE operations. So you'd also
Thank you, Dylan.
No?
I would agree with you on that because the ICE agents under Trump are actually deporting, detaining illegal immigrants within the interior. You're going to lead up to a lot more individuals attacking that. I could see that for sure. But at the same time, we do see a lot of lefties that are going after, again, the left is the one that burned down BLM riots back then, the Tesla burnings, the Chaz takeover. So these guys already have a history in his first administration already rioting.
You got to watch it. I'll be happy if either channel got more subs and views. Okay. I can watch it. Maybe I might not watch it on stream, but we'll see.
Bro, and attacking...
Jake, can we watch this faster? What's up, cheese? It's on like 1.5 speed. I'll put it on 1.65.
We have the same thing now that Trump's in his second term. We see the ICE agents getting attacked, the LA riots. Every time Trump gets into office, you lefties lose your fucking mind and you burn down everything around you.
Would you say
I would like to reach across the aisle too, real quick. 25% more, and you just own that could be from operational persistence.
I would also like to reach across the aisle real quick.
You didn't even ask the question Dylan did. Do you think that's a problem?
No?
I like how this guy consistently does not reply to critiques. Okay, I like every single time he's just been like, well, it's still a problem. Don't you think that's still a problem? Or shifted to like some other like, oh well, the left does all this crazy shit. There was something else he did earlier where he did something similar, but I forget what he did. But it was the same thing where like he did not actually reply to their argument. He just like makes a new different argument, which is like related but more not actually responding to their point.
You're just like, Trump bad, so it's okay. Trump bad, so it's okay.
Wait, let me jump in. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me just read.
Trump bad, so 25%.
Very quickly. Look, my problem with this philosophy isn't that I want ICE officers to be targeted at their homes. I think that's a horrible standard to set for anybody to be targeted at their homes, right? That includes the homes that they're entering illegally. But at the end of the day, these officers sign a contract, get $50,000. They sign up for this, right? If you're an individual citizen, you don't sign up for an ICE officer to walk up to you and card you as an American citizen when that used to not happen. You didn't sign up for all these things, and having people come up to you with masks is immediately going to make you oppositional. I'm telling you right now, there is no legislation.
What if they were Spider-Man masks?
I'll say this very clearly. I'll be very clear. Last statement. Jake Farr, I am probably one of the more moderate people you'll talk to on the issue of immigration enforcement. When I do my documentary, a lot of it's going to be talking about how, protesters have treated police officers, stuff like that. I'm going to be concentrating on that. Okay. But as that moderate person, I'll tell you, I will never obey orders from a masked police officer ever on principle because I don't believe it's right. And there's a lot of people who are going to feel that same way, and it's going to be poison from the base.
Actually, the country is okay with this when they're deporting, rapists and shit. Go ahead, Admiral. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to build a little bit of a bridge here, because I mean, Jake, you and I are pretty on the same position. But however, I'm a little confused, Jake, because I actually agree with the sentiment that Dylan just said. I'll be damned if some masked fucker is going to come up and tell me show me the papers, bro. Like, I'll be damned.
If Spider-Man, would you be okay?
I don't understand. Jesus Christ himself. If they walk up to my house, they say, show me their papers. I'm going to fucking be like, no, bitch, you show me your papers, right? Like, I will call it. Hell yeah, bro, I'll call anybody, bitch. God's got a sense of humor. Secondly, I'll tell you this. Have you seen the three faces people make when they have sex? It's not jokes. All right. Secondly, I want to go with this. As a pro-Texan 2A person, when Santa Ana came down and said, I'm going to take these fucking cannons, what did we tell him? We said, go fuck yourself. We shot him, right? Who do you think is a pro-2A is going to come to your guns? It's going to be the mask cops, the SWAT team, right? So, like, you can't be pro-2A and pro-masks if you're conservative. So, like, I don't like boxing either, but, like, stand by your business. And, honestly, if they go attack these guys that are not masked, that gives us free reign to be like, look, they are terrorists. So, like, I think the mask thing is just enabling the left's complaint. But finally, the reason why we have to do the masks, or they're trying, not we, but they have to do the mask, is because they are getting shot at these facilities, which is a real problem. Because these people don't believe in borders or ID. These people don't believe in borders ID, but now they have checkpoints set up in like random city blocks. Like, somebody doesn't understand it. I don't know. It's a problem.
I don't know why we keep acting like a mask is going to prevent shooting a facility. They know where the facilities are. That's not a secret.
I don't know why we're acting like a mask is a huge deal because you're afraid of Spider-Man.
Why do you think police officers have to identify themselves to you?
I shouldn't be arrested by Spider-Man. If someone came up to me in a Spider-Man costume, I wouldn't let them arrest me.
Yeah.
But Jake, why do you think police officers do have to like identify themselves if you ask them to? Like, if you get pulled over by a cop and you ask for his card, he's got to give it to you. Why do you think that's the case?
Yeah, it's their right to know exactly who the person is that's detaining them. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Why?
So,
what's up, Eleni? Welcome back.
Like the mask stuff, I feel like it's not that hard.
Chuck Schumer's gonna put belt to ads if Trump steps out of line. Oh, I'm sure. I have so much faith in my favorite leader, majority leader, or minority leader right now.
Part of an ask then.
Well, it is, and this is why Jake's argument falls apart. Jake's argument falls apart because you're asking citizens to be okay with other citizens being masked while they're conducting what's supposed to be legitimate law enforcement operations, right? But that's not what's happening, right? What's happening is that these immigration officers need to have their identities protected, not specifically against these leftists, which we know will do the doxing and do all this stuff, but because they're specifically going after some people that are involved with the cartels. And that is a legitimate threat that would be much harder for the federal government to defend those families, right? So that's why you're arguing
that's the distinction. That's the trait. Plenty of FBI agents also deal with like cartel shit, dog. But okay, all right. Do you identify as more blue dog or blue dog dem or new liberal? I mean, new liberal. I don't think I associate the blue dog dem with a lot more like sort of populist policies, even if it's not like full on sloppulist. But still, like blue dog dems are like pretty pro union, are they not?
But the cartel wears masks. The cartel wears masks, and they dress like military. Like we literally in Laredo not too long ago had the cartel pull up, literally in police uniforms, and mow down people. It's like so you're telling me how am I supposed to know what the difference is between like the Zetas, who are basically paramilitary, and or like I don't know what's a New Jalisco, right? Why am I supposed to tell the difference between that nice? Like if they pull up and they got masks on. Like I
so the Democrat and Republican are already losing. True, buddy.
It's a combination. See, for me, it's a combination. How many civil rights infractions are they allowed to do? So far, they're up to about 4,500. Do they get to just keep going until they hit 100K? Are we playing a high score game? Is this an idle game?
Well, considering the amount of people that came across the border and or inside the country illegally, you can expect those numbers to be high.
Oh, we got it. We did it. How long it took? Basically an hour. Let's go. We did it. We shifted the blame. Let's go.
If there wasn't so many people here illegally, you wouldn't have no
from the top. Hey, guess what? You can just go out and basically do whatever.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's a perfect organization that can be created where the numbers are going to be perfect across the board, right? The problem is that your side.
Oh, he did both memes. He did. It's the Democrats' fault for letting so many illegal immigrants in, and then we got the 3 seconds later the second meme. Let's go. It's fucking we're doing so many mistakes are gonna happen. Don't you know? It's all just a little teehee accident. Whoopsie.
For the fact that those people are here illegal anyway.
I blame you, Pikachu Fawn.
We in this conversation where you think you're supposed to justify some shit when there's no actual stance to be able to justify a thing. You're just
I have a great solution for making sure that they're not here illegally. It's called blanket amnesty.
Blanket amnesty.
Yeah, just give them legal shit. Cool. Amazing.
Now,
Kaz, I have a question for you really quickly.
Would you include that too, Mr. Gunter?
I got a question for you. What was it?
What legal categories of immigrants?
Oh, Fonchu is good.
Legal categories of immigrants?
Yes.
Well, I just think that it should be far, far easier to get citizenship than it currently is.
Well, I think we're getting mad.
A background check. Like, do a background check. If they have a bad background check, fine. Deport them, sure. I don't care. But, like, at least, like, I get background checks done just because I'm a health professional. Like, we can't just, like, I don't know. Like, that seems simple, right? Like, just do it. And then...
Blue Dogs are fiscal conservative, def not pro-union. I feel like I associate Blue Dogs with, like, old-style, working class, fucking, like, pro-union shit. Maybe I'm just mistaken. That's what I associate like blue dog dems on it.
Country of origin in a lot of cases. So that's not every country, that's not every situation.
How about blanket deportations? Guy who hates the federal government really loves when the federal government does deportation. Let's go.
At all difficult and would actually be an economic boon to both countries.
We're just
do that for every country that we set it up with.
I got a good question for you, for Alec and as well as Cass. Whoever wants to answer it, really. If you guys are for abolishing completely ICE, which is okay, that's y'all's argument. What are you going to replace it with? If there's people in the interior of the United States that are here illegally, what are you going to replace it with exactly?
The problem with
the
INS
INS
was
before.
bureaucratic. It was incredibly
fine,
but why we have
the point is.
Yeah, but loopholes. It's why we have all these weird, goofy statuses that don't really help us. Things like humanitarian parole. It was useful for after the Iraq War, not very useful now. T visas or trafficking victims. There's a certain level of ambiguity there, but we're only talking like 5,000 people a year. So all these different statuses, you add them up, and it becomes 3 really like standout ones. It's visa overstays, unlawful entries, and dreamers. Now, my big concern is with the unlawful entries. That's where your real problem is. Those are people that willingly walked across the border and stayed.
So you like Trump's
components that are bad. And we
you do like Trump sealing at least the border, right? As far as border encounters under Biden was like 20,000. Under Trump, nowhere even near that number. Is like
I don't think it's.
So you like that?
For the first time, more people are leaving the country than entering. I can't imagine why that might be under Trump.
It's not clear that is true. It's plausible that has happened, but people usually when they say that are citing the data from the Census Bureau, which is essentially they're misunderstanding how the Census Bureau, their current population survey, has population controls in it that only account for expected changes in the population. It's susceptible to shocks in the population of immigrants, be it an influx or an outflow, or even just maybe not the immigrant population itself, but even just the response rates to the surveys will influence the population, because they use like monthly survey responses as weights to a predetermined amount that the U.S. population has supposedly grown. If you look at estimates that don't rely on that, it's like it's plausible that there have been net negative migration, but it's like maybe net negative 55,000 at most, I think is the highest I've seen.
presidency. He must be doing
so
a great
again, my
job.
question is, do you at least like that border encounters? Do you like that?
Not necessarily. Why would you like that necessarily?
What's wrong with people wanting to come to our illustrious? What's wrong with people wanting to come to our illustrious, beautiful country? What is so wrong with that? Fewer border encounters. We want more people. We want more workers. We want more manpower. What are you talking about?
We just eliminate borders altogether and just become one world government. Is that what you want?
Now they're just gonna debate this for fucking 20 minutes. Let's go. Let's go. Can't wait for Gibbs to talk about the farmers and the wages again.
Eliminate all borders.
You don't want to get into what I want. You can't handle what I want. There's no way you can handle what I want.
Well, I'm asking you a question. Do you just want to eliminate the borders completely? Is that what you want? Because that's what you're striking right now. How about we just eliminate all borders?
To that. We're not
I do want the answer. That's why I'm asking you. Yes or no?
We're talking about abolishing ICE.
Yeah. Well, you just brought up what's the matter?
At least. He knows. Okay, Alec Hunter's not like directly answering, which I think is actually the play here. So.
Matter of everybody kind of coming in, whatever. I'm asking you. Do you want to abolish the border while we're at it?
Okay, what's the problem with somebody going from like Indiana to Ohio? Anything?
Because they're both fucking U.S. citizens. There's nothing wrong with that. But again, answer my question.
Oh, okay. So it sounds like
eliminating all borders.
Okay. Yes, actually, eventually, yes. That is my goal. Yes, eventually. Not tonight, not tomorrow. Eventually, yes. Does that help? Does that help?
Realism, or how do you
do you agree with them?
Do you want to like conquer the borders, or how do you?
What do you think with the bigger in NYC swung so far to the right in 2024? I don't know. I would imagine it's the combination of affordability issues and immigration issues.
But that's not what we're talking about tonight. We're talking about abolishing ICE. We can start there. Just to be clear, abolition is way far down the line. And just to be clear, border encounters have themselves.
Wait, I would love, Jake, I just want to throw something out there. See, me and Alec, we have different positions. I don't think borders should be abolished. I think that's stupid, right?
Oh, yeah, it's dumb.
Wait, let me finish. We both agree, though. You probably think my position is stupid, too. We both agree, though, that what ICE is doing when it comes to masking is something that looks authoritarian, something that poisons the image of the community. And something that's interesting is when I went to these protests in Minneapolis, I'd meet little old grandmas with signs that said things like rain in ICE, which was fascinating to me. That's the most moderate, like, kind of like, could we please regulate our boys a little bit more? And I remember talking to her about it. She said, I just think they need to act with a little bit more dignity. That was this old woman's position. She drove 60 miles out there. That woman is now in the same camp as the person who wants to abolish borders. That's what ICE's behavior has done.
Yeah. Did you ask her what she meant by dignity? What does she mean by that?
She meant like they should be what was like 1 minute interview. It was one from people.
Okay.
But
maybe legally, right? Maybe just have ICE stop violating the fucking constitution like it's nothing, right? Like maybe have.
Farouk, let my boy speak. Let Renyo keep speaking. Hold on. Jericho, my goat. New immigration estimates for 2025 rolling in. Two are very plausible. CBO estimate is plus 408K. Leading researchers submit a range of negative 10K to negative 295K. I think this one also has number from a different thing, but maybe not.
ICE agents that aren't willing to break into private property without a judicial warrant, right? Like, I feel like that's a super easy ask. Huh?
Yes.
Solid evidence. I know for people.
Is not able to be addressed in any meaningful
well, they will still be able to be addressed. Obviously, like people know their identity within the facilities of ICE, right?
Do they?
So
but then you're relying on ICE.
They do have badges, so they know who's who.
What's the point of the mask? If they have the badge, what's the point of the mask?
You do realize after the Alex Purdy death that happened, the two individuals that shot Alex Purdy, their faces were all on the internet. We knew their identity, regardless of that.
Wait, that's good, right? And that's good.
That's why
I was gonna say they had masks.
The mask is the thing. They have the badges out.
Let me explain. They had it out. ICE officers get doxxed. They get shamed on the internet. Some people even go as far as posting up addresses. That hasn't led to anything.
Like literally shooting at facilities.
Shooting at facilities, but them getting doxxed isn't going to change that. They know the facilities are. I can show you where
I'm not arguing that it's going to change that. I'm saying these are all the problems.
Are we going to acknowledge that?
Why does this guy? They've like made the same point like 5 times. If you're saying the mask are like to protect the ICE agents or whatever, and the issue you raise is the shooting at facilities like as something they need to be protected from. That's not. Again, the mask is not going to help with the shooting of facilities.
I'm going crazy. But no, let me just quickly say, if what you're saying is true, that getting doxxed is all horrible, I agree. And the people who shot Alex Purdy got doxxed anyway, I agree. That shows that even if you have the masks, this thing that's damaging your position within the community, hurting your image with the little grandmas to Alex Hunter to me, why keep the mask if they're going to get doxxed anyway?
Address the cartel.
Well, again, the reason why they wear masks.
Address the cartel.
I don't want to answer your question. Move on to the cartel, please.
We can move to the cartel, but that's part of the job is to deal with the cartel.
What's up, Rome Classic? I think the president should be able to choose what the immigration policy is. I mean, to a limited extent, they can.
Address the cartel.
I would like to
the family. American citizens are enforcing immigration law from a foreign entity.
What's up,
do you think that the El Paso police who used to do the detainers?
Well, he's talking to Dylan.
To be clear, I think that of course they put their lives at risk when it comes to the cartel, but it's not just them fighting the cartel. A lot of it has to do with drug enforcement. Do they get the mask up? No, they don't. Why is it just ICE officers? Are we going to expand masking? Now,
because ICE officers are
ATF. Now ATF officers are going to go to your house, take your gun, are going to be masked up as well. See how far this goes?
The DEA don't get to wear masks. They kick down doors. The SEALs and Rangers that they deputize at the border whenever it gets really bad down there, they don't get to wear masks.
The Rangers
Donald Trump, the reason why is because Donald Trump and the left.
Here's why our officers don't wear masks.
You can give it two legitimate reasons, and you
Because
still
they have.
like, in one instance, you're supposed to be protecting our people that are enforcing the law, and you're just throwing them up to the cartel for nothing, right? Like,
Sure, and now we just do this shit again. Well, the difference is that they're non-citizens. Immigration policy we should all live on it should be decided by whatever flavor the day the executive it is in the executive branch. This is true. This is how we create a stable and non-polarized country. Let's go. Let's go.
Protect us, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no shit. And we have a duty to
Should also let them do their job.
As they're serving us.
Do their job.
We should
Are you
look,
kidding me? Do we have to protect the
fact of
officers?
the matter
What are you
is,
talking about?
these
We have to not let them do their job? What are you
and
talking about?
communities in a different way than what that other law enforcement officers do. You can critique her. I've been listening to all your critiques about the organization. Sure, there's always room to improve, right? But there hasn't been any argument been made as far as this question is concerned that actually has me go, yeah, we should move away from the position of them having masks. I still think that their privacy, right, with regard to foreign entities that would potentially do them harm, should definitely be considered. And it shouldn't just be so laissez-faire overlooked as if their safety doesn't matter as American citizens.
So does it
Why would that not?
Okay, before somebody.
I love how CTV is always very responsive to the points being raised. I think I've spoken to CTV twice. He's a character.
Response to CTV, I just want to throw out here that we are about 5 minutes left with this topic, and after that we will switch to the second topic of this panel. So
yeah, CTV, does the DEA? Sorry, does the DEA safety not matter, CTV?
The DEA does mask up for certain
They are enforcing a different type of.
Fun facts. One, melted ARP significantly added to inflate. You can repeat these. I don't. Okay. Why do I care about this stuff right now? You've said this before. Most of Obama's deportation for China. I agree. I've never. Okay, whatever. 3, Biden closed the border himself through the executive without interference from Congress. I think that was probably illegal. Do you think that was probably? I'm curious your position. Do you think it was probably illegal for Biden to do that? When he was sued over it. I think eventually they ruled that it was a ACLU who sued him over it. They eventually ruled that he couldn't do some stuff, but there's a lawsuit that still might be pending with regards to some of the action he took near the end of his term, closing the border.
Law, the difference being, right, it's immigration law versus drug enforcement law. I'm sure that when immigration officers go in and there's drugs sitting there, they probably shoot DEA a call. They probably shoot ATF a call if there's weapons there, right? And
do you think the cartel has it out more for ICE or for the DEA?
Do you think the cartel?
That's actually an interesting question. I would rate this probably equal now.
Certainly the DEA.
No, you certainly think that originally. It probably used to be the DEA.
I think I was
operates on foreign soil in their neighborhood.
Was I asked the question? I was asked the question.
Sure.
I was asked the question, right? Right, I was asked the question. Okay, cool. So, yeah, repeat the question because it took us a minute to get back control of the room.
Yeah, so after you confirmed that the DEA safety does matter, we were going down that path, and you said, well, they're not doing immigration enforcement. But what do you think the cartel has more of an interest in stopping? ICE, who are just sending people out of the country, or the DEA, who are coming to their country, kicking down their doors and raiding their drug facilities? Who do you think the cartel wants to hurt more?
It's both now.
Well, I think specifically, if they have to be able to maintain a network on both sides of the border. So specifically, I would think immigration because that ensures their network on the other side, where it's away from the homeland. So, with that in mind, right? If I'm the cartel, immigration would be the target. Specifically because I would be trying to put fear into people even trying to get involved in the organization, right? Because then if I could do that, then I would stop the recruitment effort, right? But because it's harder for them to be able to, say backdoors, in the shadow, effective families like the cartel likes to operate, right? Because of the mask, it prevents them from being able to do that openly and on a mass scale, which if it was the other way, they would. And that's where it's different from where the different types of law enforcement get involved because immigration does go further in, right? With a lot more, say like they're looking for bodies. And that would be the other thing too, is that, like if you're trying to ensure your network, you would ensure workers, right? To be able to do things versus material things, right? Because the material things you can move from one place to another, but you can't always get more bodies, right? So I'd be trying to protect workers.
I want to Jeb, to your point though about which is more, I would say until like marijuana took off, it was definitely the DEA. But now I would say immigration is probably equal to them because at least here in South Texas, right? They're not necessarily, ICE isn't doing what they're doing in Minnesota and Texas. They're going after like legitimate businesses that are tied to the cartel. They're taking out the middle management. They're taking out shot callers. And like I'm just gonna admit I know some pretty high up cartel people. I've lived here a long time. And these guys are all fucking out of the country now. They're just out of the country collecting checks while the middle management people are at risk. And yeah, I get that. Like okay, the idea that ICE needs to cover their face, protect them. The DEA does wears masks for certain raids too. That's a thing. But like the idea that they are not affected by immigration when immigration has become a bigger moneymaker than marijuana now, I would say it's equal because like the sites you're talking about when you go DEA go there, you're talking about like the cartel shit. The cartel shit. Yeah, no, it's not because you're talking about with the DEA.
No, stop. Let me tell you why. Even if it is equal, like you're saying, that makes my point. DEA should also be wearing masks then. If ICE hasn't wear masks, they don't.
Yes, they do.
I confirmed it just now. Even when going after dangerous cartel leaders, they have done maskless raids.
They absolutely have. They also have.
I think the immigration policy we should all have to live under should be decided by a simple majority in Congress.
Yeah.
I mean, that is essentially, to my knowledge, what it is right now. They delegate some powers to the president, and sometimes the president does things, and people just kind of don't stop him. There's a bit of a who gonna stop me loophole that the founders did not account for, but
absolutely
That language doesn't alleviate the possibility of them
bigger
having done them, right? That language just means that they've done them.
But they don't fraud. Like, stop being retarded on purpose, okay? ICE wears masks.
Want to watch this money macro video about immigrants in Europe? I'm not going to watch it on stream. You can send it.
Everywhere they go all the time, even when interfacing with regular American citizens on the street. If you can point out 3 or 4 DEA raids with a mask, that is still not the
Wait, can I get an easy money? Do you think it was illegal for Biden to do the executive actions near the end of his term that frees asylum? Because I think that was probably illegal. I ain't no lawyer or nothing, but from what I've read, there just simply is there's nothing that gave him that authority. There's no reason to believe that he should have that authority. Or should have in a sense, like legally should have. Maybe you think morally or, you know, he ought to or whatever, but I just don't see any authority for freezing asylum in the way he did.
same thing. Yeah, but you never thought that the police needed to do this.
I agree. They should always mask, but the DA does use masks. I Googled it just now. The AI says they use them regularly, and I can think of several examples like here locally where the DA has used masks. Like, yeah, I mean, sure, I understand. I just wear masks. Actually, on the side on the mask thing. Listen, as a conservative, I agree, masks are bad. We shouldn't mask them at all. But like, otherwise, I'm on the opposite. But like, yeah, this is a dumb argument. We're arguing really about the mask. Like, that's the big thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, it is a dumb argument. We talked about masks for so long. Can we go over any of the other abuses, bro? It's always the dumb shit that we get to talk about. Okay. Well, I mean, I think mask is a bigger issue than the stuff they were talking about earlier, but it might have been illegal, but Trump has done similar things and continuously won in court. Like what?
That's the whole argument here.
Like, we have real fucking problems here. You want to argue about the kind of mask?
No, he had more reasons. This was the first of many reasons, and we just got really tied up in it. But
Yeah,
they'll get on the list.
Yeah, it was, but
I'm sorry, we
last
wasted a lot of
thing
time, but yeah.
that's perfectly fine. I'm happy that we at least got to the bottom of this thing. One last thing on masks before maybe we can move on. I think we're gonna switch topics probably.
Yeah.
I want to respond to what Gibbs said about certain rates. Let's say we accept that in certain rates. For example, let's say we're going to go take out El Mencho. I would be accepting of somebody wanting to mask up so their children aren't literally burnt alive by the most dangerous cartel on the planet. I could accept that. But when you have Customs and Border Patrol doing sweeps through the neighborhood wearing masks, that's a little different because Customs and Border Patrol are now interacting with regular people. I'm not a threat to Customs and Border Patrol. Somebody stops Gibbs on the road, he's not a threat to to the country. If this is high-level terrorists, people who are proven threats and you're going after them and they've shown that they can go after you, I can understand that. But normalizing the idea that any Joe Schmo cop under any amount of threat or public scrutiny could put on a mask at any point and then hide their identity, like hide their badge number, is that something we're going to start saying too? That's perfectly comfortable, that's perfectly fine. And let me say, when I was interacting with ICE agents, I saw a lot of times them turning on the body cam a little too late. So when you have these masks, it also gives you a shield of unaccountability that a lot of people, even if it isn't true and they can still be held accountable, the mask makes them feel unaccountable. It makes them feel like
all
they
right.
know what they're doing.
Time is up for this topic. Thank you all, everybody. We'll do closing statements for this topic. We'll probably give you guys about 1 minute each. But keep in mind, you will have plenty of chances to give a bigger opening statement at the end of this. Thank you. So we're going to start the closing statements for whether or not I should be abolished, and we will start with we'll do CTV.
All right. Well, obviously,
I'm speeding it up more for this part.
as I stated to begin with, I wanted to make sure I was here so that the correct opinion was heard. You've heard everyone else argue around all of the things. No one else seemed to be as concerned about the safety of our ICE agents being American citizens whenever they're doing a job where they're rounding up people that are not legal citizens, and then not trying to understand the obvious dangers to our people when it comes to doing that job. And then also, right, not tying together the fact that the leftists that are out on the street become more of a problem than they already are. They did a good job arguing it separately, but there was no tying together, right? We would have gotten to that in the next 10 minutes. That said, happy to have been here with all of you to have the conversation and looking forward to the next time.
All right, thank you. Next up, we'll do Dylan.
Sure, I'll try to keep it short and sweet, and I understand we're on a time schedule. Look, I like I said before, I think it either should be abolished or reformed to a point where it's not really considered ICE as it is today. I don't think the masks are a good idea. I've already expressed my reasons why. I think ICE has shown many instances of illegal entry, and officers in some instances being seemingly trained to even possibly ignore whether they need a judicial warrant in certain circumstances. They certainly would need a judicial warrant to enter private residences, which the founding fathers did say was one of the chief evils against personal liberty, was the idea that an officer of the law, a soldier, some agent of the state could enter your home without the judgment of an independent magistrate or judge, right? So I think that these things, firearms training, I think legal knowledge, constitutional law, that's where the money should be going if you're going to train these officers. If you want to get a bunch of new people recruited for any type of immigration enforcement, you don't cut down the training schedule to 42 days before masking them up and saying, good luck, right, go get them. You want to make sure that they know what they're doing. You want to not fire a lot of the senior staff that they did fire and have them train the incoming people. The people who are whistleblowing currently could have been training new agents, but it's getting so rotten to the core, and this is the main thing, the public trust is so shot that you just need to wipe the board and start over.
All right, thank you, Dylan. Next, we'll do Jed. You go ahead and go.
Yeah. So my closing is kind of the same as my opening. I don't think we need to abolish ICE. I think we should reform it heavily. So I guess in terms of endpoints, I may not even disagree that much with Dylan and Rin, because they're sort of opening up this avenue of, well, if we reform it enough to where they don't recognize it as ICE anymore, then it's good. Because I think there's more to ICE than what people see on the outside as like the trademark ICE things. And I think if you got rid of the trademark ICE things
ICE is really nice on the inside.
It would still be much more useful than abolishing it entirely, because there's a whole administrative infrastructure back there. There are desk job workers. There's a ton of stuff there that if you abolish and start a new agency, you just open one, a really big fiscal can of worms, but two, why not go back to the abolish the police, right? Why not go to the means of like
why is that a bigger fiscal can of worms?
Let's abolish it. Like,
I feel like it's probably more likely that we would give a new agency less funding than ICE has currently, and that ICE has like historically had. I feel like there's more sort of rigidity in reducing ICE funding than there is in having a lower funding for a new agency, but maybe I'm wrong on that.
Every agency then that gets like sort of fundamentally hated by the public now the go-to is going to be abolished because it worked with ICE. And so instead we should show that America has the capability and will have enthusiasm for reforming consistently all of the agencies under the executive branch because they should be consistently reformed.
All right, thank you, Jeb. Next we'll do Rinald.
Yeah, I think that, again, I said this in my opening, there's just kind of this internal rot that happens with a lot of ICE leadership, and it kind of comes downstream from this constitutional theory that the president can just use the executive agencies to basically do whatever the fuck he wants to. Like, the fact of the matter is that, like, the majority of the ICE leadership, I don't
That's quote, far more restrictive than what Biden tried to implement. I agree. You aren't allowed to claim asylum when you cross the country, and there's 25 plus bordering. I don't know why. Okay, I agree.
By going out and picking up around people. Like, I don't blame the ICE officers in and of themselves. They're getting money, and that is what it is. The place that I actually where I actually place the blame is like the lack of accountability that we've had for the like senior ICE leadership. Like the fact that Greg Bovino came out and said that you don't need probable cause for arrest, we need reasonable suspicion. And the Trump administration argument in court against that was that he's stupid, he's not a lawyer, he doesn't know what that means. Right? Like the idea is that there's so much like rot in this. There's so much like problems with all of the leadership. I asked about the administrative warrant thing, like the skirting around judicial warrants in order to enter private property, and the response I got was, "Do you think the masks are illegal?" Like the idea is that there's so many like rampant constitutional violations. Again, like reform to the point of non-recognition, I would be able to accept. But right now, all I know is that like a secret police force like this cannot be in the hands of somebody like Donald Trump.
Right, that was exactly a minute. That was insane. Next up, we'll do Jake.
Cool. I'll try to keep it short and sweet. Yeah, the opponents kind of, a lot of their argumentations were kind of ridiculous here. And I will tell you this, I'm going to try to be nicer in the next exchange here in the segment here. But if I do hear something as stupid as just abolish all borders and just make it a one world government, I might have to get a little bit more aggressive here because that was the most retarded thing of the night. I think, Alec, that was you, bro. Sorry. But going on here, yeah, no way that we'll ever fucking abolish ICE. That's a horrible idea. We need a police force or a force here to actually...
Since the status quo has been held up in court is entirely plausible. I mean, Trump has been, I'm not sure many of the actions that Trump has done with regards to the border have been ruled legal yet. I think I'm not sure. Lawsuits take a while to get through. Like I said, I don't even think the one that I was talking about with Biden was resolved. I'll look it up in a second. But like, has there been a Supreme Court case on the immigration enforcement on the border? There's been Supreme Court cases on the conduct of ICE, many of which have not come down in Trump's favor, but I'm not familiar with any on the enforcement at the actual border.
Actually take out people within the interior of the United States, especially after Joe Biden letting in something around 5 to 8 million illegal immigrants in the interior after 20,000 encounters at the border average in 4 years of office. So that's just something that is just completely needed, guys. I know you have an issue of how they act mean, etc. They're wearing masks, which is also just kind of ridiculous. I will say this. I know Jeb, is it Jeb? Yeah, Jeb was making the argument like it needs to be reformed. You know what? And so did Dylan. I would say, you know what? I'm fine with it being reformed as long as we get the same fucking results from it. Because under Biden and under many of the other administrations, we didn't get that. So if we can reform it and still keep the same results, I'm totally fine with that. And I'll leave it at that, man.
All right. Next up, Kazim.
The entire thing's bankrupt, morally bankrupt, constitutionally bankrupt. They've released a shadow memo, basically the same thing that took Enron down, one of the highest levels of corruption we've ever seen in our history. And they're basically doing the same thing in our government to tell us that they can tell them that they can violate our rights. It's unhinged. The legal theory that backs all this up has been shot down 4,400 times. That's an insane number. Anything that you've seen for like the election, that was like 65. This is what, 75, 8 times that. So it's just a crazy idea to think that this is at any point a constitutional organization that's designed or built or enforced by the Constitution. At this point, they violated more rights than they've enforced laws. I don't really see a way back. If there's a way back, I haven't heard it. Nobody's presented any kind of constitutional.
As far as I know, this lawsuit is still ongoing. But it doesn't look like anything has happened for a while. Court granting a part and denying a part plaintiff's motive for summary judgment. So there was a summary judgment? Okay, thanks for just taking it away.
Anyway, reason why it's valid.
All right, Admiral Gibbs, you're up next.
Yeah, I mean, this has been very enlightening. I gotta be honest, I'm very disappointed with that. So I think reform needs to be done, we need to streamline shit. But like, the fact that we sat here after I even tried to grant to the lefties that mask's bad, and we sat here arguing masks for the 15 minutes is a real problem because this really gets lost in.
Final rule limitation on asylum eligibility be vacated and set aside. The final rule's manifestation of fee requirement be vacated and set aside. And it is further ordered the guidance of 4-hour consultation window be vacated and set aside. That the courts holding on serviceability, the provisions on the final rule not mentioned in this order remain in effect. That is, that the individual plaintiff's removal orders and negative credible fear determinations be vacated. Oh, sorry, so I don't know how many things there were in the order, but this is the removal orders and negative credible fear determination are vacated. 4-hour consultation window vacated and set aside. Manifestation of fear requirement vacated, set aside. Limitation on assignment eligibility be vacated, set aside. Now maybe there's something that is in effect overturned this, but that seems Quite like not a particularly favorable ruling to Biden there.
I regret that we should probably take ICE out of Minnesota. I don't give a shit about Minnesota. We have real fucking problems here. And you're going, it's so bad. Listen, I just, we didn't talk about the legitimate business of cartels out of these cities. We didn't talk about how they're taking.
Let me look this up. What, the thing I just looked up? I looked up the ACLU lawsuit against Biden asylum freeze, and the ACLU website was a few results down.
Advantage of the loopholes where, you just land on our land and suddenly you can go through all the trial and you like caught release, or you got 2 weeks here. We didn't talk about none of that. We didn't talk about people that are literally dying down here. Like cartel killings happen every day, like where I live. This is a real problem. We didn't talk about that. Instead we talked about mass. This just shows to show me that when these people say they want reform, they don't actually want reform. Mr. Gunther here, he said the same thing I said they were saying about OP. They said, oh, who's going to pick our crops? Like this is a good thing that these illegals are being basically wage slaves. They're fucking American ag. Over. And then we're going to give them amnesty. Cool. You know what? I'll grant amnesty. Let's just grant amnesty. Let's get this over with. But right now, they're being wage slaves. It's a problem. They're being abused. We're having sex trafficking in mass. We didn't talk about none of this. We didn't get in of the nitty-gritty. Instead we argue about mass. And honestly, I know that people are intentionally being bad faiths, but it seems bad faith to me when this is an issue that we deal with daily. I deal with coyotes coming and destroying my ranch regularly once a month. I deal with cattle being killed, being eaten by these people. I deal with all this shit all the time. We didn't talk about none of it. So I hope we talk about some of these issues in the next session.
All right, and finally, Mr. Alec Gunter.
Yeah, my position hasn't changed. Like I said, I see ICE doing more harm than good. I don't see how they've improved my life whatsoever. I don't think that the work that they're doing is at all good. Like, it's like, again, when we have that many people dying in ICE custody from like lack of medication, for instance, or like, again, with this whole like, okay, when I said 50% of the farm labor in this country is done by undocumented migrants, I am not saying to treat them like dog shit. I am saying to give them fair working conditions, because that's already the work that they're doing. A lot of them are probably going to stay, if not most, and do that, even if they have the opportunity to do something else. And it just doesn't make sense to me to give them the fucking boot. It doesn't make any sense. And I don't think that ICE does good work. And I don't think that even the work that ICE claims to do, they're even doing, frankly. So fuck ICE, abolish them. I don't care.
All right. Thank you all for doing this debate and this topic. We will take a brief intermission before we get into our next topic. So
how brief is brief?
We'll say roughly 2 to 5 minutes. So
okay.
Yeah, we will catch you back.
Say that down. I was not trying to
people.
Come on, cartel doesn't.
I don't know what the next topic is.
And by the way, I'm invalid. Apologies, man. And by the way, during the Biden administration, you should have documented the border during that time, bro. The border at the time when Biden was there was a ton of people trying to get in. At one point, the tourists was a ton of
view pics. Also, I didn't know this.
I think I got more. They're at the port of entry. Yeah, I'm not of course of what I'm talking about.
Right? You'd be a skilled linguist and you're not.
Hard MAGA guy.
Misconstrue anything.
Couldn't understand it. Such great articulation. Couldn't understand
Can
it.
I change parties?
We kind of touched on this topic a little bit in the first section, but I hope maybe we can, since we did do that, maybe we can get more of a discussion rather than talking about masks for 45 minutes. I'll go ahead and read the print. The presence of undocumented immigrants in the United States is an often discussed issue. Concerns range from dangerous actors hurting citizens to a shifting cultural landscape. However, many defend the presence of these migrants as largely honest, hardworking laborers who deserve legalized status and fair working conditions. Please tell us whether or not you support the legalization of most or all of the migrants or not, and if so, why? And we will start.
Oh boy.
Who hasn't gone first yet? Alec has
gonna get some epic memes here.
Dylan hasn't.
Yeah, you put me last both times.
My bad.
Okay.
We'll let Jake go first this time, and Alec will be second. So Jake, we'll go ahead and time this maybe like 3 minutes for an opening.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, as far as the idea of, well, they're not all bad people, I can agree with that, and most people aren't. I totally understand that. However, at the end of the day, the actual situation here is that they crossed the border illegally or they don't have legal status, and I think they should still be deported. I know individuals that have been here for 15 years, having illegal status, never even bothered to actually get citizenship. I think those people should also get deported as well. So my stance here is that if you're trying your best to kind of actually get in here legally, like actual legally, and you want to assimilate to the United States, I could be fine with that. But at this point, because we have so many illegal immigrants in this country, I think it's the right thing to kind of deport all of them and kind of mitigate a lot of the issues that we have here. Is that these illegal immigrants is, we have a ton.
Okay, issues like what? Like answer the actual prompt. Like you can just you are supposed to stay your position in the opening statement, but I want somewhat of a justification, please.
A ton of them right now. So yeah, I would say from my status is deport them all. Don't really give a shit, and I'll leave it at that.
Incredible.
All right, Alec, 3-minute timer starts now.
Yeah, I just don't understand why people would want to deport them all. Like I said, most of them are here honestly, just doing work. They're just workers, like the rest of us. They're just people, like the rest of us, with families and goals and aspirations and things that they want to do with their lives. And they will do the work if we take the time to invest in them. This is more of an argument for generalized welfare, but I think that if we simply make conditions easier for people who are here undocumented to become documented, we'll solve a lot of these problems that we're having without the need to get rid of anybody. I don't think that we're so overpopulated that we need to worry about culling people. Okay, like we're just
He should pull the Nicholas Decker. What's your sound micro foundations for thinking that the returns to scale are decreasing?
we haven't hit that point. I think the more people, the better at this point. That's more bodies, that's more labor that we can put forward, just like the rest of us are doing. And I'm in favor of blanket amnesty. Honestly, blanket amnesty, let them just keep working for us. They're doing good work and they should continue that work with fair pay and safe working conditions. That's all.
All right. CTV, you're up next.
Yeah, so like Alec he definitely has like the worst ideas. And anybody that thinks that's a good idea, you have the worst ideas.
True.
And to Gibbs credit, right? He's already made this point, right? Alec's just looking for the slaves, right? I mean, Alec.
Oh my God.
Besides that, right?
The proletarian are slaves. Okay, they're all wage slaves. All right.
We are not going to be in a situation where it's okay to have people in our house that shouldn't be there, right? You wouldn't be okay with that. I'm not okay with that. Nobody else that lives in this house is okay with that, right? So we need to have the law enforced. Doesn't matter how long 15 years, like Jake said, you've been in the country. I know people myself that's been here for a while. If you ain't bothered to assimilate, be a part of the culture, be a part of the country, then go back to where it is. Obviously, you feel comfortable, and that's it. Send them home.
I'm American, but okay.
All right. Rinyald, no, we'll do Kazim. Kazim hasn't gone in the first two.
Could you repeat the prompt for me again? I'm so sorry. I'm dumb.
Yeah, of course. Let me get to it. However many defend whether or not you support the legalization or not.
Not good.
And Kazim, your timer is starting.
Yeah, there's 22 million people living in this country that are mixed status, or households rather. 5.5 million of those people in there are going to be children. They're U.S. citizens. They live with an undocumented parent. You don't really have a solution for this, and if you do, I'd love to hear it. I've yet to hear the right come up with a solution for this that isn't just mass deportation.
What's going to be deployed together?
Opening statements, by the way.
Man, huh?
So these are opening statements, by the way.
I know. I'm positing it.
That was at CTV saying you shouldn't interrupt the opening statement. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go back to it then. That would involve putting about 10 million people in the country into economic hardship. This would increase the homelessness issues. It would also cause problems with the median income of those households, dropping them by about a half. You're not deporting criminals. You're just orphaning kids to get some political wins. They pay about $100 billion in taxes, 25 of that into Social Security. They're literally paying for your grandma to continue to retire. The Cato Institute has said that immigrants contribute.
Oh no, the Cato Institute, evil.
50 or 30 years. That's $500 billion a year on average. And it's actually a much larger number now. The rate has gone up. There is basically no current path to citizenship that is legal after Trump's air quotes nixing all of them. I believe that there's a couple of clear ways that we could make this happen. The same way that we have affidavits to get background checks or do background checks, we can use that for immigration. We can do that on both sides, from their country and in ours, specifically for the people that are here. We give amnesty to the people that are not criminals and not stayovers. And that would also include people that are under that. The disagreement that we're going to have is that would also, for me, include people that are here overstaying visas and only basically exclude illegal crossers.
All right. Next up, we'll do Jeb.
Yeah, I generally would not give amnesty to most illegal immigrants, and there are a couple of reasons why. I don't want to incentivize for future illegal immigration, which you absolutely do by just giving amnesty, because, if that's what you did last time, you loaded up on illegal immigrants, that's what you're going to do next time. Now, there are caveats. One is I would be potentially open to large groups of them getting amnesty in exchange for some sort of state service. So like if you want to join the military, become a citizen, as we've done many times before, go ahead. Or potentially saying, okay, we're going to give nonviolent like dreamers and maybe visa overstayers a chance at amnesty. But if you get amnesty in this way, instead of self-deporting and coming back the legal way, you're essentially for a decade going to pay like a flat 10% income tax as your sort of penalty for having come here illegally. And that's going to just be enough to where it's going to incentivize people to come legally, but you still don't boot out people who have been here for 20 odd years. And if they have been here that long, they likely make enough money to where that flat tax isn't going to like ruin their entire life. So.
All right. Next up, Dylan.
I just want to quickly say that if I could just report all these Potbelly sandwiches as tax exempt, I would be a rich man going through all these documents. Okay, number one.
You absolutely can, by the way.
I can. It's just if I can stay outside of prison. Now, the first thing is, I look at this from just an ends perspective. I understand by somebody ignoring
Let's go.
They have said something about respect for the law versus standing in line, and that this is something that really gets on the nerves of conservatives from a law and order perspective. I also understand that our immigration system is unbelievably backed up. The amount of time that it takes to go and see your case, go through an immigration judge. If you have a child in Mexico and you're trying to see an immigration judge for any number of reasons, it could be an asylum case, could be anything. and you are trying to go through that system legitimately outside of the United States, it could take you 15 years. Your child could literally grow up in Mexico, in this area where you're trying to maybe flee for gang violence or any other number of reasons that could be completely legitimate, but because of how backed up the system is.
Have fun, Fonse. I appreciate you stopping by, Ringo. I'll see you whenever the next stream. I don't know for sure if I'll stream tomorrow, but the day after on Friday for sure, I think so.
Incentive towards people to take other alternative routes where they will justify to themselves, of course I'm an upstanding citizen who would like to do this the right way, but I don't think I could do it the right way in the best interest of my family and my children. And look, South Americans are largely conservative people, more conservative than me, to be completely frank. And you can see that from recent election results, where Latinos pivoted quite largely for Trump. So,
thanks for the memberships and gifted memberships.
I understand there could be anxieties about this idea of, oh, the Democratic Party wants this to fill their base with loyal voters. The idea that they're necessarily loyal voters is a huge, huge assumption. And depending upon how you speak to these new communities, which could be 2/3 amnesty, could be 3/4 amnesty, it could be determined by some metric that we'd have to figure out. I understand if somebody just jumped the border yesterday, that keeping them saying, okay, you're in, that low of a standard isn't going to work. But going through a mass deportation scheme will not only be expensive, it'll be disastrous for the economy, and we have to find some way to acknowledge the fact that we fucked up our own immigration system to a point where a lot of hardworking people chose to go around it because they didn't feel that they had an alternative. I'm not saying to get rid of borders. What I am saying is we have to acknowledge this reality to deal with the situation, to make some sort of deal, and then lock down the border like a lock. You have drones on the border. I don't fucking care. Lock it down like a lock. If the system is effective and people can have their case seen, then I don't care. I would want drones on the border. I would want more patrols on the border. I want to go after the coyotes. I want to protect American ranchers. But our system is so flawed that it's going to incentivize a lot of hardworking, good people to go listen to those coyotes and take a death march through the desert. So I want to avoid that. I want to avoid the death march. I want to avoid disaster for our economy. I want to avoid these scenarios of 5-year-olds watching daddy get snatched up because we decided 25 years is not long enough to be in the United States if you're a hardworking person.
All right. Next up, Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, I echo a lot of what Dylan said. I like, and actually, because I think said this right. He's like, what do we do? What is the solution? I don't necessarily have the solution. The problem is it's multifaceted, right? We need a secure border. I think that it's been secured mostly by Abbott here in Texas. I think that Trump has tried doing stuff along the other borders. I think the border security issue has been, I don't know if it's resolved, but it's close to it. As for the integration, I agree we need reform. I'm going to tell you 2 stories real quick. They're anecdotal, but I have a friend. We call him.
It's all been through executive action. Which some of which I imagine will get struck down by the court at some point, and a lot of which will probably be gotten rid of when Queen AOC wins the 2028 election. So, enjoy your solved problem for 3 more years. Let's go.
Juan too, because there was 3 Juans that worked with us from Guatemala. The guy was a legal alien when he first came here. He's a legal alien now. He works 3 minimum wage jobs. He owns a Porsche. He's got a fucking 140K house that he just bought cash, and he's got a fat American wife. This is the American dream. I'll take 100 of Juan too than over fucking 10 of these libtards that don't want to work. Right? Like, I want more people that want to come here and work. That's cool. I like my Hispanics that want to work. They relate to me. I like to work. So when I'm sitting here looking at this, I go, yeah, we do need reform. We need to get some kind of reform. Amnesty? No, we can't do amnesty because these people, even the ones that are like law abiding, they're still paying taxes to the cartel for their trip here or overtime. They won't pay them, and then the cartel call them up randomly. Hey, we need you to open up this hotel room at this date at this time, and they have some sort of loyalty, or the cartel's some sort of hold. This is an issue. I don't know what the solution is because it's bad. Now,
Gibbs is never going to provide like any evidence for that. His only evidence is ever going to be, well, I spoke to someone who said that once, or maybe I watched a Nick Shirley video.
For devastating the economy, well, guess what? To Mr. Gunther's point about 50% are in the ag field, that's a terrible thing. That's devastating the economy. The reason why beef price is so high because ranchers can't compete with the corporate ranches that are fucking us with the illegals working there, right?
True.
Legal.
What? Why? Presumably, you can't compete because they're undercutting you, which makes it more affordable for consumers.
Slavery is fucking the American beef industry hard. Now, if you want to dive into this, I can go point by point. I've owned a ranch. My family's owned ranches for back to the Texas Revolution. I know what I'm talking about. It's devastating the American ag industry by not having fair wages, using slave industry. It's a problem. I can see he's laughing. That's fine. But he doesn't know. He's not a rancher. He's not an ag. It's just as simple. This is a real problem. Maybe the argument he could have made would have been the hospitality issue. Like hotels. Yeah, they'll be devastated. But I don't give a fuck about the rich hotels. I care about the 98% of family-owned ranches, which is 98% of American beef produced is by family-owned ranches. They're getting outcompeted by 2% that are hiring illegals. This is a problem. It's devastating the beef market. It's devastating ag. And y'all think this is a good thing because y'all want to go, hey, we like slavery. Who's going to pick our crops? This is the same argument from 1865. Crazy work.
He said 50% of employment in agriculture was like undocumented immigrants or whatever, right? Is it plausible? Is it really plausible that 50% or that 2% of people or firms employ 50% of people? Or not even, he didn't even say 2% of firms, right? He said 2% of the output. Also, why is my TV a different thing now? And also, it's flickering. When did it start doing that? Why is it? Sometimes when I focus the camera. Yeah, it's not doing that. Fuck.
All right. Has everybody gone? I believe everybody has. Not Rinald? Okay,
Not Rinald.
3 minutes starts now.
Yeah, when looking at proposals of how to best deal with immigration, I think we need to do a cost-benefit analysis. It's clear to me that pursuing mass deportations despite the estimated economic struggles they will cause, the ballooning deficit that they will contribute to, the reduction in social trust they will bring, and the rights that they will violate is foolish when 9 times out of 10 the benefits of mass deportation are either incoherent and not true, or better solved by an amnesty program. Amnesty would certainly remove the poor working conditions of illegal immigrants, raise GDP, make native workers more competitive with immigrant labor, and provide a more humane solution that adheres to our natural rights. The biggest concern I hear from the right that I may be sympathetic to is the problem that immigration poses a threat to national security. Mass deportations as a solution simply requires the creation of a police state. Amnesty would simply make it incentivized to report yourself. While there may be problems with amnesty, mass deportations are obviously a worse pathway, and the status quo under Biden and Obama is obviously worse as well. I think a basic proposal based off of the IRCA would be pretty good in the sense that applicants have to submit proof of continuous residence, pass background checks, demonstrate basic knowledge of U.S. government and English, and pay fees. Those who have been here less than 5 years would enter a probationary period in which they would get amnesty after 5 years stipulating good behavior. And those who had not passed the 5-year period would not be, or have not passed that 5-year period would not be susceptible to government assistance. I think that that's a perfectly fine proposal. I think a lot of Republicans would be willing to get on board with that. It's preferable to mass deportations.
All right. Now that we've got all the opening statements out the way, I'm going to start a 30-minute timer. I may extend it like I did with the last one, but the floor is now open.
Yeah, I mean, I think there should be a penalty in the amnesty program, but because the one thing it doesn't cover is incentivizing people to continue crossing the border illegally. We're never gonna be able to stop it. But if they know that our go-to solution now that we've agreed as a country that deportations are immoral or less efficient than amnesty, then they can pretty consistently rely on us giving amnesty whenever the immigration problem gets big enough.
Okay.
So I think it's better if people go through that amnesty program. They have to pay again a sin tax for 10 years. Like you're just gonna pay a fee.
I mean, I would be open to that
crossing illegally.
Huh?
Who are you? Who specifically? Like, are you like what groups of people are you worried about crossing illegally?
I mean, overstayers are I think the most common. There's people who
visa overstayers.
It's not anymore though. But
those are the people that worry. Like safety concerns or what?
No.
What are people who overstay the visas doing to our country?
The entire South America.
Again, they drive. They put downward pressure on wages in the sectors that they
put pressure on wages. How?
Why do we care about the partial equilibrium effect? What are we doing?
When you are able to have your wages stolen by your employer, right, and you can't report it because you'll get deported, you are effectively having a lower wage, and that employer is now going to hire more people who can have that lower wage.
You know, still probably, they came here for a reason, still probably higher than they would have gotten in their country of origin.
Than people who can have a higher wage. So the only way for the higher wage people to get those jobs now is to have an effectively lower wage as well. That's called downward pressure on prices.
They don't, well, that's partly true, but it's sticky. There's rigidity there because wages aren't transparent. But regardless,
can I ask everybody a couple questions to kind of baseline?
No, he's saying why am I worried about future immigrants coming at all? He's trying to make an argument that what is the downside of illegal immigrants coming at all anyway?
You just said scared of people from another nation. That's all it sounds like.
I mean, I think that we could. I think
definitely not. Just a couple yes or no.
Well, it sounds like
it.
Yeah.
Sure.
So the first one, does anybody agree with Biden's policy on immigration?
No.
Does anybody agree with the previous administration, the Obama administration's policies?
Generally, no.
No.
Generally, no. Okay.
He made
hold on. We should apply Obama's drone strike policy to people trying to illegally cross.
All right. Follow-up question. Does anybody agree with trapping for Rio Grande like Abbott tried to do for a little
while?
Big
fan of that.
No.
Big fan. Huge fan.
I think adding
disgusting.
like harmful obstruction.
Disgusting.
I'll tell you why it's not disgusting. It's because it actually prevents more people from being trafficked. I guess you like slavery.
It's called deterrence.
It's called deterrence.
People being named to death. I think that's a bad
back to slavery. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, if you break into somebody's house and I shoot him, that's bad too, right?
Do we genuinely think
that the cartels wouldn't have found a way around that very easily?
Well, that's not the point. We're talking about deterrence. This is why many of the people that are crossing the Rio Grande, if you have a big deterrence that they can't actually go over that, yeah, they're more likely not to do it in the first place.
Well, I mean,
why are they had a gun and I knew he had a gun, I probably wouldn't break into his fucking house. It's called deterrence. Under Biden, this is why he wanted to reject that deterrence because he's fine with illegal immigrants at the time.
Because he doesn't want to.
The cartel hasn't found a way yet. The cartel's been really hurting on like getting people through the Texas border. That's the way they've gone around because the Texas haven't secured that shit. And like, yeah, some of it seems inhumane, but it's like but it's also deterrence. It's like effective. You know, it's hard to cross the Rio Grande when there's fucking death balls floating in there, right? Alligators. But but so now they have to go through the desert, the Chihuahua Desert, which is much more difficult to go through.
I don't think that.
Because I've never friends die my whole life killed by the cartel. Like, I mean, I'm sorry you have.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry it happened to you.
I'm sorry it happened to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real problem down here. I believe
you
it's a real issue.
Control
policy. You can't let trauma control policy. You can't do it.
Don't you think
it never goes well.
It never goes well. Don't you think it's
Trauma,
easier to
Let Rangel speak. Let my man speak.
The argument, Ringo, the argument is deterrence here. Do you believe that more people would cross the Rio Grande if they had razor wires in front of them rather than say, you know, I'm not going to do it?
Generally, it doesn't seem like that actually does disincentivize it. So my question is wouldn't it, so there's a natural disincentive to coming to the country. I would like to finish my statement. There's a natural disincentive to coming to the country illegally, right? You don't get the same rights as a citizen, right? That's just necessarily the natural incentive to not come to the country.
Democrats, yeah, in California. That's an incentive, actually.
I want to engage with him after. Go ahead.
I think a much more preferable situation to this is just offering a better pathway to citizenship, an easier pathway to citizenship, because there's natural deterrence to not come here legally. If it's easier to come here legally, I don't know why we would expect people to come here legally en masse.
No, I will grant you. I agree. We need an easier path to citizenship for people that want to come to work. All right, let's grant that. Now, back to what you just said before that, though. But before that, I want to prove that you're wrong here. Shelby Park, for example.
The whole argument here? Are we kind of granting the whole argument? It sounds like granted amnesty and easier pathway to citizenship.
Hold on. Let me just finish.
Gibbs has always been for a better pathway to citizenship.
Yeah,
Everyone agrees on a better pathway to citizenship.
What I want to say is you say it didn't work. Well, it did work. I mean, I'm going to use Shelby Park as an example. It was one of the most easy crossable areas. It went from 1,500 people a day to currently 3 people a month. Not a month, a week. 3 people a week. 1,500 a day, 3 people a week. Clearly, it's effective and it deters people. And this prevents human trafficking. Like, I don't understand why. Yeah, you can say it's inhumane, it's mean, it's optically bad. But the good is people are getting sex trafficked. Like the people, because it's too hard to do it. Like that's a good thing.
Let's say there's 3 doors, right? And I put barbed wire on one of the doors. I would expect less people to take the barbed wire.
I was gonna say, I imagine there is a deterrence effect there, but people are also probably just substituting towards other routes.
Our door, right? But I'm probably going to just take another door, right? Is there any evidence that these kind of things
decreased? I will engage with that. I'll engage with that. Okay, door number 1 is the barbed wire balls of the Rio Grande. Door number 2 is the Chihuahua Desert, and door number 3 is, I guess, fucking flying them. Like, I mean, door number 1 is still the easiest one. Like, you want to go across the Chihuahua Desert?
Really, the easiest one?
Yeah,
generally, it just doesn't seem like this is how people react to these kind of policies. It seems like it's not a super good disincentive to be super inhumane to pathways. It doesn't seem like this actually does a successful job at lowering people trying to come into the country.
How would razor wires be inhumane? They're just deterrent.
Okay, everybody, let's chill out.
Jake, I think you could probably into it out.
Let Jeb get his point.
Yeah, why the inhumane thing is such a side tangent? Let's go on the focus. You are using an argument that because Biden federally was not very aggressive at putting deterrence on the border, that Texas's deterrence were ineffective because when they were effective, which they were very effective, 74 to 85% they report, depending on the area, people just went around their deterrence into the places where Biden refused to put deterrence. And
he was just saying Gibbs's evidence was not good evidence because people are probably just substituting towards different routes.
So that means the deterrents are ineffective. No, it's only putting the deterrence in Texas was kind of ineffective in the grand scheme, but for Texas, it was extraordinarily effective. So this idea that this just doesn't seem to pan out in the data is wrong. Where they put the deterrence definitely was effective. The only argument that it wasn't effective is that they went to the places where we didn't put the deterrence. So put more razor wire.
It's not practical. It's not practical.
All right. Jeb, who was that specifically for?
That was for Rin.
Rin, you can respond to that.
Yeah, I have a couple points. So the first thing is it just doesn't seem practical to do that, right? It doesn't seem practical to put razor wire along all of the nation's borders. That's the first thing. The second thing is I wasn't just referring to Texas policy and like under the Biden administration. It just seems like historically these kind of putting these barriers in front of certain ways doesn't stop the want of immigrants to come into the country, right? And with like political, the way that politics works, it's not sustainable to this idea that we just put up a giant barbed wire wall. And I'm saying my ultimate point, which it doesn't even seem like
on most of the wall to border.
Well, it doesn't even seem like the majority of the people actually disagree with my prescription here that it is preferable to have an easier pathway to citizenship. It seems like that does disincentivize illegal immigration more than like razor wire would.
It's not either or. You can put razor wire and then
missiles onto the wall. Wouldn't that be kind of a waste of money though?
We already have
missiles onto the wall.
It's not
okay, great.
If you give an easier pathway to citizenship, I'm just going to ignore it. If you're going to put an easier pathway to citizenship, you're not wasting money. That's not everyone is. You have this magical view that if we have an easier pathway to citizenship, no one's going to cross illegally anymore. We still need strict border enforcement.
That is Renil's position. Yep.
We have an easier pathway to citizenship.
You would still need border enforcement, certainly. I think it would be way easier to just like. I think this just naturally follows. Everybody would want to go through the easier pathway to citizenship rather than going through the fucking desert in order to come into the country.
Unless they were interested in the economic benefit of being able to side skirt regulations, undercut labor, or bring in drugs. There are just because they're not largely criminals doesn't mean.
What is the benefit? What do you mean? Presumably, they're like on an individual level, they're going to benefit more from having whatever labor protections. Now, like in aggregate, it might be the case that like there's it harms the group in aggregate because it essentially employers are not willing to hire immigrants who are not profitable to hire at a given wage level that we impose via regulations, but they would be willing to hire them at a lower wage level that is not regulated. That's an issue that generalizes obviously with any labor regulation or minimum wage or whatever. But like that's more of a that it would help. It would be in essentially every individual's best interest to go over the legal way. but it might not necessarily benefit the group in aggregate. But do any of these motherfuckers care about or conservatives care about benefiting immigrants in aggregate? I don't think they. I know Gibbs doesn't. Fairly certain. You know, I don't know the exact view Jeb Tan takes on the utility of immigrants and how much it matters, but other than him, I would bet everyone, older conservatives, are just totally indifferent to it.
I want to undercut native wages. That's not what immigrants want to do.
Yeah, some of them don't. A lot of them don't. Some of them do, right?
Literally,
just because we can't classify. Hold on. Just because we can't.
Wages?
No, this is the thing you're doing. You're monolithing. You're saying, do you think illegal immigrants, the one group that all thinks the same? No, they're not all criminals. There's still a lot of crime that goes through the border. A lot of people are not interested in saying, hey, here's my name, here's where I'm going to be, here's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to cross the border now. A lot of crime goes through the border still. You still need razor wire to stop human trafficking, drugs, people who want to undercut labor.
All the data we have.
But not only that,
what do you mean? So they can't swim through the river. Are you going to build a wall in a river?
Are they human trafficking people through rivers? Yeah,
yes, that's literally what they were doing.
Is that the case? Ready? Carpet bomb the border. Just carpet bomb it.
Yeah.
Then we're good, right? That's a great deterrent, isn't it?
Base.
Nobody want to go there.
No, not at all. But
if
we got 30 minutes.
Then that way nobody crosses the border.
Like, make an argument. We have a half hour.
What are you talking about? This is great. No,
true.
How about that? We need to.
No, you're just inferring that we would say that that's a good idea. We're saying no. Make an argument.
Well, where's the end point? It seems like there is none. As long as nobody gets across the border, right?
To touch barbed wire. You don't have to go near it. It's not going to get you. It's not going to find you at your home and cut you. If you don't swim through the water you're not legally allowed to swim through, you won't get cut by the barbed wire. It's not that hard.
Don't go near the carpet bombs. It's the same thing. Just don't go near the area.
Alec, not only that, when it came to the United States,
I'm not even going to engage with this anymore.
I know you won't, because you know I'm right. I know you won't.
Sure.
Alec, is do the states get to decide whether or not the enforcement is done by the federal government? You guys missed the entire point.
True. At least they were talking about that. I mean, it doesn't directly relate to the prompt, but at least they finally bring up. It was kind of crazy that Abbott did that. Probably not within his authority to do. Kind of disobeyed like direct orders to let federal officers into what was it, Shelby Park or whatever.
Exactly. So why is Texas currently doing that?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Because
Texas
they are allowed.
We fought two wars. We fought two wars. We had treaty with the United States to become a state. We had this new ACES agreement.
It's not about secession. It's not
about secession. Nobody said secession.
The state can't make the federal government do anything. The federal government can't largely make the state help with it, but the state can choose to do their own enforcement if they want to.
Yeah, that is also true. I would say, look,
but they restricted. The issue was they were restricting. First of all, I think there were two issues. One is that they were restricting the federal government's ability to enter into certain areas that that the federal government had jurisdiction in. And secondly, I recall there being some dispute over the reading of a Supreme Court ruling that ruled that like certain barbed wire was not legal, and the federal government had to. I think the dispute was over whether the federal government like had to remove it or whether the federal government just like couldn't put any more down. And I think the Biden administration's interpretation was like they had to remove it. Abbott refused to let federal troops into Park. Eagle Pass. I don't know where I got the fucking Shelby Park or whatever from.
Two wars in Mexico established we ran the border, but
under Biden, under Biden, we had 20,000.
Oh, it is Shelby Park. Hold on. No, it is. That's a fucking town. It's Eagle Pass or whatever, I think.
Illegal encounters at the border, guys. All right, so people are coming in.
Illegal encounters
wants to get rid of those razor wires,
numbers,
and that's an incentive. They don't. Again, there's no deterrence under Biden. Under Trump, under Donald Trump, we literally had many deterrents on that. This is why now that we have under Biden 20,000 on average a day illegal immigrants. Under Donald Trump, literally in the hundreds, guys. Okay, so this is the deterrence that we're talking about here. Is that wouldn't you say razor wires, stuff like this, actually enforcing laws on the border would deter people from coming to the United States? This is why Trump is doing great on the border in general, guys. All right, it's pretty simple math.
20K stat. Was that a day? Was that a year?
That was a day. He had 10 million in his.
The defense penalties you're referring to are for adding more razor wire. The Supreme Court last week cleared the way for federal agents to be able to cut through the state's razor wire. That's what it was. But they didn't. Abbott didn't let the federal agents into where the razor wire was.
Entire 4 years.
I mean, Shelby Park was $1,500 a day alone. That's like a major.
I'm sorry, it might have been it might have been $20K a month maybe, but it was somewhere.
No, it was $20K a day. It was $20K a day. Just Shelby Park was $1,500 a day, and there's other areas that had similar numbers. So yeah, $20K a day is well within reason. Maybe more.
So you guys would agree that that's a good deterrent that we have Donald Trump that's actually enforcing the laws. Now we don't have to worry about the border. Now he's of course focusing on the interior of the United States.
It also could just be that whenever immigrants see all of their constitutional rights being flushed down the toilet by the Trump administration, why would they want to come here? Like if
sounds like another great deterrence. Yeah, great. Okay, cool. We already have like 40 million illegals within the interior.
Violating the Constitution is a deterrence. It's not good.
40 million illegals. Let's go. We did it. We got there.
2,000 encounters on the southern border.
We're gonna let Dylan speak because Dylan has not gotten to say anything on this. And then after this, I want to hear what critically thinking veteran wants to say too, because he hasn't had to say or hasn't got to say much either. So Dylan, you can start.
We seem to be mostly focusing on the border here and how to enforce deterrence. I'm not against deterrence, but I want to be careful that the goal is deterrence and it isn't just scary militarization. And what I mean by that is you can have a drone fly over a desert where you've got nowhere to run. It's a fucking desert. And if somebody's passing that area, you can spot them, send out an agent, grab them, and that's basically it. There are many areas where you're not going to need barbed wire. And there have been instances where people have crossed rivers and then their kids get caught on barbed wire because after they cross the river, they don't know there's barbed wire. They didn't see it. So if the goal is deterrence, they have to see the barbed wire. They have to know it's there. They have to see the threat. But if the threat is somewhat hidden or obscured, if the goal is deterrence, fine. I understand deterrence, but I also think that we can probably achieve deterrence in many ways more humanely, or when it comes to drones, just grab people. I think drones will really change the future of border enforcement. Definitely when we have one of the largest, we have a very long border. Putting a full wall across the entirety of it is just not really a possibility. And it's a lot less expensive if we want to put money towards things like training and how to handle a firearm properly, which apparently we need to do.
Yeah, listen, make the barbed wire yellow. I'm down for that, but you put it where you need to put it. It's cheap.
Oh no, Gibbs is streaming. Oh no.
That's what they, is that hard to see? Dylan, just to be clear, you're pretty reasonable. Does this look like it's hard to see?
That right, honestly, I don't even know. That's barbed wire?
That's the death balls that they're talking about.
Yeah, the idea that somebody's trying to swim and then they'll get caught up in that and then they might drown.
Yeah, one person died that I know of with these, but like this is the death ball. Is it hard to see? So
I don't think the death ball is hard to see, but I wasn't commenting on the death ball.
Sure,
but
I
was talking about specifically barbed wire where they cross the river and there's barbed wire on the other side of the river. They didn't realize there was barbed wire on the other side of the river.
No, I know you were fine. I was saying this is the thing that a lot of lefties, not you specifically, were complaining about with the death balls. They were like, oh, this is killing people bad. And I'm like,
clearly designed to be as visible as possible in order to deter. At least that doesn't mean that somebody couldn't try anyway and end up drowning, but that is obviously the purpose. Can I say one more thing quickly, because I didn't get to talk much and you were all having just so much fun. I didn't want to interrupt all the joy. I understand the hesitation from Gibbs because Gibbs seemed to like somebody wants to work and make America better and help contribute. Fuck yeah, Gibbs doesn't have any problem with that. But the amnesty being a reward for the cartels, the people who are coyote, you don't like that, and I understand that. But I would say that those trafficked by cartels are also victims of cartels, and I think the better policy is probably to go after the cartels that are victimizing them in the first place. In fact, by saying we will deport if we we are doing that.
Don't tempt Gibbs. He's all for invading fucking Mexico.
But we can do that and work with them. Well, number one, if we work with these people and offer them, for example, hey, you can become an American citizen. Name all the cartel people where they are, where they're hiding. We're going to go arrest them. If you want to go work at a construction company, fantastic. That contributes to America. That gets them citizenship.
Yeah, what if they don't have any intel on that?
That brings down 5 bad hombres. If you're trafficked by coyotes, wait, wasn't that Trump's word? Am I not allowed to say that? I don't know. Either way,
I'll give you the pass.
No, I don't believe these people that are getting trafficked have so much intel on the cartel, Dylan. Like that's
I mean, if you're trafficked by the cartel, you have to have
big intel to where they can tell the government where they're located.
Every single person. I'm just saying that it makes more sense to work with trafficking victims and going after traffickers than to make them both opponents of the federal government.
Yeah, or to make the state an opponent of the federal government, which is a big part of what this is and is turning into and has turned into over the last year. The reality is the Trump administration is not looking for amnesty for anyone. In fact, they've shut off a bunch of different classifications that previously existed for 20, 30, 40 years. There's no argument to be made that, despite us talking about this, that the administration will ever make any step this way. And the more that they step and the more that they push, the harder enforcement of the border, which is a separate problem from the amnesty, becomes. Now, yes, the amnesty does affect the border, and as Jeb Tan said, the influence of people coming to it. But at the same time, it is not the primary mechanism for why people are coming here. Just because it's easy doesn't mean it's easy. And when you say it's easy to do legally, it doesn't mean it's easy to go from Guatemala all the way up to America's southern border. That's a huge motivation that it takes to get there.
I agree with that. This is why we need deterrence in order for them to not make that trip in the first place, because we do realize that when they do make those trips, I think it's like something like 2/3 of women actually get raped. Paying the cartels going over there. That many people die on the way over there.
So I agree, that's all bad.
That's all bad.
But that's what they're feeling in the places they come from too.
Sure.
It's not a lie.
How
low-key true.
I agree with you.
Like, why do you think people are willing to go through or face that risk? Like, maybe they. If that number is true, which I don't, my priors would be against it, but I don't know, maybe like if that number is true, I would suspect they probably do have somewhat of a legitimate asylum claim, dog.
Not get assaulted. How do the traps help with that?
Yes, that's the big question you have to ask yourself.
I just said the deterrence. Or are you asking him or me? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm kind of telling him what he's saying because Dylan has the right idea. We have better tech than a bunch of buoyed fucking spikes.
Okay, fair enough on that. Let me answer Alex's dumb question. Let me answer Alex's dumb question. Okay, so the reason why deterrence works is because when those women realize
that's not what I asked. How do the traps help women not get assaulted? Let's make sure we're clear on the question.
Because when they know that there's a deterrence there, that they can't cross the Rio Grande through swimming, etc., that they could lose possibly their life, they're less likely to actually take that trip and not pay the cartel members to traffic them to the United States. Therefore, this is exactly what Trump did, where he was actually enforcing the laws, and now we have hundreds of encounters at the border compared to 20,000 a day under Biden. So yes, it works. It's just enforcing the laws.
In the situation that person is in, you said that this person is going to. You said they're going to what? Cross the river and then what?
And they have razor wires. Yeah, it could be that, or
what happens? They cross the river and then you said they pay the traffickers.
No, in fact, a lot of them get trafficked before even reaching the border. It's 2/3 of women.
Okay.
Under the Biden administration, yes.
So then what's to stop these traffickers then from just sending the traffickees over and like making sure there are no traps? Like this doesn't make any sense to me. The traps don't help.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
They do help. They do help.
I have a direct answer for this. I'll tell you, Jacob. Sorry. So what they do, I talked to a coyote a couple weeks ago. This is what he told me. He goes, we Viva La Raza, we send the Venezuelans, the Guatemalans first. They get caught, and then we send our Mexican brothers afterwards. And like that's what they do. All right, sorry, Jake.
Can I touch on the better
text question? I just want to answer that question really quickly.
So yeah,
I want to touch on the better text for the border thing. Again, he's making an argument is separate to yours. He's not saying they're impossible to usurp. He's just saying it increases the cost, which might make less people want to do it. Anyway, with the better tech thing, I agree we have better tech. The issue is the better tech is really, really expensive. So if I have 100 miles of border I need to cover, right? I have a couple drones that are capable of watching, let's say 25 miles of that border in a way that can report to where we can get there in time. These are hypothetical numbers. I'm not claiming to know that that's the case. What I'm saying is if you have, instead of buying 2 more drones to cover 50% of that 100 miles, you can lay out very cheap razor wire, or you can put better, like cheaper obstructions in 50 miles because it then filters. Well, again, the razor wire is not inhumane. I'm not buying it. You don't have to touch it. As long as you can see it, I'm not buying this. It's inhumane thing. If you can see the razor wire, it is humane. I get it. If you can't, that's bad, and they should make it yellow. That's going to be my answer. But what you do is 50% of that border is now covered by cheap things that they're just going to go around because just 25 miles, 50 miles down that way, there is no razor wire, there is no wall, so they'll walk around, and now you filter them in where you put the expensive shit that makes it easier to catch them. The deterrents work in concert with the expensive stuff to funnel people into hotter zones so that you don't have to spread investment across the entirety of the border.
All right, I just want to jump in here. We are getting close to about 5 minutes, 6.5 minutes left in this topic. I want to hear from CTV because I think he's the only one who I haven't heard from on this topic. So CTV, you have the floor.
Sure, he'll give a very nuanced, incredible take.
And the peanut gallery had to say something to begin with. Amazing. So the tech thing is like one part of it, but like the reality is that the cartels going to keep doing what they're doing. Drones are expensive. They shoot them down with guns or RPGs or whatever it is that the cartel can get their hands on. They've now compounded and made this problem that much more expensive for us to try to solve, which is exactly why you need to have the physical barriers in place all along the border. Unless, of course, right, you have a globalist agenda and you're ready to start dominating the entire world and making everybody live underneath our laws. Otherwise,
bro, me for real.
As a nation, it's turning 250 years old this year. Start actually acting like we're not going to, keep expanding, and that we're going to be happy with this border where it's at, and we start doing the things necessary to control it in a meaningful way, not just trying to throw money at it, right, and just assume the problem's going to get better. From all of the other points that's been said, like we're still back to the left just wants to justify slavery in a different form.
Oh.
So that doesn't change anything.
How does giving people amnesty justify slavery? I don't understand this. You're giving them legal protections. How does that justify any slavery?
It's a stupid argument. I agree, Renial. I agree. It's a stupid
argument. I feel like whatever you said, you would have agreed.
No, I mean, I get what you're trying to say.
Then there's the other argument, right, where you're saying that they're not criminals whenever the first act that they did coming into the country was in fact breaking the law. From the start, they've been criminals whenever they've done that, right? If they overstayed their visa, then they became a criminal at the moment that they overstayed their visa and were not following the process.
So are you in the man? I didn't consider this.
The payment, like this continuous crisis.
Number one, tax evasion is one of those American things you can do. Number two, when it comes to CTV's point about them, they broke the law. I understand, but we also need to think, what's the incentives for breaking the law here, right? If somebody, I'm sorry, the idea that I'm so hungry, I'm gonna go take this gun and I'm gonna go loot this iPhone store, that's not a thing, right? If somebody's hungry, they can go shoplift food. That's something they can go do, right?
Yeah, but they were incentivized by Biden putting it out there to come across.
Yeah, but
Biden put it out there to come across, dog.
Etc. Okay, I guess I'm not gonna amplify your argument, but go ahead. I'll let you get
Kamala literally said, "Do not come, bro."
Argument because we're talking, and then you can start jumping to interrupt. And
go ahead, Dylan. Explain.
And I've been edging ever since.
You've been doing it the entire fucking time. And when anybody
else, I guess I'm pretty good at it.
Jesus loves you.
Not having a good faith conversation. You just run over.
I'm controlling everything. Yeah.
You have no mind discipline.
Okay. He's right. I am the most entertaining guy on the panel.
All right.
That is true. That is true.
I want to throw out there. There are specific states where you can get benefits as an undocumented person, but the vast majority of people are not entering for those benefits. They're entering for work opportunities, which are going to vastly outpace their local opportunities in their home country with more stability, more money, and a lot of them are going to end up taking those funds and sending them back in reminiscences. So the motivations these people have are not the same that somebody who commits a crime like murder or theft.
Oh no. Someone's going to misunderstand the balance of payments. Someone's going to misunderstand the balance of payments. I can feel it coming. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
Trying to find a better life for themselves through committing the crime of illegal movement of human from one border to another, not murder, crime, rape. These are the vast majority of the people that we're dealing with. There are murderers, there are criminals. Those people I don't want in the United States unless they're in a jail cell. But when we talk about the majority of these people, they are hardworking people, and I think that we give them another opportunity if we can in the United States past a certain point. If they've been here for 2 years, I can understand saying it's 2 years. How deep can your roots really be? But a lot of these people, we're talking about 25 years. One last thing I want to talk about. This is the main thing I want to talk about before we got off of a tangent. Number one, the drones are less expensive. I'm sorry, but they cover a lot of area. I understand the idea we have in our head is of like Reaper drones. I'm not talking about Reaper drones, okay? We can get fixed wings drones, which could absolutely do reconnaissance missions at a pretty low rate. I know a guy, if the government needs to know somebody to go do this. And then you can get smaller, lower range DJI drones. We can do monitoring. And I want more of this because it is more humane generally than putting out like different. For example, I don't like the idea of people going out and pouring out the water to disincentivize people. Because if they get there and they're thirsty and they're already there, then they could die. Whereas a drone can pick them up, we can put them in a contained setting, and then we can give them water. So I think this is not only less expensive, but it is also more humane. And also, the coyotes could get caught in this method. The coyotes, when they see the barbed wire, they abandon the kids. They abandon the innocent people or the people being trafficked. They abandon the people then. But the drones, they can spot them before that point. Now, a lot of times,
when I say
so much you can do, but if you coordinate that with the Mexican government, which Trump has the leverage to do, you can get some real work done against the coyotes.
Yeah. When I say expensive shit, I'm not just talking about the drones, because I know that you guys know this when you say drones, but drones obviously comes with the caveat of you need the drone, then you need the vehicle stationed and ready to go get the drone and the people in those vehicles and the place for those vehicles to fill up. Like, you can have fewer trucks to go pick people up and they don't have to drive as far if you know you can funnel people into hotter areas and focus your investment in certain parts of the border. Because obviously with the send the drones thing, there's implied infrastructure there where once the drone sees someone's got to drive out there. You got to have someone close. You got to have a truck for them to drive. And
I was specific about.
I mean, I think there's obviously. I mean, Jeff would recognize this, but like with any type of wall or even razor wire, there's going to be implied infrastructure, and like regular maintenance that's going to be required for it. That's one of the like the wall is like a full-on border wall like Trump wanted to do his first term. It's just like sort of ridiculously expensive and not worth it for that reason. It's just really hard to do maintenance on the wall in all those areas and to build it in the first place. And I remember that there was issue with fucking animals and migration or whatever too. But
the deserts, when I talked about my drone,
I know Jeff would not defend like Trump's full-on border wall, but
I talked about the terrain settings where drones would be most effective. And a desert, there's nowhere to run, literally. So it depends on the area, of course.
Sure. Yeah, so the incentivization gets put in whenever Biden is telling them to come across. The biggest thing that has done to stop and slow down the border crossings has been Trump saying, don't come across the border, right? It's the federal government.
Trump's presence. That's the biggest thing.
If the federal government will carry that consistent messaging, right, then we can carry this forward moving forward, right? The physical barriers still need to get put in place. The drones, that's fine. Surveillance is great. That way we can direct forces where they need to be, right? And we can operate a little more efficiently. But it doesn't stop the need for the physical barriers to be there.
I feel like
because the whole point of being able to give amnesty is that it is a shutting door and you make new pipelines. Rebuilding the pipelines and decommissioning ICE are the same thing. You can't have this absentee approach to the border while also trying to offer amnesty. It doesn't work because as Jeff
I'm not
said,
trying to offer amnesty.
I
think that the people.
I'm trying to.
We know. Trust me, we know.
I feel like we kind of walked past.
I think the people that have been here for 20, 25 years have had more than ample opportunity over the years to interact with the very system that they say they want to be a part of, instead of just being a burden on it, to where we're all sitting here as citizens.
What do you mean interact with?
Whether or not we're going to let these people that have been illegally occupying this land this whole time, right, to be able to stay here as citizens with the same rights as the rest of us, simply because they waited this out. This is no different than squatters' rights, right?
They feed you.
I just want to
feed you. I don't know what to tell you.
I feel like we as a panel kind of walk past the initial proposition, which was like, should we give amnesty? I feel like we walk past that because a lot of the people here agree, even on the Republican side, which I appreciate. But like border enforcement, like what the particulars of that looks like, if it's like reconnaissance drones, if it's razor wire, if it's whatever, I feel like that kind of looks past the initial of like, well, do we think that an amnesty program should be going on? It seems like we kind of walk past that. I don't think there's a justification for that.
Yeah, no, my point was they're linked. You have to do both. You can't do one or the other.
Sure,
if
they may
you do
be.
one or the other, you end up with the same problem that he was talking about. By the way, it's 15,000 a day, not 20,000 a day, and that's being generous. If you don't have that problem of people coalescing at the border, which is a problem, no matter which side you're on this issue, you have to have proper border patrol, proper border enforcement. You have to have those things linked up and making sense and working in the same direction, not just two separate things that exist in the same place.
Sure. I mean, go ahead, Gibbs.
I would like to get in here real quick, just because I'm pretty pro immigration reform. I'm pretty pro strongest border in the world. However, this is the issue I have with the amnesty thing: is how do you determine who's getting the amnesty, right? And I'm going to use Trinidad. And Trump really fucked us in the debate when he said, talked about Aurora and their problems with Trinidad. I don't give a fuck about Aurora. Who knows if that actually happened? I'll tell you what I do know, and I have the sources to prove this, is Trinidad took over a low-income apartment complex here in San Antonio, right? And long story short, they basically had it condemned because of all the shit they're doing, and like 200 to 300 people lost their homes. They had nowhere to stay, and none of these people got caught. And I think 20 people got caught, but like there's more. And some of these people were clearly never had any record. They were clearly associated with Trinidad. They're like infiltrating. They're working here locally, yada yada yada. So it's like, how do you determine when someplace like Venezuela? How do you get the records to like determine, hey, this person's fine versus this person's I don't know, Trinidad? And like this in Trinidad, I want to go on record, is very small, especially San Antonio. They're not actually like the cartels. Like, but how do you determine who gets amnesty? I want to know what that looks like.
So first,
I got a hard out, so I got to head off. But
all right, love you, buddy.
Everybody, it was been a good combo.
You want to do an outro real quick or plug anything?
Yeah. Oh no, I don't really have any streams. I'm just happy to argue like an autist on the internet.
Okay, cool. Add me on Discord, bro. Love to conversate with you.
Yeah, I'll add everyone here.
But yeah, the question would be, right, like, so you say no criminal record. I feel like that's important to kind of like no criminal record, right? But like, how would you, so you say they were clearly trying to Nicaragua. Well, how would you substantiate that in terms of your own determination? Like, how do you know that they were clearly trying to Nicaragua?
Well, when I'm saying they're clearly Trinidad, I'm talking about specifically the ones that were caught and that they convicted, and then the ones that are associated, like they're clearly part of this in some way, that are associated, just didn't have enough evidence to convict them, because we believe in evidence here in America. You know, like, but at the same time, are you also going to give these people that are rumored to be Trinidad, or like they have some evidence to link them that like they couldn't prove they were definitively? Like, do you give
What's up north?
In amnesty, because you couldn't prove beyond
Okay,
a reasonable doubt. Like, what does this look like?
That would be the use of the 5-year probationary period, right? So if we say that, listen, we...
So for 5 years, you're like, expect me to be here?
Okay, but if they're not doing anything, what would the harm be, right?
It's worth noting that already happens here.
Right.
I understand that, right? Like, it's just a random assortment of people in the United States that are born and raised to do certain things that are bad, and then where do we put them? We put them in jail, okay? We don't have to deport them, and we don't deport them because they were born here, right? So, like...
Why do we do this?
Just do that for people who already live here, just to put them in jail if they do something wrong.
Because
it's no different.
Because it actually, it's actually a...
How goes the slop? It was fun.
A really shit thing on the taxpayers, bro. The fact that we have to pay to...
Fun in the... Well, not fun that we're living in the slop world, but you know what I'm saying.
Impersonate these individuals that are not even from this country.
Well, hold on,
now the taxpayers...
Before we move too far, I really would like this answer, though.
I'm pretty sure that clears.
I really like this answer, though. Just like, I really like this answer, though, because, like, what is this? Like, how are we going to get this background information? Are you going to go to Venezuela and, like, give me this person's records? Like, oh, we're going to go to Guatemala, who's like, I don't think you have Venezuela government.
I feel like we probably...
I mean, what does it look like? What is the reform that y'all want? I guess what I'm asking. Like, what does that look like?
They don't have an answer.
Based on your current status.
No. Pass, go ahead.
A score-based system.
We do. I don't know exactly what the process is, but we already, for asylum seekers, do a basic background check. They do a screening for like credible fear, and they also do a background check. I don't know how accurate those are going to be, but there's some mechanism for doing it. I don't know exactly what it looks like, though.
Just like Canada, for example, uses your current status. So if you're here as like a border jumper, that's a 0. Goodbye. Get out. If you're here as an overstay on a visa, that's pretty bad. If you're here on a DACA, you're good. Like, we need to do some background checks. You've lived here most of your life. There are different levels of the immigration process, that have been just completely demolished and removed from the system that would otherwise solve some of these problems. Things like immigration courts just not serving anybody at the moment. That's 3.7 million right there that y'all would call illegals that really aren't, but they need their court date to be not illegal.
Kaz, that's actually a pretty good point. If people are border jumpers, you would say get rid of them? Is that what you're saying? As far as visas, people... Okay, great. So you would say, like...
Does oil prices affect carbon emissions? I would assume it would lead to lower levels. I mean, it presumably will. It might not be, like... generally, there's going to be, like oil and gas and, you know, the stuff oil is used as a input for. Like, they tend to be pretty inelastic, obviously. People need gas. They're not going to respond that much to an increase in the price of gas, right? People need, you know, oil is also used in making plastic and stuff, and that might be more elastic, but I'm honestly not sure how many carbon emissions the production of like plastic makes, but you know, it's not going to be like that substantial, but it might do something. And it's also like, I don't know how big the effects this will be. Part of the issue is like is shipping lanes and stuff as well, and the sort of reallocation of well, actually, so you know, different oil production techniques will like produce different amounts of carbon. Like oil produced in the U.S. is actually like it tends to produce less carbon emissions than like oil produced elsewhere. So to the extent that like we substitute for oil produced here and like more oil is produced here, that might be, you know, good. That might lower carbon emissions as well. But then there's also like there's effects from like shipping lanes and like if ships have to go all the way around Africa instead of going through like the Strait of Hormuz, that's going to increase carbon emissions. I don't know about how much. I don't think ships pollute that much. My understanding is ships pollute a lot less than trucks, and I don't see a reason why there would necessarily be like more trucking because of this.
60-70% of illegal immigrants, you want them deported, correct?
Repeat the second part.
So you would say that from I think it's 60 to 70% came through the southern border. You would say you want them deported.
5 million.
No, that's under just Joe Biden alone. We're talking about the totality. Would you want at least 60% of them deported off the bat then, right? Under your logic.
Are you including asylum seekers?
No, I'm including the border jumpers, the illegal border jumpers.
You think there's that many gotaways?
No, it's not 5 million people. Okay, it's 60% of the illegals that are currently in this country.
I don't know what he's...
Talking about the border or anything like that. People that, because you're talking about the ones that go in here...
Isn't shipping like 20% of carbon emission? It might be in total, but I don't know. My understanding is for what you get from shipping, because ships are like if you look like per unit, right? Like shipping overall might be like 20% of emissions. That could be true. I don't know, but like per unit of oil being transported per mile, it's pretty low.
Through the border. I'm talking about the ones that are currently here. Do you want them deported? Correct.
Are
you agree on that, right?
To make sense, man.
Yeah, like when you stated that the border jumpers you're okay with, just like Canada. If you're a border jumper, you're here illegally, you want them deported, correct? So in the United States, we have 60% of them. That's the mass totality.
Where are you getting that number?
Do you want them? Hold on. Do you want them deported?
Where are you getting that number? Because coming through the southern border doesn't make you a border jumper, right? Like if you're saying gotaways, I think there's only like 2 million known gotaways in the United States right now.
My understanding is that is accurate. There's not that many known gotaways.
Hey, Mace, I'm
just, no. Just answer my question. I'm not including the Visa
Right,
State.
you're making it up.
Here's my question, but I won't specify what I mean.
Actually, I'm gonna just take this. I did.
Well, you just refused. Taz is refusing to answer the question. He wants
Let CTV do his closing first. When did you want to?
Let CTV do his closing.
I'm not getting my question answered.
Okay, I'm not even sure about their closings. My understanding comes from this video. I see Hutch and his white pill are going to debate tomorrow. Oh no, about whatever liberal opposition to Trump shit.
Measured in the industry in this thing called 20-foot equivalent unit, or TEU, which is conveniently equal to one shipping container that is 20 feet long. Being able to carry only one container, a standard 18-wheeler has one TEU. A container ship like this one, the Cap
Are we debating Stefan tomorrow at the same time? Who?
Lorenzo has room for 9,600.
Can you need a last name?
And so has 9,600 TEU. Using energy efficiency statistics provided by the EPA, we can calculate the carbon emissions produced by both of these methods of transport.
Stephen. Oh, Stephen Destiny?
Measurements and half in metric, but we'll roll with it, and you're all here because you
Jesus.
Just adds flavour to the fun. A journey's carbon dioxide emissions in metric tons is calculated by the distance, multiplied by the size of the shipment, multiplied by the vehicle's emissions factor, which is a measurement of how much the vehicle pollutes. A list of emissions factors is handily provided in this document by the EPA. For the truck, we measure in miles and imperial tons. First thing you want to do is calculate the ton in miles. One mile is
hell yeah. Wait, what time is it?
Shipping 1 ton, 1 mile. Keeping it simple, we'll do a 1,000 mile trip with 20 imperial tons of pairs. 1,000 miles times 20 tons is 20,000 ton miles.
Not Jesus, I was reading your chat, dog.
Next, we'll need the emissions factor. According to the EPA, for an average 18-wheeler, it's 161.8 grams of CO2 per ton mile. Multiplying the emissions factor by ton miles gives us 3,236,000 grams of CO2.
4 p.m. Hey, I'll be awake at that time, hopefully, probably.
Or 3.24 metric tons of carbon dioxide. Now we'll make
allegedly
the same cargo with the container ship. Unhelpfully, the EPA doesn't list cargo transportation statistics in imperial. Instead, we measure in TEU kilometers. However, the formula is still the same and still produces the CO2 emissions in metric tons. Our payload of 20 imperial tons would be about 75% of one container unit's maximum weight, and because you can't ship 75% of a container, we'll just round it up to 1 TEU. To find out the metric ton CO2 output of a cargo ship, we use TEU kilometers, shipping 1 TEU, 1 kilometer. But it's the same as the ton mile in principle. To find the TEU kilometer, we multiply the cargo of 1 TEU by the number of kilometers we are traveling. Our journey is 1,000 miles, so we'll convert that into kilometers, making 1,610 kilometers. And multiplying that by 1 is just the same 1,610. The emissions factor of our pair example, Asia to North America, is 59.1. Multiplying this by the TEU kilometers gives us 95,000.
This video relates to a video about a fruit cup that was had pears grown in Argentina and packaged in Thailand, and he made a video explaining why that's not inefficient, why it makes sense economically to have all that transportation and stuff.
151. That's the weight of the CO2 emissions in grams, which is 0.095 metric tons of CO2. As you can see, shipping 1 TEU produces much less CO2 than by truck, and that's just one container. If we
that's quite a bit less.
Use the ship from earlier at its full capacity of 9,600 TEU, it spews out 913 metric tons of carbon. The same journey with 9,600 trucks gives us, are you ready for this, 31,065,600 tons of CO2. Same cargo, same distance, wildly different impacts for the environment.
We can just go into
ships are a lot more efficient.
I just want to say before CTV does the closing, thank you all for coming on here. I'm glad you are all a part of this.
You guys can find me on X at Polk County Lobo for that.
Yeah, with Platinum Politics would love to host that.
I'm like done with like 40% of my taxes, or maybe 60%, as we were talking about earlier. 60%. Okay. So look,
Dylan, can I hire you to do my taxes, bro? Hopefully you get me more money.
I think that you would have to figure out, number one, length of stay is something that can help you, but it's not an end all.
Yeah. Okay. I don't care to watch their closings, honestly. They're gonna.
We're not criminals and want to be hardworking. That's how you reward taxpayers.
Repeat their same shit.
How you refinance Social Security for another generation. Whereas if you cut out a huge section of the tax base, I think that's something that is letting go of it.
They're talking about taxes.
For reasons that I think are too stringent. So that's basically my point. I think that we should have a point system, and then we should, after that point system is implemented, direct lives destroy that. So anyone, I have big proof.
Yes, because I'm a human being that looks retarded. Kind of, was fighting with everybody in the last segment prior before, and it's all good.
Okay, well, if they want to talk more about taxes, maybe I'd watch it. But
find you at Tim Pool.
We have shows every day, 7 or 7:30.
Okay, that's that. It's past 2 a.m. now, so I'm gonna be done here, and then I don't know what I'm gonna do. Might go on a walk. Okay, love streaming. Love that you guys watch me stream. I will. What day is today? Technically, it's Thursday, so technically I will be streaming again tomorrow. I'll for sure be streaming again on Friday night to debate someone about some Kamala versus Trump stuff on the economy, and then I don't know for sure if I'll be streaming tomorrow. If I do, I can watch North talk to Destiny and Hutch talk to Soy Pill. Infinite Slop. Other than that, I don't know. I'm gonna read the econ stuff and make some shit. Okay, love you guys.